hotel accommodation as a temporary solution until settled accommodation could be found. This ensured that all Afghans have been housed in safe and secure accommodation from the moment they arrived. It gave our Afghan friends peace of mind and allowed us to move quickly during an emergency. However, bridging hotels are not and were never designed to be a permanent solution. While dedicated teams across central and local government, as well as partners in the voluntary and community sector, have ensured that over 9,000 Afghans have been supported into settled homes, around 8,000 remain in hotel accommodation. Around half of this cohort are children, and around half have been living in a hotel for more than a year. My colleagues have indicated that this is an unacceptable and unsustainable situation. The government shares that view. I personally share that view, and it needs to change. Long-term residency in hotels has prevented some Afghans from properly putting down roots, committing to employment, integrating into communities, and creating uncertainty as they look to rebuild their lives in the United Kingdom long-term. Beyond the human cost, the financial cost to the UK taxpayer of hotel accommodation for the Afghan cohort is also now standing at £1 million a day. Like I've said, this needs to change. To help people rebuild their lives here, we have a duty to end this practice of Afghan families living in hotels in the UK. This is in the best interests of families and individuals and will enable them to benefit from the security of housing and long-term consistency of public services. This includes schooling and the freedoms of independent living that only suitable non-hotel accommodation can provide. That is why, with the support of my right honourable friends, the member for Newark and Surrey Heath, I am today announcing the government's intention to step up our support to help resettled and relocated Afghans access independent, settled accommodation and end the use of hotel bridging accommodation for this cohort. We will begin writing to individuals and families accommodated in Afghan bridging hotels at the end of April, and they will be provided with at least 3 months' notice about when their access to bridging accommodation will end. This will crystallise a reasonable timeframe in the minds of our Afghan friends, with significant support from central and local government at every step as required, together with their existing access to welfare and the right to work, to find good, settled places to live in the longer term. We remain unbowed in our commitment to those who supported us at great personal risk in Afghanistan, and the debt we owe them is one borne by our nation as a whole. We also need to support those people who we have brought to the UK as genuine refugees fleeing persecution. The UK has and always will provide safe refuge to those who arrive through safe and legal routes. There are veterans across this country enjoying normal lives today because of the service and sacrifice of this cohort in keeping them safe in Afghanistan. It is a national duty that we have in communities up and down this country. That is why the government is taking significant steps to honour and protect this group by providing increased support and funding to facilitate the transition into long-term settled accommodation. Trained staff, including Home Office liaison officers, DWP work coaches, council staff and charities, will be based in hotels regularly to provide advice to Afghans, including information on how to rent in the private sector, help to find jobs and English language training. In addition, we will publish guidance for families on what support is available and how to access it. We are announcing £35 million of new funding to enable local authorities to provide increased support for Afghan households to move from hotels into settled accommodation across England. The Local Authority Housing Fund will also be expanded by £250 million, with the majority of the additional funding being used to house Afghans currently in bridging accommodation and the rest used to ease existing homelessness pressures. These measures represent a generous offer, and in return for this, we do expect families to help themselves. Whilst this government realises our significant responsibilities to this cohort, there is a responsibility upon this group to take the opportunities that are offered under these schemes and integrate into UK society. Where an offer of accommodation can be made and is turned down, another will now not be forthcoming. At a time when there are many pressures on the taxpayer and the housing market, it is not right that people can choose to stay in hotels when other perfectly suitable accommodation is available. We are balancing difficult, competing responsibilities, including to the UK taxpayer. As well as ensuring that Afghans already in the UK can move into long-term accommodation, we will also continue to honour the commitments we have made to bring people into the UK into sustainable non-hotel accommodation. That includes British Council and Garda contractors and Chevening alumni offered places under the Pathway 3 of the ACRS scheme, and refugees who are referred to us by UNHCR through Pathway 2. Welcoming people who come to the UK through safe and legal routes has always been and will always be a vital way in which the UK helps those in need. We are legislating to enshrine our commitment to safe and legal routes in the illegal migration bill, but the use of hotels to accommodate families for a lengthy period of time in the UK is not sustainable or indeed appropriate for anybody. The flow of people to whom we have a responsibility is not working as we would like at the moment. We will honour our commitment to those who remain in Afghanistan. Our priority is to ensure they can enter suitable accommodation, which is the right thing for these families. Future UK arrivals will go directly into appropriate accommodation rather than costly temporary hotel accommodation. This is the right thing to do to ensure that those to whom we have made commitments are supported and that they are able to successfully reintegrate into life in the UK. We will provide more detail in due course on plans for supporting people yet to arrive into suitable and appropriate accommodation. But what we are setting out today is the fair and right thing to do for both Afghan communities to rebuild their lives here and for the British public who continue to show enormous generosity towards those who come here safely and legally. This government will realise our commitments to the people of Afghanistan, and I commend the statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State John Healey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for the advance copy of his statement? He himself means well, but this statement should be the Defence Secretary, explaining why 18 months after Afghan families were airlifted to the UK, 8,000 are still in temporary hotels, and the backlog in processing cases has risen to 66,000. This should be the Home Secretary, explaining why it took 9 months to open the alternative ACRS scheme and why, by the end of last year, just 4 people had been brought to safety in the UK since the fall of Kabul. This should have been the Housing and Local Government Secretary, explaining why he's not required all council areas to play a part in discharging the national obligation we owe to these Afghans and their families. We could have built the homes they need since we airlifted in that amazing Operation Pitting. Our armed forces airlifted them from Kabul to safety in the UK in August 2021. This nation, as the Minister said, promised those who put their lives at risk to serve alongside our armed forces in Afghanistan that we would relocate them, we would settle them, we would give their families safety, we would help them rebuild their lives. And this obligation is felt most fiercely by those who served in our forces in Afghanistan, whose operations depended on the courageous Afghan interpreters and guides. Never mind Operation Warm Welcome, never mind the warm words from the Minister today. He's confirmed the government has given them the cold shoulder. He's serving eviction notices on 8,000 Afghans, half of whom are children, with no guarantee they'll be offered a suitable, settled place to live. And let's, Mr. Speaker, nail a myth at the heart of this statement. He said to the House today, it's not right that people can choose to stay in hotels when other perfectly suitable accommodation is available. Well, the government's website confirms at the end of last month the number of Afghan households who had refused accommodation offers was just 258. They want homes, not hotels. They want to rebuild their lives. They want to contribute to this country, the new country that has offered them this refuge. Mr. Speaker, the government failed to plan for an orderly withdrawal from Afghanistan in the 18 months following the Doha Agreement in February 2020. Ministers only set up the ARAP scheme in April 2021. They only relocated 200 Afghans before the fall of Kabul in August 2021. The government has failed the brave Afghans who supported our troops before the fall of Afghanistan, and it has failed them since. So can we now fill in the many gaps in the Minister's statement? To date, how many ARAP applicants and how many ACRS applicants have been rehoused into permanent homes? What is the current backlog in processing ARAP cases and ACRS cases? How many ARAP-eligible applicants remain in Afghanistan? Why have there been no flights carrying ARAP-eligible Afghans and their families from Pakistan since November? Have there been any more ARAP data breaches since the one in February 2022? How many hotels are still in use as temporary bridging accommodation for these Afghan families? What consultation has there been with local authorities to identify the thousands of permanent homes still needed? Will Afghans still in hotels be given notice to quit only when a permanent home has been identified for them? How will decisions on eviction deadlines for individual hotels be determined? Who will make these decisions? And will the Minister guarantee today that none of these Afghans will be made homeless as a result of being moved on from the hotels in which they currently live? Mr. Speaker, ARAP and ACRS have been beset by failures. Those in fear of their lives left in Afghanistan, housing promises broken, processing staff cut, ballooning backlogs, breaches of personal data, and even the MOD saying to applicants they should get the Taliban to verify their ARAP application documents. Far from being, as the Minister has said, fair and right, this record and this statement shame us all.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll address some of those points in turn. And look, I'm not going to stand here and defend the system as it currently is. I've said what I've said previously about it. That's not what I've sought to do today. I've been very clear today in what I'm trying to do is identify a path forward in what is an unprecedented and a very difficult situation, and that's what I'll focus on in my remarks. When it comes to giving Afghans in this country a cold shoulder, I'd say it was a pretty expensive cold shoulder if you're looking at £285 million worth of new funding that's been announced today. In terms of the number of people who've turned down homes, there is a significant proportion, and he mentions 258 homes. It's higher than that now. There is a significant proportion of Afghans who have turned down homes, and it would not be right to ignore that problem and to allow Afghans to remain in hotels, paid for food and accommodation, families and so on, ad infinitum for the next 20 years. That would not be right, and I won't, I'm afraid, be cowed into accepting that it is. When it comes to numbers, all these numbers are publicly available. Look, we reckon there's about 4,300 entitled personnel who remain in Afghanistan who we want to get over here. We've had 12,100 who've arrived to date on the ARAP scheme. On the ACRS scheme, we've promised 20,000. Okay, we've had 7,637 who've arrived through that at the moment. And look, there are three different pathways for that, and I'm happy to speak to colleagues in here or elsewhere about what they are. And clearly, I accept that some of those pathways have not been running as we would like, but that is precisely why I'm here. Because if we cannot move these people out of hotels, which is unsuitable for them, and unsuitable for the UK communities and unsuitable for the UK taxpayers. We cannot extract people who are entitled to be in this country because of the sacrifices they made during Op Herrick in Afghanistan. And so I'm afraid, whilst this is a very difficult policy area, we are not going to yield in doing the right thing and trying to tackle very difficult problems and balances between making sure that we make it as easy and as seamless as possible for Afghans to get out of hotels and integrate into the United Kingdom hotel, whilst at the same time making sure that the Afghan cohort understand the offer never was to remain in hotels ad infinitum and all the problems that brings with it. So look, I accept this is a difficult policy area. I accept that there's the track record on this policy area has been difficult. And to be fair to everybody who has done this before, this is an incredibly difficult, unprecedented, dynamic situation that we are facing with the collapse of international will to remain in Afghanistan. We are now doing our best to see through our strategic promises to the people of Afghanistan. We are absolutely going to do that, and we will strain every sinew to get these people out of hotels, get them into the UK community, and the wealth of veteran and volunteer support who I know want to welcome these people with open arms is unleashed to make these people feel part of the UK, and I look forward to that challenge.
John Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again commend the Prime Minister for his recent direct intervention to break the ACRS logjam by allowing British Council contractors and others to continue their applications in the safety of a third country, thereby allowing them to leave Afghanistan where they were in fear of their lives. However, there remain a significant number of approved contractors in Afghanistan unable to obtain and or afford the necessary visa and paperwork to exit Afghanistan and enter the safety of a third country. Can the Minister therefore tell the House how he is working with colleagues across government to help remove these obstacles?
Thank my honourable friend for his many contributions on this piece of work. The ACR scheme pathway that he refers to, you can now apply to that from a third country. Like I said at the beginning, we have made commitments to this cohort of people. We need to make sure, one of the driving motivations behind this difficult piece of work is that we have people stuck in Afghanistan who we have a duty to get over here. And we simply cannot do that if we're just going to continue to load these hotels, continue to build pressure in our local communities at a huge cost to the taxpayer. That is one of the primary motivations and the moral case for what we're doing today, because we still have a duty to people who serve. We've made these commitments, and I'm absolutely determined, and this Prime Minister is absolutely determined, that we will fulfil those commitments to the people of Afghanistan, and this is the start of that process today.
We come to SNP spokesperson Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming with his statement today. On these benches, we are absolutely clear that hotel accommodation is not appropriate, particularly for families, but also because of the tragic Park Inn incident that happened in Glasgow. We know the consequences of people being kept in situations where they were under severe stress. So can I ask the Minister a number of questions on the back of his statement? It's not clear in here if there is any specific funding coming to Scotland as part of what was mentioned here. England is specified, Scotland is not. What communication has he had with the Scottish Government and with COSLA on the issue in Scotland? Because it would also be useful to know exactly the numbers in Scotland at the moment. STV did an FOI request last year and said there was 300 people in bridging hotels across Scotland. I'm not clear from what he said today what the current numbers are where those people are actually living at this present time, and who will be picking up those pieces. What he said about offers being made and turned down and another offer not being forthcoming concerned me, because under Scottish housing legislation, a reasonable offer of accommodation is referred to, and that reasonable offer is quite important because the accommodation being offered might not be appropriate for a family. It might be overcrowding a family because we know that there's a shortage of larger family homes. The accommodation may be far away from schools where the children are currently being educated and might be away from the community support that Afghan groups value so much. It might be far away from mosques and access to shops that sell halal meat, for example. So a reasonable offer rather than just an offer being rejected and that's all you're getting, seems to me quite a worry if that's the road that the government are going to go down. Because it will also, if these people are made homeless, it will be local authorities and it will be charities who pick up the pieces if people are put out on the street, particularly, as I say, families who will be at risk, but other people will also be put at risk if they are made homeless. To turn to the reference made to UNHCR Pathway 2, this pathway, to describe it as being deficient would be the understatement of the year. Only 22 people brought in under the UNHCR Pathway 2 so far. I have many cases that I've dealt with as a result of this deficiency of the government. I've had people at my surgery who have made expressions of interest and they have heard nothing back. They cannot be waiting indefinitely in a situation in Afghanistan where they are unsafe. People are moving about to avoid persecution, to avoid the Taliban finding them, and it is incredibly dangerous for those people that are left there. When Afghanistan fell, I had around 80 cases of families who had folk in Afghanistan, and I only know of 2 who managed to get to Scotland to safety. People cannot wait in danger indefinitely, so can you tell me when the cases that have currently made expressions of interest under this pathway, when they will be processed and when they will arrive at home in Scotland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I can take those in 2 broad handfuls, if I can talk about funding first. Funding for round 2 of the Local Authority Housing Fund is coming from existing DLUC housing underspends, and that funding is devolved, which has already gone through the Barnett formula. When it comes to the £35 million putting into casework teams across the country, that is UK-wide, and we will be deploying casework teams into hotels in Scotland to work with local authorities to make sure that we support Afghans out of hotels in Scotland into the community. But what I would just say on this issue around balance and a fair and reasonable offer, nobody, at least nobody in this government wants to make any of these individuals homeless, not to have a home, right? The truth is we are going to have to balance very difficult competing priorities where individuals have been in hotels for a long period of time, maybe in school, maybe have specific health needs, and a suitable offer will be made elsewhere in the country, but they don't want to leave that location. We will do everything we can to make sure that they can stay where they have these local roots and so on. But that has to be balanced off about if there is a choice between them staying in a hotel in that area and going to suitable accommodation. I'm afraid the priority is to get them into suitable accommodation. So the idea that this, I recognise how this is going to be slated and tailored and all the rest of it. The truth is we are going to do everything we possibly can to take into account all those specific circumstances. The ambition is that nobody is homeless throughout this process, but we are going to implement our commitments to the people of Afghanistan. And I don't make any bones about it that that's an easy thing to do, but we are going to throw everything we've got at it, integrate these people into UK society, turn back on the flights and make sure we see through our duties to the people of Afghanistan.
Sarah Atherton, were you standing?
Yeah, my question's already been answered around devolved administrations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James Sunderland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for his statement. Does he agree with me that it is entirely right that we do all we can to support those who served alongside British forces in Afghanistan, and that it is right in law to distinguish between those who come here illegally and those who come here by invitation legally, so that we can then do more for those on the Arab scheme?
Look, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and there is a fundamental difference between those who we have a duty because, as I said to him, and he will know, there are veterans and service personnel and people working in the civil service who have sat around lunchtime tables this afternoon who would not be here were it not for the actions of this cohort, and we have a very specific duty to them. We have to balance that against competing demands, but we have made our commitments to this cohort of people, and like I've said, what I've outlined today outlines our very clear and significant commitment to make sure that we see through our duty to them, get them out of hotels, and make sure that we honour our commitments.
Eagle.
Deputy Speaker, the Bridging Hotel in my constituency is still full. About half of the 375 or so people there have been there since the evacuation. One of the reasons why they haven't been able to find alternative accommodation, or it hasn't been found for them, is because there are some big families there and there isn't suitable accommodation. What particular provision is he going to make for those families? And I've heard a rumour that that particular hotel is to close to the Afghans in August, but I've had no letter, no communication from the government or from any department. So can he confirm, perhaps outside the chamber, when the hotel in my constituency is due to be closed?
Okay, I'm more than happy to meet my honourable friend and go over the situation in her hotel. No hotel has been given its sort of closing orders. So, you know, these rumours, I'm more than happy to challenge them, but that's certainly the case in that area. In terms of getting people out of hotels and the flexibility, what we're doing is increasing flexibility in how that money can be used. So with the new £250 million coming into the Local Authority Housing Fund, that can be used to do things. For example, I was talking to the Leader of London this morning to knock through accommodation, to create bigger accommodation, because we have this specific challenge of massive families in this cohort. And finding a family for, a house for a family of 10 is extremely difficult in the UK. So yes, we have introduced flexibility in that space to make sure that it can be used for improvements, for example, to knock through into the house next door, whatever it may be, so that we can see through our commitments to these people.
Vicky Aiken.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have been very proud of the welcome that the cities of London and Westminster have provided Afghan refugees, as they have to refugees across the world for many, many centuries. When I visited two of the hotels in the City of London that were home to Afghan refugees last year, I was taken aback by the warmth that the hotel staff provided and the Corporation of London working with charities providing English lessons in the Guildhall. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that actually having seen how people were living in these hotel rooms, often 5, 6, 7 members of family in one room, it is important that they are helped to move on to permanent accommodation?
Look, I thank my honourable friend for her question. She's absolutely right. The easiest thing in the world is sort of hurl accusations at this policy. The reality is, if you go and look at it, you will see that. You will see lots of people living in the same rooms and children and families in accommodation that is unsuitable for a prolonged period of time. And so I make no apology at all for the moral case of helping these people move into permanent accommodation. When it comes to what people have done, look, I pay a huge tribute to all those in local authorities up and down this country, not only in local authorities, but in voluntary groups as well, and in the veteran sector as well, who have bent over backwards to try and welcome these people into their communities. And all I'm seeking to do with this piece of work, the Prime Minister's asked me to pull together, is harness all that energy, right, and make it work for the Afghan people, so that all these offers, whether it's around employment, whether it's around community groups, are harnessed, and we can actually take the action to move these people out of hotels. It is the right thing to do for the Afghan people, it's the right thing to do for the British people, and I'm determined that we'll see it through.
Jessica Morden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On Friday, I met with an Afghan interpreter who'd collected a list of 45 colleagues who put their lives on the line for our forces, who are still waiting for the government schemes to deliver. Many in UK-sourced accommodation in Pakistan, waiting for entry clearance visas for the Home Office for 18 months. He also told of those who found it quicker to resort to the treacherous and dangerous small boats journeys rather than waiting for this government to deliver. Yeah. How can ministers stand here and defend this record?
Minister.
Look, I just say to my honourable friend, this has been an incredibly dynamic and difficult situation over 18 months. We now have this plan to go forward. Anybody can apply to ACRS or to the ARAP programme from third countries, and that's what I expect people to do.
Vicky Paul.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. A hotel is not a home, and it is important to find permanent accommodation for these families. So can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement today. We also mustn't forget the terrible plight of the people in Afghanistan, especially women and girls. 553 days now since since girls were banned from going to school. Women are banned from leaving their homes. In the meantime, senior Taliban members are sending their own daughters to school in other countries. So will my right honourable friend work with ministers in the FCDO to tighten the knot of international sanctions and travel bans on the Taliban?
Look, I've got a very clear remit in this space, and that is to deal with Afghans who are in hotels and get this pathway opened up. Clearly, we want to see through our responsibilities. Whatever's happened in Afghanistan is for the FCDO to comment. I mean, everybody knows my views, which remain unchanged. We now need to deal with the challenges we find it now, which is far too many people in hotels and the blocking up of that pathway that we are determined to make sure is a professional, clear pipeline that people can get out of Afghanistan into the UK, where we owe them a duty.
Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister well understands the deep bond of friendship that exists between those who served and the Afghans we fought alongside. But I know that he'll also recognise that there have been very long-standing concerns from members on both sides of the House about the processes that underpin both ARAP and ACRS. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've recently received reports of families who are approved under ARAP, who are stuck in Islamabad, and are now being told that they're going to have to source their own accommodation in order to be able to get here. Now, the focus of the statement from the Minister so far has been around Afghans who are already here in the country. So can I ask him to say a bit more around the process for future arrivals, and in particular, can he give an assurance that no one who's currently in Afghanistan or Pakistan who's either accepted or eligible for ARAP won't be disadvantaged as a consequence of the policy announcement being made today?
So nobody who is in Afghanistan who's accepted or eligible for ARAP or ACRS will be disadvantaged as a result of what we're doing today. In terms of what's going on in Pakistan, clearly the situation in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, where we have over 1,000 people in hotels waiting to get to the UK, is clearly and demonstrably unacceptable. The challenge is we cannot do anything about that if we have people in hotels in this country who have been offered accommodation, who should have taken that accommodation and are still residing in hotels, not allowing us to unblock that pipeline. What I say to my honourable friend is he knows my commitment on this issue. I want to work with everybody on all sides of the House. This is not, I know this government's made commitments to this, but this is not a sort of inter-party political issue. Okay, this is the nation's duty to this cohort of Afghans who kept a lot of our constituents alive during the fight in Afghanistan. And I'd urge all colleagues to work together to make sure that we can build that pipeline and honour our commitments to the people of that country.
William Croft.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We certainly do owe a huge debt of gratitude to those brave Afghans who helped our armed forces and stood up for the values that we believe in. And I won't be alone in the House in remembering cases and individuals and families that my office helped. My honourable friend is passionate about this and he's an expert, and frankly his word is good enough for me on this. Is he absolutely reassured that this is the right thing to do?
I have no doubt this is the right thing to do, otherwise I wouldn't be stood here today. I think that it's an incredibly difficult policy area. Okay, so nothing is black and white. There is no zero-sum calculation here where everything we do is going to sort this out, and there is no zero-risk option here. Right, but that is not good enough to not try and see through our commitments to a very difficult population. I keep hearing, 18 months thrown at me from the other side of the room. This has been an unprecedented situation, and nobody wanted these people to stay in hotels for over a year. We clearly have opened up these pathways. We want to make sure that these people integrate into UK society properly, and I'm absolutely convinced it's the right thing to do.
We've got 16 people standing or thereabouts, so if we can have shorter questions and shorter answers, if we may, Minister. Munira Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister said at least 3 times in his statement that we will honour our commitment to those who remain in danger in Afghanistan. Well, whilst that may be true for him personally, I'm afraid as far as this government goes, that promise is utterly hollow, and I challenge him to come to my surgery and look the Afghan families whose families have been left behind in the eye and say that. And in particular, 3 weeks in a row in this chamber, I have now raised the case of 5 British children under the age of 18 who have been abandoned in hiding in Kabul. Their mother is an Afghan national. There is no safe and legal route for her to apply for. Their British father was blown up by the Taliban. When will the next round of the ACRS open up, or will he admit they've just given up on them?
Okay, so I think my presence here today indicates that we clearly have not given up on these people. It's incredibly difficult to get people out of Afghanistan. Nobody is happy with what's happened in that country. We have opened up ACRS and ARAP applications to third countries, and I would encourage people to apply to that to get themselves on the scheme, and we'll do everything we can to see through our duty to them.
Jim Blunt. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Given your recommendation for short questions, I've got a number of questions which I will table by way of written parliamentary question. Can I just say how much I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and the candour with which he has approached it and he is answering questions. Could I ask about one element? I have been involved in supporting someone who was trained with me at Sandhurst a very long time ago and assisting that family. And there will be no doubt endless examples of others who have been in the same place. I was slightly concerned when I offered a scheme to the Minister of Defence, indeed to his successor as Veterans Minister, about mobilising wider support for this particular community and not least perhaps engaged in creating the social housing referred to by the spokesman opposite. And I wonder why it was then directed that people who could support this scheme were told they couldn't do it in army time.
So if my honourable friend wants to write to me, I'm more than happy to address what has happened there. But look, I've got to be honest with him. I'm not overly interested in how we got to where we are because, there are a number of reasons. It's been an incredibly difficult situation. The collapse of Afghanistan has been unprecedented in our generation, and seeing through our duties to these people has been incredibly difficult. I'm not going to go over and consistently kind of reheat that argument. What I want to do now, we have a clear set of commitments. We have a significant financial commitment to these people. We have a duty to get them out of hotels and open up that pipeline to allow people to come into this country, and that's what we're going to do.
Doughty.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I pay tribute to the Minister for his service in Afghanistan along other members of this House. But I really, really wish he had come with me a few weeks ago to meet Afghans living in a hotel in my constituency, because I genuinely feel he would have felt a deep sense of shame and embarrassment about how this country has not done our duty to those people who served alongside us. It's quite frankly shocking and disgusting. And I just wanted to leave him with two thoughts. One, many of those people in that hotel had not had offers of accommodation at all. They told me how the offers had dried up and many of them had been languishing there for 18 months. Secondly, many of them had qualifications and skills that were not being recognised in this country, so they couldn't get work. That DWP programme is clearly not working despite the intentions behind it. And I hope he can clarify just how much additional support Wales will get to support those people into long-term accommodation.
So, respectfully say to my honourable friend, he has no idea of the depth of the feeling that people like me feel for what has happened in Afghanistan. What I would say is that some people have turned down offers of accommodation. That is a fact. It's not the majority, no, but it is a fact that some have. And I spend a lot of my time with the Afghan community now, and I recognise entirely their feelings. I have one of them who I got out of Kabul and now works for me in Plymouth and lives in Plymouth. So I fully recognise that. We have to deal with the situation as we now find it. This Prime Minister's come into office. He very clearly recognises the duty we have to these people. So whatever has happened before, we're going to create these pathways. We're going to give them every opportunity to relocate and reintegrate into UK society. And I look forward to the whole House helping us as we complete that endeavour.
Foster.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I do actually welcome that my right honourable friend is now dealing with this from the Cabinet Office, as having seen quite close at hand the coordinated cross-government effort that delivered Op Pitting, it is now necessary to do exactly the same to resolve the issue of bridging hotels. Now, he'll know from my own conversations with him that I do think there was a chunk of naivety about how much housing would come forward in the latter part of September 2021, and it's clearly now necessary to bring to an end the use of hotels. No family should have a hotel as their home for the long term. But can you assure him about what plans he has got with local government? Some communities, including his own in Plymouth, communities like Glasgow, have been extremely welcoming stepping forward. Others haven't. What challenge he's putting to those who have not. How he sees this working as part of a coordinated programme, and also how we will ensure that the result of this isn't people turning up at the local housing office to try and get accommodation under the public funds they have access to.
Yeah, absolutely, and a fair set of questions. My honourable friend, and I pay tribute to him for his work in this area previously. When it comes to making sure that local authorities come forward, look, this is all part of this, is trying to create the environment where local authorities want to do that, right? So there will be a part of it that talks about increased funding. £21,000 per family settled over 3 years. Prior to today, that increases by £7,000 today. We are going to do everything we can to incentivise families to do this. We recognise that this is a national commitment, but look, in London we can only do so much. We need to really tap into the national feelings about how we felt about Afghanistan when the collapse happened, welcome these people into our communities and make them a strong part of the United Kingdom.
Savile Roberts.
The Minister mentioned that half this cohort is children. Now, members of the APPG for Women and Girls heard this morning from their head teacher of Year 11 schoolgirls being moved 6 weeks before their GCSEs tomorrow, and they won't be found meaningful educational arrangements for another 20 weeks. He must surely agree that integration must offer meaningful opportunities for Afghan women and girls, and particularly in relation to education, and this may be one of the reasons that families turn down accommodation. But will he also agree that the support provided by Wales's youth organisation, Arirth, was pioneering in integrating Afghan families into Wales? And will he agree to work with the APPG, Arirth and Afghan women's representatives in Wales in developing a toolkit for use to empower Afghan women and girls as they integrate here?
So, Mr. Speaker, clearly I'll work with any groups as we try and recognise these responsibilities, and a big part of it, we'll be setting up casework teams in every hotel. I'll be visiting all these hotels, and I invite honourable members to come with me as we try and meet this challenge. When it comes to moving on Afghan families who are at a particular time at school year, that is one of the reasons why we're looking at the end of the summer to have this completed, because we know that people are starting in a new academic year. There are plenty of competition of priorities, if you like, as to when we should or shouldn't do this. And there's lots of issues around Ramadan, around Eid, around medical treatment, around schools. What we have to do is try and plough a furrow down that, balancing up all those competing priorities, but realising the strategic aim of getting these people out of hotels and into communities across the country.
I've effort.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my constituent's wife is trapped in Afghanistan. She applied for a visa to come as a spouse. It took 8 months to get a decision, and it was turned down because there was a discrepancy of 33 pence per month in his salary that he put in the original application. The way we are treating people from Afghanistan, the way the government is treating them, is a disgrace. And we need to ensure that people are treated fairly and that their applications are looked at. And when there is a genuine application, as there is in this case, make the right decision.
So if my honourable friend writes to me with that specific case, I'm more than happy to get back to him and help him.
And Laura.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Perfectly suitable accommodation is not easily available in Newcastle. I know that from the thousands of constituents who write to me desperately seeking it. It is the #1 issue. I also know it from talking to Afghan refugees and Ukrainian refugees, for that matter. So what is the Minister going to do after 18 months to magic up this perfectly suitable accommodation? Or is he seriously going to be making homeless those who risk their lives at our sides?
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Speaker, I've covered these points before. I've said that I don't want to make anybody homeless. Clearly, the local authority housing fund, which comes into play, is going to help that process. Am I saying to the House we're going to build 6,000 homes by the end of the summer? No, but we have to be, unable to, if we just look at this as like we're never going to get there, then we're never going to change anything at all. We're never going to meet this challenge. She will know that there is an acute demand for housing across society in places like Newcastle and Plymouth, and we're going to do everything we can, including increasing things like the private rented offer, to make sure that we get these people out of hotels and into communities like hers.
Just to remind you, you have 6 hours of protected time after this, plus several votes. Just to remind you to focus your questions. Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I've got a particular case that I know the Minister will want to help me with, and I know he's genuine in his concerns here. It relates to a gentleman who worked for the British Geographical Survey, part of which is based at Heriot-Watt University in my constituency. He spent a lot of time working to keep British people safe and help them navigate around Afghanistan, while the British government were helping Afghanistan to explore mining opportunities to bring income to the country. Despite all his hard work, His ARAP application has been turned down, and he's having to appeal it. And I wonder if this is a case that the Minister would speak to me about to see if we can get it speeded up.
My honourable friend writes to me about that case. I'm more than happy to come and see it.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the Honourable Member for Differ-Maron had said, the APPG for Afghan women and girls met this morning to specifically discuss UK resettlement. And I have to tell the Minister the feedback was not great. Nobody wants to be staying in hotel accommodation. But I'd reiterate her offer. Please engage with the APPG and please provide reassurance that in terms of that appropriate accommodation, situations such as schooling, job opportunities, those things that help integration are being considered.
Also, Mr Speaker, I'm more than happy to come and address the APPG. I'm addressing the APPG for Afghanistan later on. And as I've said, of course, those things will be taken into consideration. You know, we have to bear this in perspective. There are people who've come to this country who have resettled into our communities, who, you know, 9,000 of them who are happy, who are getting on with their life in the UK. But broadly speaking, we need to see through our responsibilities. That's precisely why I'm stood here today. It's precisely why this government is determined to realise its commitments, and we will see it through.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On the 20th of February, after 18 months in a bridging hotel in West London, the Nadiri family and many other Afghan refugees were relocated to Leeds and housed in another bridging hotel. Yelda Nadiri was about to take her GCSEs at William Morris Sixth Form in my constituency. 5 weeks on, she still has no school place. Will the Minister see that Yelda can return to her school and take her exams? If he can't do that, well, what he can do.
Sure, I'm more than happy for my honourable friend to write to me about that case. We don't want to be moving people from bridging accommodation to bridging accommodation. If he writes to me about that case, I'm more than happy to help him out.
Abrahams.
I'm absolutely convinced that the Minister is committed in this regard. You know, his track record has shown that. But would he put some pressure on the Home Secretary and also on, disappointingly, the International Development Secretary, who wrote to me after a Westminster Hall debate on this very issue and said that he wouldn't be able to help Afghan women judges under threat of their life by the Taliban when they are clearly eligible for phase 3 of the ACRS.
Look, I make no bones about it. The ACRS pathway 3 has been very difficult to open up. It's quite a technical pathway. We have had our first person through on that. We have made commitments to I think it's over 1,000 through that pathway. Pathway 3, 1,000 places offered, and we have 351 in third countries at the moment. We have made commitments in the space. We're going to see them through, and if she feels that's not the case, she's more than welcome to come and see me.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very thankful to the Government Department for their work to resettle those of our allies who are in danger. And I know that the Minister, and nobody doubts that, the Minister will accept that there are still those who need to be processed. Is there any way, Minister, of enlarging the team to be able to deal with these cases more efficiently, as there are families living in fear of their lives every second of every day? And I believe more needs to be done urgently to give those whose lives are on the line, due to their loyalty to democracy and individually to those that they work with. Thank you.
Look, as I've said a number of times, my honourable friend will know that one of the primary moral cases for this is the fact that we have not been able to continue that pipeline out of Afghanistan. There are operators who are sat there in Afghanistan today who are entitled to be in the UK. They are not here because that pipeline is not working. We have too many people in hotels, and we want to reintegrate them into UK society. It's as simple as that. So, you know, we clearly have a moral case. All of us have a responsibility to try and see through this, our commitments to these people, and get these pathways open. I want to see a good, professional, seamless pathway out of Afghanistan on those 3 pathways through ACRS and ARAP as much as he does, and I hope we can work together in the months ahead.
Neil Cock.
In the 18 months since the UK government capitulated to the Taliban, my constituent Hadi Sharifi has been helping Afghans who worked for or with us to escape. One is the former commander of Kabul, whose injuries at the time prevented him from leaving with UK forces. He's now across the border, but Minister, why does he still have no legal means to enter the UK? And why is this government's reward for his service to our forces to throw him to people smugglers, criminalise his entry to this country, and then threaten to ship him to Rwanda?
So The conditions of ARAP or ACRS compatibility are very clear, and if he has served in those roles and he's entitled to the ARAP programme or to ACRS, then he can apply to those from third countries now. And if he does so, if there are individual cases where that's not working, then let me know. But those, the criteria for ACRS and for ARAP are very clear. If he meets that criteria, then he's entitled to come in.
John MacDonald.
Secretary of the National Union of Journalists Parliamentary Group. We're aware, by working with international bodies, of at least 200 Afghan journalists who fled into Pakistan and Iran. Their visas are expiring. Some of them have been harassed by Taliban supporters as well. The NUJ has written to the Home Secretary earlier this month. We'd welcome a meeting with the Minister to try and ensure that the scheme now is adapted more effectively to cover those who are vulnerable journalists.
So that would be pathway through of the ACRS. That's precisely what it's designed to do. And that is exactly why we're taking this course of action, because there are people that we want to get through these pathways who are not now coming through these pathways because of we've gummed up the system in the UK with too many people in hotels. So I hope with all colleagues we can make a real effort to get these people out of hotels into communities where they deserve to be for supporting Western values and UK forces in Afghanistan. And I look forward to working with my honourable friend to get that done.
Mr. Farrell.
Thank you. There were several thousand Afghans in the asylum system even before Operation Pitting, and indeed many of those are still awaiting decisions, including a young Hazara mother that my office was working with alongside her two daughters. Since then, there's been many Afghans who have come to the UK by small boats due to the failings of the ACRS. Given the situation in Afghanistan, surely the Minister would agree that it's inconceivable that the UK would deport anyone back to Afghanistan.
Yeah, so we are currently not returning anybody to Afghanistan. So if these people are eligible for the criteria on the ACRS or the ARAP programme, I encourage them to apply for that. They can now do that through a third country. We're determined to get these individuals in the UK out of hotels so that we can make that pipeline work, and then it works for people like the honourable friend mentions.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement today and responding to questions for 8 minutes short of an hour. Presentation of Bill. Emma Hardy.
Humber 2100 Plus Project Bill.
Second reading what day?
24th November.
24th of November. Thank you. We're now moving on to the 10-minute rule motion on bus services consultation. Mr. Dean Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require consultation of bus users before changes are made to bus services and for connected purposes. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, imagine this: a hard-working member of the public, perhaps working night shifts, where their only means of getting to work is by bus. Night after night, waiting in the dark, perhaps sometimes in the cold and the rain and cold weather, simply wanting to get to work, and through no fault of their own, find out the bus needed to get to work on time has been changed, giving them an impossible choice of being late to work, arriving impossibly early, or, even worse, making it near impossible to get to work at all. Or perhaps a pensioner, living alone at home, where the bus is a lifeline to visit friends and family, for them to attend doctors and hospital appointments, and where the bus is their transport to living a full life, not just for travelling. But when their local bus timetable changes, skipping the nearby bus stops, meaning they can no longer access them, suddenly, through no fault of their own, they find themselves cut off from the real world and their support network. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, behind every bus timetable change, there will often be passengers who just want to live their lives. Individuals who find themselves reliant on a service they have little or no say in. And I'm sure we would all agree, buses are an important part of all of our communities. In fact, buses are used for twice as many journeys as trains, and from thousands more stopping places across the country. And according to the National Annual Bus Stats 2022, the number of local bus passenger journeys in England alone was 2.8 billion in 2021 and 2022. Taking the bus instead of a car twice each month would reduce emissions by 15.8 million tonnes of CO2 by 2050, according to the Better Transport campaign. So it's good for the environment too. And I also read a statistic recently, I think it was on the NHS England website, that a survey of NHS trusts indicated that around 7.8 million appointments a year and around 650,000 a month were missed, citing transport issues, which I'm sure some of those would be related to buses. Now, buses are without a doubt the most used form of public transport. They carry millions of people each year and are a vital public transport link for individuals, for the economy and for people's health and for the environment. Yet despite their importance, it is hard to believe that when timetables are changed, there's no official requirement to directly engage or consult with passengers of a bus when its timetables are being considered for change. And by bus passengers, I mean the people who use the actual bus. Those who get on it every day to get to work, to get to their appointments, to see their friends, to see their family. People are more than just numbers. They have hospital appointments, they have jobs to go to, they have lives to live, yet they do not currently need to be asked about the services that they use. Now, there are legal requirements for official organisations to be asked. For example, in England, bus operators are required to give a statutory notice period of 70 days for registrations, variations and cancellations in relation to community bus services, made up of 28 days notice to the local authority and 42 days notice to the Traffic Commissioner. And many do consult and reach out to passengers, but they don't have to. And there's no legal requirement for bus operators to inform passengers of the changes until the cancel registration has been processed. This bill seeks to address this giant pothole of an oversight and give bus passengers a voice in the process. Now, before I go into the proposal of this bill, I should clarify that I really welcome the work of government to support buses, and I see the Minister for Buses on front bench, and I appreciate the time he has spent to meet with me to discuss this. The National Bus Better Strategy 2021 has aimed to address long-term decline in bus services and to create a bus network fit for the future. And as I understand it, the strategy has been backed by £3 billion, with £1.4 billion being allocated already. And within my own county of Hertfordshire, we have received £29.7 million for the Bus Service Improvement Plan. There is much more I could say about this fantastic work that government is doing to invest in buses and make sure that the network is fit for the future. But it is clear that investment and the national strategy, whilst it's there, the national strategy is there. My proposal today is simply to ensure that the users of those buses, who rely on these vital services, that will be supported by this fantastic government spend, are part of the journey to make decisions. Now, my proposal is a very simple one: to implement a legal requirement or guidance for all companies, commercial or public, who provide a public bus service, to ensure users of the bus service are given an opportunity to feed into a consultation before services are changed or cancelled. So if a service is due to be changed or cancelled, that they ensure every effort is made to inform the impacted bus users through signage, ideally on the bus itself, and at bus stops and shelters, and of course through the usual online channels and community engagement. Now, I do want to counter some criticism I've had of the proposal due to a lack of understanding of my request. What I am not proposing is that if a bus service has a handful of passengers and is simply not viable at all, even with financial support, that the bus passengers should somehow be able to stop the timetable from changing. If that were the proposal, I think it would be a fair criticism. But I'm not saying this. I'm simply asking that the voices of passengers are heard in the process and are properly considered as part of the decision-making process. My experience of bus passengers, many of which I have met in my own constituency of Watford as part of outreach and bus community engagement, is that they are pragmatic and realistic about the challenges. They also often have very smart and practical ideas and solutions to solving issues with timetables, but they often feel like they are just numbers on a spreadsheet in an office and are never asked until it's too late. And those paying customers, and they are paying customers, are using a service that they rely upon. I just want to simply give them a voice in that process, and not to have decisions imposed upon them without A, being aware that they're coming, B, being able to have a say in it, and C, making sure that they're not just simply told after the fact. And as we all know, as much as we'd like to believe that when timetables are changed that everyone knows instantly, often that isn't the case. And so often people will be turning up, hoping their bus is going to come, and it may not arrive because the timetable has changed. This would help address that. Now, Deputy Speaker, I should say this bill feels quite personal to me. I confess I didn't properly learn to drive until my late 20s. Although I'm proud to live in my constituency of Watford and have lived there since I was elected, I've been a resident in Hertfordshire for over 20 years, and I originally grew up in the West Midlands. For many years, I worked at Birmingham Airport and was reliant on buses to get to work, sometimes 6 a.m. shifts to go and be a cleaner, sometimes 10 p.m. shifts to do night shifts patrolling car parks. I wasn't that threatening, I should say, and often 12-hour shifts outside of the usual 9 to 5. So I've been the person waiting at a bus stop in the dark. I've been the person praying that the bus is going to arrive soon so I'm not late and get into trouble. I've been the person hoping the timetable doesn't change to make it impossible for me to earn some money. I know what it's like to be reliant on public transport, and I also know how wonderful it can be. I know that it can transform lives. Buses can transport us to live our lives, but also it can be a lifeline for hard-working people to go out and meet friends and family, but also to get to their jobs. So buses really are something special, and I know that the government is doing all it can to protect them as part of our communities, to help protect our environment and ensure patients get to their appointments on time. And they are also needed to ensure hard-working British people can get to work, which they do on a daily basis. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, with this bill, I'm asking colleagues across the House to support this. I'm asking them not to ring the division bell today, and for the government to get on board with this bus bill and issue clearer guidance so bus passengers across the country are part of the journey when timetable changes are being decided. Thank you.
Very much. This would normally be the opportunity for somebody to oppose the 10-minute rule motion, but I've been given no notification that anybody wishes to do so, and I see nobody wishing to do so, so I'll pose the question. And the question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that have been say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Jack Brereton, Marco Longhi, Jason McCartney, Elliot Colburn, Andy Carter, Andrew Jones, Dr Lisa Cameron, Anthony Higginbotham, Jim Shannon, Joe Gideon, Jonathan Gullis and myself, Mr Speaker.
Mr Dean Russell.
Thank you. Bus Services Consultation Bill.
Second reading what day?
November 24th.
November the 24th. Thank you very much. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Illegal Migration Bill Committee, Day 2.
Now.
We now move to Committee of the Whole House. Order. Order.
Illegal Migration Bill.
I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please use our names when addressing the Chair. Today, either Dame Rosie, Mr Evans or Sir Roger, Madam Chair, Chair, Madam Chairman or Mr Chairman are also acceptable. We will now begin with the Amendment 186 to Clause 2, with which it would be convenient to consider the other amendments, clauses, the schedule and new clauses as listed on the selection paper. And as ever, like yesterday, I just advise people that there are a lot of people who wish to speak today, and if they could focus on shorter contributions, it means that everybody will get an equal shout. And I call Alison Thewlis to move Amendment 186.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair, and I move the amendments in my name and those of my honourable colleagues. And as of yesterday, there are many amendments we are making to this bill in a very vain attempt to try and make it more palatable, but this bill really is so egregious as to be unamendable and unsupportable. The aim of this bill, as is set out, is reflected by the statement by the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, who has said that the legislation would amount to an asylum ban, extinguishing the right to refugee protection in the United Kingdom for those who arrive irregularly, no matter how genuine and compelling their claim may be, and with no consideration of their individual circumstances. This is an extraordinary and extreme piece of legislation. If passed, nearly nobody would be able to claim asylum in the UK. Not children, not trafficked people, not people at risk of persecution, not survivors of torture. The Refugee Council has estimated that the bill will result in as many as 250,000 people, including 45,000 children, being detained or left destitute in state-provided accommodation. Mr Chair, in this section my colleagues and I have set out a range of exceptions to removal, and we've done this for a very clear reason, to humanise this brutal bill and talk a bit about some of the specific impact it will have. The Tories like to speak as if the people affected by this bill are some kind of amorphous blob. They are not. Each and every one of them is a real human being, people who have wept at my surgeries. It is despicable that this government cares so little for their welfare, as well as our international obligations. Names have been changed in a number of the examples and the case studies I'm going to use here, but they are real people. Amendment 188 is Hussein's amendment, and we ask in this amendment that the duty of removal does not apply to people who are under the age of 18 when they arrived in the UK. Hussein was flown over from Djibouti, aged 9, by a woman he'd never met. His travel documents were faked, his identity was changed. He was made to look after another family's children while still only a young child himself. It took him until adulthood to speak publicly about his case. Many of you will know him by the name that he's more famous for, Sir Mo Farah. Under this bill, children like Hussein Abdi Kahin would never have been given the opportunity to rebuild their life. They would have been denied citizenship, detained and removed. Unaccompanied children would not be supported as they are through the excellent Scottish Guardianship Service run by Aberlour. Scotland's Children and Young People's Commissioner, Bruce Adamson, has said the UK is required to ensure that children seeking refugee status receive appropriate protection and humanitarian assistance under Article 22 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. The UNCRC also requires that the UK ensures that children are protected from exploitation and abuse and afforded support for recovery. This bill violates those obligations and many others. Its enactment would place the UK in clear breach of its international law obligations under a range of human rights treaties. I urge the Government to accept our amendments. Amendment 189 exempts Afghan nationals. And nothing that the Minister who came to the House earlier has said has made any difference to how I feel about this. There are still many Afghan nationals who we do not protect. And I wonder perhaps if it might be possible to call this Tobias's amendment, since the person in the case who I'm going to mention wishes to remain anonymous. The Independent has reported that the Air Force lieutenant who flew 30 combat missions against the Taliban and was praised by his coalition forces supervisor as a patriot to his nation has been forced into hiding and said that it was impossible to make his way to Britain via a safe route. This has sparked indignation from the Honourable Member for Bournemouth East, who would appear to be entirely detached from the reality of what he has voted for in this bill. He has tweeted, "This is clearly not who we are as a nation, and it's not how our migration system should operate. I hope the Government will look at this case specifically and address the wider issue of how an Afghan who supported UK armed forces can safely apply for asylum in the UK." Well, let me explain this to this honourable member and to all the others. If this bill passes, which it no doubt will, this is exactly who this nation is. This is exactly how the UK migration system will operate. It is exactly what members opposite have voted for in supporting this wicked bill. No exemptions, no backsies, no fingers crossed behind your back. People like this Air Force lieutenant, people who worked for the British Council, Afghan interpreters, educators, the widows and children of men who served with British troops, the supplier of crockery to British armed forces, cannot sit and wait for the Taliban to find them and execute them. If they manage to get out, if they cross continents, if they step in a dinghy and get across the channel, or even if they fly here via Pakistan on a visit visa obtained by pretending that they would go back, the UK Government will not hear their case. They will put them on a flight to Rwanda. This is what inadmissibility means in practice, and the member for Bournemouth East and all his other colleagues should catch themselves on. Amendment 190 exempts people who are refugees under the Refugee Convention or in need of humanitarian protection because seeking asylum is not a crime. Amendment 191 exempts people at risk of persecution because of their sexual orientation. And I could call this Yvette's amendment. I met her at the Rainbow Sisters drop-in last week. She's from Uganda, who have just brought in brutal anti-LGBT laws. And her statement to me last week is, why would the UK government send her back to neighbouring Rwanda? She would feel no safer there than in Uganda. Under this law, under the laws the government are bringing forward, she would be offered no protection and sent back to her certain death. Amendment 192 exempts people for whom there are reasonable grounds to suspect that they are victims of torture. And I could call this Kolbasia's amendment. Kolbasia Hassoun MBE is a survivor of torture and founder of Survivors Speak Out, and he is an incredibly brave man. He's a torture survivor from Chad, detained on claiming asylum, who has spoken powerfully about the impact that detention has had on him, the uncertainty that he faced, and he has said that he would have killed himself rather than being returned to the hands of his torturers. This bill would allow that to happen to Kolbasia. Amendment 193 we put down to exempt citizens of Ukraine, but wait, I wasn't actually sure, Mr Chair, if that would be in order, because there is a safe and legal route for people from Ukraine. You won't find them coming over in a boat in the Channel. They don't need to come here because a safe and legal route exists. That should be the option for anybody in their circumstances. Amendment 282 exempts people who have HIV/AIDS because they are put by this bill at risk of not receiving treatment or being returned to a country where they would face stigma and risk and potentially death. I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way and making powerful points today. I declare an interest as one of the co-chairs of the all-party parliamentary group on HIV and AIDS. And the UK, along with many other nations, we are working together to end new HIV transmissions by 2030. The UK is also one of the co-founders of the Global Health Fund in terms of making sure there is commitment and funding. Does my honourable friend agree that what we are doing in terms of denying people who are diagnosed with HIV and AIDS is counteractive to all of the aims and states of that?
She's absolutely correct, as a co-member of that all-party group, to make that point, because we have a responsibility here. And the way in which this bill is scheduled takes no account of people's health circumstances whatsoever, and it could put those people at severe risk. Were they sent back? Were they denied treatment? And the Home Office, the Minister shakes his head, but the Home Office has form here in denying people who receive medication to manage their condition the treatment that they are entitled to in detention, which is where they wish to place people. The National AIDS Trust have highlighted a case to me of a person detained at Harmsworth IRC who was denied access to the care that would meet clinical guidelines to prevent his case. He couldn't get the medication, and the medication was not given at the appropriate times with food as was prescribed, because the staff there had no experience of this and were not able to support him adequately. So if the government is going to deny people entry and detain people, what is the guidance for this? What guarantees can the Minister give that those with HIV/AIDS will actually be able to access the treatment that is keeping them alive? Amendment 194 exempts people who have family members in the United Kingdom. Now, there are many cases, Mr Speaker, Mr Chair, who I could attribute to this case. In this case, I'm going to call it Ibrahim's amendment. He is here in the UK. His wife, his son and daughter are in Iran. They have been patiently waiting for over 6 months now for a family reunion visa to be processed. But in the meantime, his family are in danger. His daughter was followed home from school and raped by the IRGC. This is why people don't wait in country for the government to process their visas. They don't wait because they are at risk of persecution, of rape, of danger, of torture. That's why people flee. People come here to join family because they are in danger. They are not prepared to wait for safe and legal routes, because in many cases they do not exist. Family reunion, in many cases that I see, is just too slow, and it is not available to everybody who needs it. Amendment 195 exempts people for whom there are reasonable grounds to suspect that they are victims of trafficking or slavery, and this I will call Eva's amendment. Eva is a 28-year-old woman from southeastern Europe who was referred to the TARA service in Glasgow by Police Scotland over the 2016 festive period. Through a relationship she believed was real, she ended up being assaulted, drugged, trapped in sex work and trafficked. She was later placed in a lorry and moved for 3 days. Eventually, she came to be in Scotland, kept in a flat isolated from the other women that were also being held there, being raped multiple times by men every day. She was able to escape and found her way to the police. Under the legislation proposed, she would now get no support. Her trafficker will threaten her now that if she goes to the authorities, they will send her to Rwanda. They will keep her under control by the measures the government are bringing forward in this bill. In addition, she will not get the expert support that TARA provide in Glasgow. She will be at risk of re-trafficking and further exploitation. This is the reality of this legislation for Eva and many like her, a trafficker's charter. Amendment 196 exempts people who meet the definition of an adult at risk in paragraph 7 of the Home Office Guidance on Adults at Risk in Immigration Detention 2016, including in particular people suffering from a condition or experienced a traumatic event such as trafficking, torture or sexual violence that would be likely to render them vulnerable to harm. So let's call this Mohammed's amendment, after the experience of young people described by Freedom from Torture in their report Fleeing a Burning House, which I would commend to all members on the opposite benches. Mohammed arrived in the UK via Libya. In Libya, the treatment is so cruel. We have a few young people who were really traumatised. Smugglers were basically killing people on the journeys. I think that one of the most traumatic experiences is being raped or seeing the brutality of people. The UK government is not, in this legislation, seeking to assess the trauma that people arrive with, but to remove them without asking any questions. Putting people into immigration detention re-traumatises people. I have visited Napier Barracks. There was no privacy, there was no dignity, diseases like COVID and scabies run rife. This model dehumanises. Now, I've heard some people say if it's good enough for troops, it's good enough for refugees, but the reality is that these facilities have been abandoned by the MOD for good reason, because they were inadequate. And for many people who are fleeing trauma, it's that militaristic experience that they are running from. It's entirely inappropriate for vulnerable people. And we know from the Brooke House inquiry that the Home Office has a sketchy history of those people who meet the definition of adults at risk. They should be reducing immigration detention, not expanding it. Our list of exemptions are not exhaustive. We accept Labour Amendment 2, which mentions gender, and it's not possible to detail every single possible category of person who should be exempt from the duty to remove, because every person who comes has their own story and their own circumstances, and a bill which treats all of them as a problem to be removed is not fit for purpose. The duty to remove is far too broad and currently only has minimal narrow exemptions. By including people like victims of trafficking in the duty to remove, the Home Secretary is creating circumstances where the traffickers have even more power than the people that they are trafficking. Amendment 197 removes the backdated element of the legislation. Many people who have already started their journeys would not be aware of this legislation when they began them. It will impact people who have also already accessed support arrangements here in the UK, and to all intents and purposes in the asylum system. They could not have known the detail of this legislation which had not been published when they made their journey, and it's particularly egregious that they are being punished for this. Moving to Clause 3, unaccompanied children regulations, giving the power for the Home Secretary to remove unaccompanied children. There is no duty to do so, but it remains at her discretion. The Home Secretary said in the second reading debate that the duty to remove would not apply to unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, and that only in limited circumstances would the power to remove unaccompanied children be used, such as for family reunion. However, there is no detail in the bill itself of when such a power would be used, and given all that I know about the Home Office, I certainly wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. From the Children's Commissioner of England, the Children's Commissioner's team tell me that they recently met a boy who believes that his family were killed in Iran and was brought to the UK by people smugglers. He had no idea which country he was coming to and no choice in the matter. The bill sets out that children like this boy who arrive in the country irregularly, whether alone or with their families, will essentially be denied the right to claim asylum in the UK. These are children who are fleeing persecution and then further exploited and abused by people smugglers. Any child arriving in the UK after these experiences must be first and foremost viewed as vulnerable and in need of love and care. Many of these children will be trafficked here against their will and must not be held accountable for the crimes of their adult exploiters. Clause 4 makes applications under Clause 2 inadmissible, so the government won't consider the application at all, no matter how strong an application may be, and separated children will also have any claims deemed inadmissible. Clause 5 puts details the duty on the Home Secretary to remove people, which we've amended by placing some safeguarding clauses in here so that people can't be removed to dangerous countries. Research from the Refugee Council has shown that around half of the people who made the journey last year came from just 5 countries with high asylum grant rates. These people cannot be sent back home. It's just not possible to send an Afghan back to Afghanistan or a Syrian back to Syria. They are not included on the safe countries list. There are no alternative arrangements in place to remove people either. There's no agreement with the French government or the EU, and the Rwanda scheme is beset by legal challenges. And even if it was working, as the government imagined it would, only a few hundred people per year would be expected to be removed. So that leaves a situation where thousands of people, some with very compelling and legitimate cases, who would currently be allowed to remain, will be left in limbo indefinitely, forever. Any application they make will be inadmissible, they can't go home and they can't go anywhere else. The Home Secretary is creating a situation where thousands of people will be eligible to be detained. And I wondered slightly if ministers perhaps had the hope that those people smugglers across the Channel would set up in Dover and take people back, because it doesn't seem that they have any other plan for how to deal with this situation. Clause 6 gives the Home Secretary powers to amend the schedule, which is the list of safe countries. And these safe countries, I would say, are not safe for everybody. Albania is often talked about, but many of the people that are being trafficked here, particularly for sexual exploitation, are being trafficked from Albania. If they return, as I mentioned earlier, they may be at risk of re-trafficking. Women for Refugee Women and Rainbow Sisters set out as well the very clear risks for lesbians within this legislation as well. Because Gambia, Ghana, Kenya, Liberia, Malawi, Nigeria and Sierra Leone are listed here with in brackets in respect of men. But a number of these countries, Gambia, also includes women. Nigeria says that it topped the LGBTQ danger index, but somehow is listed in here as a country where people could be removed. Men face the death penalty by stoning in Nigeria. Women face whipping and imprisonment for being LGBT. Is the government really telling me that an LGBT person whose case we're not going to assess because we're not going to talk to them, we're not going to find out why they're going to be at risk, will be returned to Nigeria to be whipped or stoned to death? Because that is what this bill sets out. They are not considering the risks to individuals in here at all. They've made this list of safe countries, which is clearly not safe for everybody, and no understanding of what that is actually going to mean in practice for the people that they are seeking to remove.
Would she give way?
I will, thank you.
She's making an incredibly powerful case against this frankly rotten and disgusting bill. I wanted to just mention her Amendment 186. Does she agree with me that without that amendment, Clause 2 effectively shuts down pretty much the whole of the UK asylum system, because it captures nearly all asylum applicants, not just those who come by boat, but the nearly half of people who don't arrive that way. So without her Amendment 186, essentially the asylum system in this country will no longer work in any shape or form.
I absolutely agree, and thank her for the point that she is making there. We accept that the government has made an absolute hash of the asylum system, that the asylum backlog is enormous and that they should be putting attention in it. But tackling the problem by denying anybody else asylum ever doesn't really seem to be the legitimate way to go about dealing with this problem. Clauses 11 to 12 expand the power of detention. As the chair of the APPG on immigration detention, this is an incredibly worrying development. And this includes people who cannot be moved to their country of origin. The UK government says that their policy is to decrease previously said that their policy was to decrease the immigration detention in the state, but it is now going to be expanded and expanded dramatically. The harm done to people in detention facilities is immeasurable. It exacerbates existing trauma, it tears families apart, and it has crushing impacts on mental and physical health. After the Home Secretary has removed the right for people to apply for bail, thousands more will be trapped in this system indefinitely. The UK's detention system is already an international outlier, with people being held indefinitely out of line with provisions in the criminal law system. And I received an email earlier on from Elspeth MacDonald, who works for Medical Justice, on reports, very worrying and serious reports, of a death at a detention centre, Colnbrook IRC. And I would be grateful if the Minister would stop playing with his phone and confirm whether or not the reports of a death at this immigration centre has actually happened, because it is incredibly worrying. And I would like to know what steps the government are taking to ensure that there will be an investigation if indeed this death is true, because there have been deaths in other immigration detention centres before, and we don't want to see the government repeating those dangerous errors. I would like to know what appropriate counselling and bereavement support has been made to other people in the same detention centre, because this is a frightening experience for them. And it would be useful to know whether the Home Office has stopped including the number of deaths in immigration detention for the official immigration statistics, because they were published every year from 2017 to 21, but the latest stats for 2022, deaths were not included. Immigration detention is bad for people, is bad for their mental health, and if there's going to be further immigration detention, the Minister shakes his head. The evidence around this is incredibly clear that immigration detention is bad for people. The bill also expands detention criteria to include children. It was a hard-fought fight to remove children and pregnant women from detention estate before. And this rolls back on those hard-won rights by the Glasgow Girls and others, which stopped children being held. Immigration detention is no place for anybody. It is certainly no place for children. Some of the detainees that the Minister wishes to hold will be pregnant. The BMA have said that under the Illegal Migration Bill, the protection of the 72-hour time limit on the detention of pregnant women introduced by the government in 2016 will be denied to women arriving by irregular means. Instead, pregnant women will be locked up indefinitely while the government attempts to remove them from the UK. They will not be allowed to apply for immigration bail for the first 28 days they're detained, nor to judicially review the lawfulness of their detention. And indeed, many pregnant women are likely to languish in detention for some time, since there are few returns agreements in place by which they could be removed from the UK. And to highlight a particular case study from Women for Refugee Women, regarding a woman called Priya. Priya was a trafficking survivor who was detained in Yarlswood when she was 20 weeks pregnant and held there for almost 2 months before being released. Priya says, "I only had one hospital appointment when I was there for my 20-week scan, and even then I was escorted by officers who took me 40 minutes late for my appointment. I felt frustrated that I wasn't able to speak to my midwife after my scan because there was no time. The officers took me straight back to Yarlswood instead. It was not easy. I often felt weak and in pain. I'm anaemic and my blood pressure is very low. On one occasion, I passed out in Yarlswood, but they just took me back to my room and left." Pregnant women being locked up in detention centres. What kind of message does this send out to the rest of the world? It is inhumane. Clause 12 amends the Immigration Act 1971 and specifies that determining what is a reasonable period to detain people is a matter for the Secretary of State rather than for the courts. These changes would apply to existing detention powers as well as the new powers provided for in Clause 11. Our amendment removes the considerable latitudes given to the Home Secretary to decide what's reasonably necessary to enable examination or removal. Clause 13 amends the immigration bail provisions in Schedule 10 to the Immigration Act, and it would restrict the jurisdiction of the courts to review the lawfulness of a decision or to detain or to refuse bail. Clauses 15 to 20 deal with the provision of asylum accommodation for children provided by the Home Office rather than local authorities, which is entirely unacceptable. The Children's Commissioner for Scotland has condemned this move in the strongest terms, saying that the Home Office's history of neglect renders it an unfit parent for vulnerable children. The Children's Commissioner for England says the bill as it stands leaves profound areas of uncertainty. For example, what form of accommodation provided to children by the Home Office will take, making proper scrutiny deeply challenging. And we know that the Home Office has already lost children from the accommodation it has used, so we can't really trust them to look after things at present. Why would you give them more powers in this area? I spoke in the previous, the second reading debate about treating people as we'd like to be treated. We wouldn't treat our own children in this way. Why does the Home Secretary, why does the Minister, why does this government think we should treat children this way?
She's given incredibly powerful testimony. Would she therefore consider supporting new clause 18, which requires that we treat every child on UK soil with the same care that we would any child, and we safeguard every child equally, whether they are refugees or not?
I absolutely support her amendment and the work that she's done in this area, because I think this government forgets, in the talking about people as if they're an amorphous blob, that these are children. They have rights under the UNCRC. In Scotland, children who are looked after, we've done a lot of work on that in Scotland with the promise. We should not be treating these children as any less than we would treat our own. Clause 23, section 9 says that this section shall not come into effect without the consent of the Scottish Parliament. Well, parliamentarians in both Scotland and the UK are human rights guarantors, and it's an important part of our role to ensure that legislation is compliant with international obligations on human rights. The incompatibility of this bill with the European Convention on Human Rights, the Refugee Convention, the Conventions of Action Against Trafficking and the Conventions on the Rights of the Child mean that we as lawmakers are obliged to vote against it. Undermining the rights conferred upon individuals by these agreements must be resisted by all spheres of government, because if they're coming after this group now, it will be another group soon enough afterwards. This bill will negatively impact directly on those seeking international protection in Scotland, as well as on the powers and the duties of the Scottish Government, local authorities and other public bodies under the devolution settlement. And I strongly urge, and I strongly expect, to be honest, the Scottish Parliament will withhold legislative consent for this bill. I expect the UK Government will override that consent. The SNP amendment removes provisions allowing the Secretary of State and Regulations to make certain provisions which would alter the operation of the 2-year sunset clause in relation to clauses 21 to 24. Clause 27 amends the Modern Slavery Act and provides removes provisions for leave to remain for victims of slavery or human trafficking. As protections will no longer be in place, it will be very difficult for third-party agencies to encourage victims of trafficking to come forward or to work with them should they do so. Tara and Glasgow have told me that it's increasingly difficult for them to reassure the service users that they are currently seeing who are victims of sex trafficking that they will not be returned or sent to Rwanda for speaking up, and this bill will mean that they can't reassure them at all. People who are trafficked are often in very vulnerable situations in their home countries, which have been exploited by traffickers. That is why they are here. The risk of being returned to those situations means that those people will either stay in a dangerous situation or escape and go underground to other, even more dangerous situations. If they are apprehended and returned, the risk of re-trafficking is high, because if the reasons for their vulnerability is not addressed. And third-party agencies have been clear that this bill will fetter their ability to reach out to vulnerable groups, to support people, women, children, victims of torture and trafficking and all kinds of human rights abuses, and that there will be a sharp drop-off in the number of people seeking help because they will fear to do so. Mr Chair, this bill will not stop the boats. It will not fix the asylum backlog. It will not do anything other than put lives at risk. It is an anti-refugee bill. It is a trafficker's charter. It is ripping up human rights. Scotland wants no part of this bill. We want an independent country where we can stand up for human rights, not diminish them, as this UK Government seeks to do.
The question is that Amendment 186 be made. Theresa May.
Mr Evans, and in following on from the Honourable Member for Glasgow Central, I want to focus on an aspect of this bill which she has touched on in her references to trafficking and modern slavery, covered of course in the bill in clauses 21 to 28. The Modern Slavery Act was world-leading. In many ways it is still world-leading. It ensures that people who are in slavery in the UK, be they British citizens or not, are supported when they escape their slavery, but crucially that there's an emphasis on identifying, catching and prosecuting the slave drivers, the traffickers, the perpetrators. My fear with this illegal migration bill is that it will drive a coach and horses through the Modern Slavery Act, denying support to those who've been exploited and enslaved, and in doing so making it much harder to catch and stop the traffickers and slave drivers. Now, it's been said a number of times by ministers and indeed by others in this chamber that the Modern Slavery Act is being abused, and it is at least implied that there is a link between the number of people coming on small boats and the Modern Slavery Act. I have not seen evidence to support that claim. Indeed, as my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and Wood Green, set out in the second reading of this bill, in 2022, only 6% of people arriving on small boats made a modern slavery claim. And I would remind everybody across this House that you don't just rock up and claim modern slavery and refer yourself to the National Referral Mechanism. It has to be done by a first responder, and the majority of first responders are officials employed by the Home Office. So from the figures I've seen so far, an attack on the use of the Modern Slavery Act is not justified. Now, I haven't laid any amendments to this bill because I hope it will be possible to work with the government to find solutions. What I would like to do today is to set out the problem and suggest some possible solutions. I'm not going to dwell on legality or issues of legality in relation to international law or other, but there is no doubt that serious concerns have been raised on this, not least in relation to incompatibility. Yes,
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and where she's going is very much the journey that I think we need to go on. Did you also understand that, explain to the government that the whole issue about modern slavery is that they give, when they feel secure, they give evidence to the police then get after the traffickers. One of the problems might be here that as 60% of the cases are within the UK, they may suddenly feel that they're about to get kicked out, and then they will stop giving evidence, and that's one of the big problems that we have to face here.
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right on that point. I'm going to make a reference to that issue myself later on, because I think the government hasn't thought through the implications, and I think they should be assessing the implications in terms of how many traffickers and perpetrators can be caught as a result of this bill. I said I wasn't going to dwell on the legal issues, but there are genuine questions of incompatibility with Article 4 of the European Convention on Human Rights, of course, part of UK law through the Human Rights Act, and incompatibility with aspects of ECAT, the Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings, such as Articles 13 and 10. But the problem, at the heart of the problem, is, I believe, very simple. If someone is trafficked here into the UK by illegal means, coming from a country where their life and liberty was not threatened, and is taken into slavery here in the UK, they will not be able to claim modern slavery or have the protection of the Modern Slavery Act. That would cover most of the men, women and children who are trafficked into slavery in the United Kingdom. So let me give an example. A woman, say, from Romania, who's persuaded there's a great job here for her in the UK, is brought here on false papers, put to work as a prostitute in a brothel. She's come here illegally from a safe country, but she is in sexual exploitation, in slavery here in the UK. Just the sort of case, in addition to British nationals who've been enslaved here, that the Modern Slavery Act was intended to cover. Let's say she manages to escape and meets some people willing to help. She's taken to the police, but the government says, you came here illegally, we're deporting you to Rwanda. All the traffickers fear she's looking to escape, take her to one side and explain, it's no good doing that, because all they'll do is send you to Rwanda. We would have handed the traffickers a gift, another tool in their armoury of exploitation and slavery. Now, the government might say that it'll be okay if the woman actually helps with an investigation, because there is that caveat in the bill. But that seriously misunderstands slavery and the impact of the trauma of slavery on the victims. It can take some considerable time, weeks and weeks, for somebody to be in a position where they feel confident enough to give evidence against their slave drivers. And under this bill, by the time that they might have actually been able to get that confidence, they will have been removed from this country. So, as my right honourable friend has said, it will become harder to catch the traffickers and slave drivers. I could give another example, perhaps someone who came here illegally then gets in, works through in the economy, sadly. People are able to come here illegally and work in our economy, but then, for various reasons, find themselves vulnerable on the streets, picked up by slave drivers, are taken into slavery. Again, even if they escape slavery, perhaps after years of exploitation, the government under this bill will shut the door on them and send them away. I could give other examples, but examples have already been given by the Honourable Member for Glasgow Central, and I will think the point is made. Now, there are a number of solutions. At the weaker end of answers, the government could delay the commencement of the modern slavery section of the bill. I know the official opposition have suggested doing that until there is a new independent anti-slavery commissioner in place and they have assessed the impact of the bill. It would be good to have an independent anti-slavery commissioner in place and to hear their views of this bill. But I think there is more to be considered. First, the government should not be introducing the modern slavery parts of this bill until they have assessed the impact of the changes they made in the Nationality and Borders Act, which came into place at the end of January. They are piling legislation on legislation they've already passed, and which they have no idea whether that is going to work, and therefore this is not necessary. Secondly, the government needs to assess the impact of the deal with Albania, given that in recent times a significant number of people coming on the small boats have come from Albania. And then it does need to assess, and this is the point that I've made, my right honourable friend has made, the impact of this bill on the ability and willingness of people to come forward to be identified as slaves and to give evidence against the traffickers and the slave drivers. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you. I wonder if the Honourable Lady has seen the letter from all of the Home Office funded providers of modern slavery support services, which arrived yesterday from their overarching body of the Salvation Army, where literally every single one of the specialist support providers doing this exact work that you have identified have clearly stated to the government that it will absolutely make it impossible for them to provide support and help catch traffickers.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for pointing that out because I haven't seen that letter as it happens. But I'm not surprised that those working directly in this field are making those points to the government. And I say to my right honourable friend, the Minister, that I feel sadly throughout the modern slavery aspects of this bill, it reveals, I fear, a lack of proper consideration of slavery and what it means and the experience of the victims and survivors and the need for us, if we're going to stop it, to be catching the perpetrators and the difficulty that this will break. So I do think the government should be assessing the impact on the willingness of people to give evidence and on the ability, therefore, for us to actually catch the traffickers and slave drivers. But of course there is a move that will be of more benefit in enabling us to catch the slave drivers and support victims and survivors, which will be to ensure that those in slavery here in the UK were excluded from this bill. Now, that would mean recognising the intention of the Modern Slavery Act, that those who've been here in slavery in the UK should be protected by the Act, regardless of their immigration status. Now, there may be some of my colleagues who might say, oh, well, doesn't that mean an awful lot of people are going to want to stay here and worry about the numbers? But many people brought here into slavery actually want to go home. They don't want just to stay here. Under this bill, I fear it is more likely that they will stay here in the UK and be staying here in slavery. Now, I could say much more about the bill and its implications, but in the interest of time, I won't. And I realise I've already spoken for longer than I told the whip I might be speaking for. But it is in the interests of black mark in the book, but it is in the interests... but I do want to sit down with the government to find a way through that does not deeply damage the Modern Slavery Act, abandon victims and make it harder to catch traffickers and slave drivers. I fear that this bill is going to do all of those things. Let's find a way to ensure that it does not. Let's find a way to maintain our world-leading reputation for support for those who are the victims of slavery and for the work that we do to catch the traffickers and perpetrators.
The Minister has indicated he wishes to come in early. So, Stephen Kinnock.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Evans. And can I just say it's a great pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Maidenhead, who spoke so powerfully on the issues that are right at the heart of this bill, and I think I pay tribute to the outstanding work that she does in this area around modern slavery and trafficking. So here we are again, Mr. Evans, back for a second day of debate, with all across this House agreed, I think, that we need to stop the dangerous small boat crossings and to destroy the criminal industry at the heart of them. And yet each of us knowing, if perhaps not all of us admitting, that this bill is a con and a sham that will only make a bad situation worse. This is because the government does not have any returns agreements with the EU to replace the one we were part of before Brexit, nor a working deal with Rwanda, with the Home Secretary failing in her mission last weekend to persuade Rwandan officials to specifically state that that country can take thousands rather than hundreds of asylum seekers sent from the UK every year, although at least the Home Secretary did get to have a photo op outside some houses that are being built for Rwandan citizens. In order for a deterrent to be effective, it has to be credible, Mr. Evans. And there is next to nothing in this bill that is remotely credible, because it's about chasing headlines and government by gimmick, when what we need is common sense, hard graft and quiet diplomacy, so that we can really go after the people smugglers upstream and do a deal on returns and on family reunion. What we need, Mr. Evans, is Labour's 5-point plan, which will stop the small boats crossings, clear the Tory asylum backlog, and re-establish a firm, fair, and well-managed asylum system. Mr. Evans, I said yesterday that this bill was being rushed through this House at such a speed as to make detailed consideration and debate almost impossible. That applies perhaps even more to today's session than yesterday's.
I note what the Shadow Minister is saying about quiet diplomacy. Well, it seems to me, actually, that the Prime Minister has a very good, cordial relationship with the President of France, but it's quite clear that that alone won't be enough to sort this problem out.
Well, the party opposite has spent the last 5 or 6 years completely destroying our relationships with our European neighbours and partners. So any improvement on that is, of course, very welcome. But I feel that the Prime Minister has an uphill struggle on his hands, given the very low base from which he is starting. I will give way.
Can I just say to the honourable gentleman, he said we'd spent the last 5 or 6 years destroying our relationship with France. Perhaps you might like to reduce that by, I think, 2.
Can I say to the Right Honourable Lady, that's one of the best interventions that I've ever received, and I am more than happy to stand corrected, and hereby I hope that Hansard will correct the record accordingly. That's completely knocked me off my stride now. As a result, I will again have to limit my remarks to the amendments and new clauses tabled on behalf of the opposition. Clauses 2 to 5 of this bill establish legal duties which are sure to be unworkable for the Secretary of State to ensure that every single person who arrives in the UK without prior authorisation is held in detention and then removed from the UK. Now, I use the word unworkable advisedly, since the questions I put to the Minister at second reading about where these people will be detained and where they will be removed to are still unanswered. Likewise, we have no idea how much these proposals, if implemented, would be likely to cost. We assume that impact assessments modelling the potential costs have been carried out. But since the government has failed to publish these assessments, thus denying the House its democratic right to hold a fully informed debate on these matters, then we have only various leaks and briefings to the pro-Tory media to go on. We know from these briefings, along with independent third-party analysis, that the bill's price tag is likely to be at least £3 billion a year, and possibly more. But the fact that those impact assessments have not been made public suggests a deliberate attempt on the government's part to limit the scope for parliamentary scrutiny and to obfuscate its own calculations of the amount that will have to be paid by the British taxpayer. So I ask the Minister, what is he afraid of? Why will he not publish this vital information? It's simply not good enough, both for members of this House and for the constituents that we represent. As a result, we've had to table new clauses which would force the government to publish within tight timescales the impact assessments which are clearly being sat on by ministers. All we're asking for in Amendments 286 and 287 and new clause 28 is for ministers to publish detailed assessments on the likely implications of this bill in terms of cost to the public purse and availability of adequate accommodation and detention capacity so that we can have a fully informed debate. Looking beyond detention capacity, we know that the asylum backlog alone means there will continue to be a need for some time for accommodation to be provided to families who would otherwise face destitution. In recognition of that, new clause 27 would make it a legal requirement that local authorities be consulted as part of the process of accommodation being provided in their areas. Now, I know that there are strong feelings about this issue on both sides of the House, and on that basis, I do look forward to cross-party support for new clause 27 as we go through the division lobbies this evening. On the basis that sunlight is the best disinfectant, we're also calling in Amendment 284 and new clause 22 to oblige the Secretary of State to report regularly to Parliament on the government's progress towards clearing the ballooning backlog of asylum cases, an issue that's not even mentioned in this bill, and on the number of people removed from the UK under its provisions. Now, the backlog, as we all know, is 8 times as high now as it was when it was handed over to the Conservatives by the Labour government in 2010, as confirmed by the UK Statistics Authority and contrary to what ministers have been claiming from that dispatch box. 166,000 cases unresolved as of today, only half of which relate to small boats, it must be said. It's an astonishing abdication of duty. So if the government truly believes that clearing the backlog is a priority, then I can think of no good reason for them not to accept the reporting requirements that we have laid out in our amendments. The scope of some of the bill's key provisions, particularly those that relate to detention and removal, is exceptionally broad. What the government is proposing is to do away with virtually all existing safeguards, many of which they themselves established in law within just the last few years, and which many of our amendments are designed to protect. Amendment 148 would remove from the bill the Secretary of State's powers to remove unaccompanied children from the UK. Now, the government says it does not currently plan to use these powers, but if that's the case, then what are the powers doing in the bill in the first place? Amendment 21 would retain the current time limits for the detention of pregnant women, established by the party opposite in its own Immigration Act of 2016. Ministers have not made any case, let alone a convincing one, for scrapping these limits and thus allowing pregnant women to be detained indefinitely. Additional safeguards we're calling for in our amendments include exemptions from the duty to remove in cases where, in Amendment 285, there is no realistic prospect of a person's removal due to the absence of the necessary returns agreements. In Amendment 6, where the person's cooperation with law enforcement could help with efforts to tackle crimes such as people smuggling, and in Amendment 13, where the person's removal is not possible without violating the Refugees Convention prohibition of refoulement. Removal to third countries designated as safe is obviously a central part of the government's plans, even though no country other than Rwanda has so far expressed any interest whatsoever in being part of a similar deal with the UK. But in the event that there are similar deals, we believe there should be certain rules in place to prevent the Secretary of State ignoring evidence of the dangers some migrants may face if removed to the country in question, as has clearly been the case with Rwanda. For instance, Amendment 17 would add to the bill a requirement that the Secretary of State must consult with the UNHCR and other relevant experts when designating safe countries, rather than cherry-picking evidence that supports decisions that she has already made. Amendment 6, together with new clause 21, form part of a package of new approaches intended to strengthen the government's hand in ensuring the detection, prosecution and conviction of those guilty of people smuggling. Taking ministers at their word that they are serious about dealing with these issues, I look forward to the government's support for these amendments. Mr Evans, as I have said, the intention of most of our amendments and new clauses is to ensure that robust safeguards are in place to prevent the broad powers being given to the Home Secretary are not being exercised completely arbitrarily. In addition to those I've mentioned already, Amendment 18 would ensure that notices of removal should be provided to people in a language they can understand and with information about their rights and where they can access advice. Turning now to the modern slavery sections of this bill, I would start by reminding the government of the words of the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, not just in the powerful speech that she just made in this committee stage, but also at second reading, when she said, "Nobody wants to see our world-leading legislation being abused, but the government have to set out the clear evidence if they're saying that there is a link between that act and the small boats. And so far, I have not seen that evidence. And I would say that she is not the only one, Mr Evans, as we on these benches have also yet to see any evidence to that effect." The Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead also correctly pointed out that significant changes were made to modern slavery legislation by the Nationality and Borders Act, the relevant sections of which have only come into force within the last few weeks, and that further changes at this point are clearly unnecessary. That is the point we are making with a number of opposition amendments to these sections of the bill. For instance, Amendment 24 would keep in place the definition of public order provided by the Nationality and Borders Act, which states that modern slavery protections do not apply to people who pose threats to public order, such as violent criminals or terrorists. The bill seeks to extend the definition of such threats to literally anybody who arrives on a small boat. It is far from clear that this is what the Trafficking Convention had in mind when it provided for exemptions to the general requirement to make protections available to victims. For that same reason, we do not believe that support for victims should be withheld from people who would otherwise be subject to the duty to remove that the bill establishes. Those provisions of the bill would be removed by our amendments 288, 289 and 290. Amendments 291 and 292 are more targeted and would provide specific exemptions for victims of sexual exploitation and prevent the removal of victims who are not parties to the ECHR and the Convention Against Trafficking. New Clause 30 recognises that potential victims of trafficking may be particularly vulnerable to serious harm if held in detention for indefinite periods. On that basis, New Clause 30 calls for the government to implement special procedures to fast-track any cases of potential victims whose modern slavery referral first arises while the person is held in detention. The government has sprung these changes on us without any meaningful attempt at consultation. Amendment 50 serves as a reminder to the government that last year ministers made very specific promises not to try to make any changes to modern slavery laws without first appointing a new independent anti-slavery commissioner and consulting with him or her on the potential implications of any proposals. That commitment has not been honoured, and Amendment 50 goes no further than asking ministers to keep to their own promises. It would simply delay the entry into force of the relevant sections of this bill until after a new commissioner has been appointed and consulted and their views taken into account. And whilst we're on the topic of the Modern Slavery Commissioner, it is of course worth noting that the former Modern Slavery Commissioner, Sarah Thornton, has stated that if you remove support for modern slavery victims coming forward, you make it harder to prosecute criminals. I spoke earlier about attempting to amend the bill to provide certain safeguards. Ultimately, all the safeguards in the world are unlikely to substitute for the requirement that measures should comply with basic human rights, as enshrined in the Human Rights Act of 1998. The Secretary of State has been all over the place in various announcements in which she seems to contradict herself on the question of whether this bill, if enacted, would be compliant with human rights law. Amendment 1 simply says that requirement, which applies to all other legislation, should apply to this bill too. Ministers should have nothing to fear from this amendment, unless, of course, they doubt their own statements to the effect that they are confident in the bill's compliance with human rights law. Mr Evans, as it stands, this bill is a trafficker's charter. We therefore urge the government to support our amendments and new clauses so that we can remain true to the values and principles that underpin the Modern Slavery Act. Mr Evans, I'll just end with a few reflections on yesterday's debate, because I do have to say that I found some of the comments made by the benches opposite deeply troubling. Many talk a good game on defending Ukraine and Hong Kong and other democracies around the world from authoritarian threats, but they're sometimes not as good at defending their own democracy. Indeed, they seem to be focused on undermining it. I'm yet to hear a definitive definition of an activist judge. From what I can work out, this is simply a judge who makes a ruling that the government disagrees with. I'm yet to hear any definition of a lefty lawyer. I think it's someone who has picked apart and defeated the weak case that the Home Office may have put together, despite the thousands of experts that it has at its disposal. And I'm yet to understand how we define the Home Secretary's civil service blob. Are these the people that work for her day in and day out, a number of whom are in junior, low-paid roles, being asked by senior ministers to make complex asylum decisions because of cuts made by the Conservatives 10 years ago? I ask these questions, Mr Evans, because the separation of powers and the functioning of these powers is absolutely critical to our Constitution and to our democracy. Yet many members on the benches opposite are increasingly sounding like their right-wing counterparts in America, blaming every institution for their own failures, terrified of scrutiny from the media, unable to do their jobs within the law because they either don't understand the law or because they've been over-promoted. Mr Evans, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not making these points from a legalistic perspective, but I am a Democrat. And when I hear the tirade of abuse that the benches opposite hurl at our judiciary during debates such as the one that took place yesterday, I have to say that it leaves me fearing for the future of our democracy. Because the separation of powers between the executive and the judiciary is absolutely fundamental. And these powers and these checks and balances are axiomatic to our democratic values. So I would urge members opposite to think long and hard before they launch any further assaults on our judiciary, because we don't want to live in a Trumpian version of Britain, Mr Evans. We want to live in a vibrant democracy that is based on upholding the independence of the judiciary, defending the separation of powers, and respecting the integrity of our institutions. Thank you.
Smith.
Chair, thank you very much indeed for being called as early as this, and I'll try and be brief as per the brief. I want to focus, if I could, specifically on what my right honourable friend has talked about, which is the modern slavery elements of this bill, and keep it to a reasonable amount of time. I just want to draw the reality of what we seem to sometimes get mixed up. There is a fundamental difference between people who are trafficked and people who pay traffickers to come here for reasons that are economic or whatever, and I don't want to dwell on that, but the important thing is we've mixed these two terms up. There is a very clear definition of being trafficked. It's people who don't want to be here and were brought here against their will and then are used for various services which they shouldn't be, and they are slaves. So on that basis, I also say, because the Centre for Social Justice came forward with an important paper on that, and my right honourable friend, when she was Home Secretary, picked that up, turned it into legislation, and we were the first country in the world to bring this legislation through. And I'll be honest with you, it may be a little unfashionable now to say, but I'm very proud of that. I think what we did was worth celebrating and worth protecting. And if there are faults in it, then we need to correct those. But the problem I find in the bill, and I know my right honourable friend, by the way, on the front bench, has been very accommodating and has talked at length, and I thank him for that. And I will make a few comments now, if I could, on where there's a problem and where we could possibly help, because we want to help rectify this. I understand what they're trying to do, but I want to protect some of the modern slavery bits. So first of all, it's important to note, some of which my right honourable friend said, commencing the modern slavery clauses only after publishing an assessment of the problems and impact. Now, I understand that the opposition have put down various tools to do this in the new clauses. I just want to make the point that the government has argued that the bill is needed to address illegal migration, and the modern slavery clauses are needed to address and prevent abuse of the modern slavery support system by false claims from people seeking to bypass removal. So the modern slavery clauses in the bill should be targeted at the problem of false claims, with clear assessment made to the level of false claims and impact on a widened widening modern slavery policy. The government should specify, therefore, in the bill that the modern slavery clauses 21 to 28 would only be commenced, therefore, as a specific threshold, perhaps, of the modern slavery claims as an increase in those claims is reached, demonstrable by evidence of that, I think is fair. That would mean that alongside the false claims that would trigger modern slavery clauses, the government could commit to publishing evidence on the current level of false modern slavery claims and any increase, decrease. And of course, Section 63 of the only recently passed Nationality and Borders Act would enable the collection of that data quite quickly on bad faith claims since the 30th of January 23. Also, not to commence against an assessment has been published of the impact of the modern slavery clauses. Disapplying modern slavery protections on identification of victims, including the willingness to come forward, and the prevention, detection, investigation and prosecution of slavery and human trafficking offences. These are important because at the end of it all, what we need to know is there evidence? Now, I understand the government's fear that somehow this will be used, therefore, as an alternative vehicle to escape the claim of being sent back. But we don't see any charge of that. 6% of all those who have come over on the boats, only 6% overall, have actually claimed modern-day slavery to 7%. That's a tiny number, and they would know by now that they could do that, and the reality is that that hasn't happened. So I bring back to the attention that there's no real evidence at the moment. Now, I understand the government may well think we need to protect ourselves against that potential, but we need to see the evidence that that is actually breaking that trend. I give way.
I absolutely agree with everything that he's saying and look forward to working with him going forward to get some of the things that we all want to see. Would he agree with me, though, that there would be no risk of modern slavery victims being held up in the system that maybe allows them to stay here, or fake modern slavery claims, as the government seems convinced exist, if it didn't take on average 553 days for them to be assessed, if it went back to the 45-day system that used to exist, perhaps if more had been put into it over the years, there would be no risk that people might use it to stay in the country longer.
Well, clearly, obviously, the faster that these claims can be assessed, the better for everybody. They can either be discovered as illegal or they can be discovered as genuine victims. And that's the key thing. And I think the point that I made about the clear evidence of such abuse of the system needs to be published, because it's quite important that the figures are there to be understood, that there's a very small number that are actually claiming it, although that the 73% that we were told during the course of the second reading, in fact refers to those who, at this stage, are detained for removal after arrival, and that amounted to 294 people. So we just need to get the figures in context, and then we can understand what the problem is and how we deal with it. And if there is an increase, then the evidence shows then we will be able to use perhaps parts of the bill. The main... I give way.
For giving way, and he and I have discussed this issue and the lack of an evidence base for this aspect of the bill. When the former Modern Slavery Commissioner, Professor James Sarah Thornton, gave evidence to the Joint Committee on Human Rights recently about this issue, she suggested that because no replacement for her has been appointed for over a year, there's a lack of a proper evidence basis for these modern slavery aspects of the bill. Does he agree with me that she's right about that? And will he use his good offices with the government to try and ensure that a modern slavery and anti-slavery commissioner is appointed?
Flattered by the idea of my good offices with the government, and I will take that at face value. Thank you very much indeed. But I will speak to the government about that, and I do accept that we do need to get this replacement made very quickly. But the one point I really want to make here, which is very, very powerful, the most important point, is that we need really to think about exempting the victims exploited in the UK, as my honourable friend, from the disapplication of modern slavery protections. There is a very good reason why that is the case. Because otherwise, as my right honourable friend laid out very clearly, they will then see that any idea of coming forward to break with that and give evidence will be simply dismissed, I suspect, because very simply that they will fear that they will not be allowed and not be accepted, and therefore they will have to go. And many of them won't have given evidence yet to the police, so the bit in the bill that suggests that the Secretary of State will be able to assess whether they've given evidence to the police, this is a longish process. And therefore protecting them, which is after all over 60% of the cases, I really do wish the government would think carefully about that, because that, and I think the police will back us on this, because they want them to give evidence. And the irony here is, the more we help them, the more they give evidence, the more of the traffickers we catch, the more get closed down, and probably fewer people then come across on the other end of it, which is on the boats coming across the channel. This is all part of a circle of trust and identification and final prosecution. I think this is really, really important. So amending clause 21 to exempt victims exploited in the UK, the new thresholds for positive or reasonable grounds decision requiring objective evidence would therefore no longer prevent spurious claims. The whole point about this is it's finding a way. And I think the main point to make about all of this is, I think we can agree about this. You know, modern slavery in the UK, the work that we've done, the evidence, all the rest of it, is now helping prosecute those traffickers. If we lose that delicate flower, as it were, of success from the modern slavery, then we will find ourselves in a worse position, and we will find many more people trafficked deliberately because we become a soft touch on trafficking. So I urge my right honourable friend, I understand fully, by the way, I must say to him, of the government's problem of trying to deter the whole nature of the illegal use of those boats coming across the channel. A, for their own safety, and B, because it puts huge pressure unnecessarily on the services here. But when it comes to modern-day slavery, I beg of him, please accommodate these concerns and make sure that we do something in the bill to protect them in the long run.
Senator Pagan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Evans. I would first like to address my comments in support of a range of amendments regarding the rights of children, because this bill punishes children just for being refugees and puts unaccompanied children at risk. There isn't enough time to go through every clause, but I would like to highlight some of the many cruelties. Indeed, the measures before the House today not only abolish protections afforded to children, but instead allow for the routine detention of unaccompanied children beyond the 24-hour time limit, and detention anywhere the Secretary of State considers appropriate. Children being detained for prolonged periods of time is utterly unacceptable and poses serious risks to their health, safety and protection. Clauses 2 to 10 will create a large and permanent population of people, including children in families and unaccompanied children, living in limbo for the rest of their lives. Clause 3 could see a child arriving alone in the UK, fleeing war and persecution, being allowed to integrate into the UK society, only to then be forcibly removed from the UK as soon as they turn 18. Clauses 15 to 20 give the Secretary of State a range of astonishingly far-reaching powers, including the power to terminate a child's looked-after care status and the key legal protections provided by local authorities. This is despite... I will give it.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady giving way and pleased that she's raised these particular clauses within the bill. Do you think it would be helpful for the Minister, I know, having spoken to him, is keen to ensure that we get clarity on this issue, that we understand when the Home Office is providing appropriate accommodation for children, what that actually means in practice, as well as the other care and support that's required, as well as the justification and reasons for enabling the Home Secretary to remove a child from the care of the local authority under the vice versa clause 16, because at the moment in the explanatory notes there doesn't seem to be any reason given for that power being needed.
For his intervention, and I hope that the Minister will be able to address his points in his reply. This is despite the array of evidence on the significant harm facing unaccompanied children currently accommodated by the Home Office in hotels. For vulnerable children, this bill denies refugee and human rights protection and recovery from trafficking and prolongs their fears and insecurity by denying them the reassurance that they have found safety. And it's not just children that are being targeted by this government. They are removing almost all protections for victims of modern slavery and trafficking who are targeted for removal. As such, I'm also supporting amendments regarding equalities and human rights, including my new clause 20. Because this bill will be disastrous for disabled and LGBTQ+ children and adults. Women fleeing persecution will be prevented from claiming asylum and detained indefinitely, with no exemption for those who are pregnant. Indeed, Clause 11 will enable the Home Secretary to enforce the indefinite detention of children and pregnant women in camps such as Manston on a statutory basis, going back to what was happening even before 2016, when pregnant women were being detained for weeks, in some cases for months on end, with no idea of when they would be released. This is utterly disgraceful. How can it be right that people are to have their human rights ripped away from them because they are from a different place? And surely human rights are inalienable and universal. Persecuting some of the most vulnerable people fleeing torture, war or oppression during a climate of increasing anti-migrant hostility with attacks on hotels housing asylum seekers and a growth in far-right activity is cowardly and dangerous. The illegal migration bill will be marked in history as an extraordinary and chilling attack on our values and our way of life for years to come. And so I will conclude my remarks by saying, not in my name. I oppose the government's clauses before the House today. I reject their purpose and principle in their entirety, because all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and with rights. And in the words of Article 2 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as race, colour, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth or other status. Furthermore, no distinction shall be made on the basis of the political, jurisdictional or international status of the country or territory to which a person belongs. Thank you.
John Howe.
Is to talk to my amendment that is listed on the amendment paper. My purpose is to ask the Minister to think about what I am requesting over the coming days. I'm not asking for a commitment now, and it's important for me to state this and that I'm not seeking to divide the House on this question. The purpose of my amendment is to get an opinion from the Commission for Democracy Through Law, otherwise known as the Venice Commission. The Venice Commission is part of the Council of Europe. It consists of lawyers from across the wider Europe, including the UK. Its individual members include professors of public and international law, Supreme and Constitutional Court judges. The UK members are Mr. Timothy Ottey and Mr. Murray Hunt. They are competent lawyers. It exists in part to comment on legislation, whether in draft or final form, as to whether and how that legislation is compliant with the UK's obligations as a party to the European Convention on Human Rights. I have used their offices before to comment on draft legislation that is currently before the Turkish Parliament. It can be quick. I believe the Turkish legislation took about a month to examine. But France and Germany have also used the Venice Commission, and they have used it in reference to opinions about constitutional law. Incidentally, I am already negotiating hard with German socialists to stop a hostile motion being laid against the UK. How much better to go to this organisation as part of an international and multilateral community rather than simply being dragged there. In the wording to my amendment, I have ensured that any referral to the Commission does not hold up the passing of this legislation. It comes into force only 1 month from the passing of this bill into an act. I understand from the Minister that he has consulted other countries on this legislation. How much fuller and more expansive would it be to use this vehicle with its wider remit to get an opinion, not a guarantee, but an opinion that meant that no one had to guess anymore what the chances were of the legislation meeting the requirements of the Convention. I cannot see the harm in using this vehicle to do this, and I am very happy to be involved in helping to facilitate a reference to the conclusion. So, in my conclusion, I ask the Minister to consider this proposal further in the days ahead, and I am fully available to discuss it with him.
Shalami.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Evans. And I rise to speak to support the group of amendments in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Abergavenny. And I am proud to stand here and speak on behalf of my Vauxhall constituents, many of whom have contacted me about this really important issue. And my constituency, like many other constituencies, to be fair, we celebrate diversity and we welcome people from all over the world who are fleeing war and persecution, and we stand in solidarity with them. And I'm sure that's the same across the UK. And nobody in my constituency wants to see the continuation of the horrific scenes we're seeing across the Channel. If we look at some of the statistics, 2022 saw an average of over 100 people a day take the perilous journey across the Channel, 5 times higher than the figure in 2020. And more than 40 of these people attempted to cross the Channel on a single day just before Christmas. The dinghy that they were on contained Afghan nationals fleeing the Taliban and a dozen accompanied children. And Mr. Evans, we know that tragically that dinghy capsized, resulting in the death of 4 people. And the sad reality is that these people were ruthlessly exploited by people traffickers at their most vulnerable moments. So it is right that we in this House come together and do everything within our power to stop the horrific loss of life. And on this side of the House, we do believe that we must crack down on the criminal gangs that have made nearly £180 million in the last 12 months via the exploitation of vulnerable people. But Mr. Evans, we have to be clear, this bill before us is not the solution. It does more to criminalise vulnerable victims than it does to punish those responsible. And in fact, this bill in its current form and this legislation does not solve any single problem driving this humanitarian emergency. It lacks any effective measures to tackle the criminal activity of people smuggling gangs. And it fails to eliminate the backlog of outstanding asylum cases, which myself and many other MPs see in our caseload on a weekly, sometimes daily basis. And this will increase the number of people in temporary accommodation, including some of the people in one of the hotels in my constituency, a hotel that was initially designed just to house single men, but a situation where we are seeing families and young children housed in those hotels. But most shamefully, this bill leaves the victims of modern slavery without any protection. And never in my wildest dreams did I think that having been elected here, that we would see situations where we are having to debate that. That really does sadden me. And I think instead of cheap headlines, it would be so great to see the Home Secretary concentrating on looking at reforming resettlement schemes to prevent the dangerous journeys, and how we can engage on the hard work of diplomacy to get our international partners to provide support in working on this together. Britain cannot solve this alone. We have to work with the international community. And there is a clear pathway in doing this, as outlined in some of the amendments that many honourable and right honourable members have spoken about today. And Mr. Evans, the sharp spike we are seeing in channel crossings doesn't come in a vacuum. Instead, it is exacerbated by the void safe and legal routes into this country available to those facing violence and persecution in their own countries. And of all the amendments outlined today, new clauses, I just want to focus on Amendment 148, which is really important and has been touched on already. It cannot be right that unaccompanied children are risking their lives without any protection. And by removing unaccompanied children, as this bill proposes, will not stop that danger. Instead, it will stop unaccompanied children getting the support they need. And I'd ask the Minister, how can he think about the scenes that I described earlier, where we saw a dozen children capsize on a boat in the Channel, desperately in the cold December winters, and not recognise that we must do everything we can within our power to open up safe routes to those children. It is unacceptable and it is inhumane, and I'd urge everyone to really look at and support those clauses today. Alongside this is the crucial work we must do with our international neighbours to establish safe routes for asylum seekers and to really crack down on the people smuggling. But sadly, what do we get with the current government? We've got measures that would prevent Sudanese and Afghan women subject to sex trafficking in the UK from accessing support. And this bill, as many honourable and right honourable members have highlighted on, won't clamp down on the abuse of modern slavery. It's a trafficker's charter, and that's why we should also support Amendment 288, which would remove the provision to restrict modern slavery support. And I think about the many organisations who have already highlighted that they are yet to see any evidence showing that modern slavery system is being exploited, including Anti-Slavery International, which is one of the oldest human rights organisations based in my constituency, working really hard to end and eliminate all forms of slavery. And the provisions not only help the victims of the most horrific crimes, they also help us in catching and identifying the gangs. And we know that modern slavery victims are subject to coercive control by their traffickers. And coming forward to report their experience takes amounts of considerable courage. And again, I referenced the meeting last week from Women to Women Refuge and the Rainbow Sisters, hearing powerful testimonies from a number of women who shared their experience and the fear of being sent back into the hands of people who abuse them. A blanket ban on blocking anyone arriving to access and support through the early statutory system to help identify and support systems is wrong. This bill seeks to deny them basic support, and it's shameful. No sensible migration policy should actively make it easier for criminals to avoid accountability, and that's what we would have. That's what's in front of us now. And granting the Home Office powers to detain women, children who are pregnant or disabled people in prison-like settings just for seeking asylum is wrong. I hope that the ministers will listen, and I hope that they will have some compassion, some empathy in people who are reaching out to all of us as constituency MPs with their cases, people who are speaking out on behalf of people who don't have a voice. And I'd urge government to change tack on this bill, to abandon this grandstanding and support tangible solutions to look at how we solve this desperately sad situation before it's too late and before we see more lives lost.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. I rise to speak to Amendment 182 in my name and in the name of other honourable and right honourable members, and it makes a simple point which I hope the Minister can accept. This bill, of course, focuses on those who arrive in the United Kingdom in the circumstances described in Clause 2 of the bill, essentially those who arrive in the UK after the 7th of May this year without leave to do so and who've passed through safe countries on the way. And in relation to those people, the bill does not only provide for their removal and detention, it also imposes lifelong consequences on those who enter in this way, including permanent exclusion from the grant in future of various types of short-term entry into the UK, of indefinite leave to remain, and of citizenship, all set out in clauses 29 to 34. But of course, despite the bill's clear and important deterrence objective, its effect is not as simple as break the rules and you're banned for life. It recognises, rightly in my view, that exceptions have to be made for exceptional cases. And in relation to all the future applications I've mentioned, the bill provides for the Secretary of State to be able to grant the application if it's necessary to do so to comply with the UK's obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights or under other international agreements to which the UK is a party. Now, given the focus of yesterday's discussions on removing the ECHR from decision-making in other parts of the bill, I won't dwell on the significance of the ECHR in this part of it, but I will perhaps just say in passing that the government may want to reflect on how attitudes to ECHR obligations in different parts of this bill now fit together. My focus, though, is on the other ground for allowing, in exceptional cases, the grant of a shorter-term entry clearance to those otherwise excluded from that grant because they had previously entered the UK under the terms of this bill. And that is when the Secretary of State considers, and I quote, that there are compelling circumstances which apply in relation to the person which mean that it is appropriate to do so. That's in clause 29.3.3b. So in relation to circumstances and applications for some entry clearances, the government thinks it's reasonable, beyond what is necessary to meet its international legal obligations, to allow some applications in compelling circumstances from those who would otherwise be refused. And I think, Mr. Evans, that is very sensible. But such provision for granting applications in compelling circumstances does not exist in relation to applications for citizenship, and it seems to me that that is not sensible. Incidentally, Mr Evans, I must confess I've noticed too late that the compelling circumstances exception is also not in the bill in relation to applications for indefinite leave to remain, and I should really have submitted an amendment to the same effect regarding them at clause 29(3)(5), but I hope the Minister will indulge me and consider that point too. But my amendment 182 would add the ability for the Secretary of State to grant exceptionally an application for citizenship where there are compelling circumstances. So what might such compelling circumstances be? Well, as I say, the consequences of an entry into the UK under the terms of the bill are lifelong, and the entry in question may take place at any age. What that means is that someone brought into the UK on a small boat within the terms of the bill as a baby, on which of course they would have had no say, would be excluded from entering and remaining in the UK, including as a citizen, at any age thereafter, except in the exceptional circumstances as defined in the bill. So, for example, that person who arrived first as a baby could not, 20 or 30 years later, become a naturalised UK citizen as a result of marriage to a UK national. Now, such a scenario would, I think, likely constitute compelling circumstances, and the Secretary of State should have the power to grant citizenship in such cases. I'm happy to give way.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way, because he's making an interesting and very worthwhile point here. But in practical terms, knowing as we know the ruthless efficiency of the Home Office, in practical terms, how likely does he think it is that they would ever marry that baby coming to this country without papers to the person seeking to come 20 years later?
Yeah. Well, he makes a reasonable point, but I think we have to pass legislation in this place that assumes a degree of competence on the part of all government departments. And we must do that, I think, with straight faces throughout. But in any event, it is important that Secretaries of State, as I know he would recognise, have the powers they need to do the right thing in the right circumstances. And that's what I'm seeking to provide a Secretary of State with here. And of course it's right to say that these cases would be rare, but I believe the discretion should exist to deal with them when citizenship is applied for, or indeed when indefinite leave to remain is applied for, as it is when shorter term leave to enter is sought. And that is what my amendment will achieve, and I hope the government will be able to accept the force of it. But Mr Evans, finally let me say this: if this bill is to succeed in its objectives, it must have both political and legal credibility. And I agree with those who said yesterday that such credibility depends on clearly available, safe and legal routes for entry to the UK in parallel with the sanctions this bill imposes on those who do not use them. And I look forward to what the government will bring back on that point at report stage. But I also think that the bill's sanctions will only have credibility if they allow for the fair treatment of exceptional cases. And I hope, Mr Evans, that my amendment will improve the bill in that regard.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Mr Evans. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, in particular just to pick up on his last point about safe and legal routes. The truth of the matter is, of course, we don't need legislation for safe and legal routes. And if I thought for 1 second that the government was acting in good faith when they make references to safe and legal routes, then I would have a lot more time for the contents of this bill. But I see no evidence of that good faith, and I think that he and his honourable and right honourable friends may have to reflect on that when it comes to how they consider their position at later stages in the bill, because everything in this bill is all about electioneering and politics. It's nothing to do with the creation of a safer and legal route or a workable system of migration, or indeed stopping the small boats, which we all want to do, from coming across the Channel. I particularly enjoyed the contributions from the Right Honourable Member from Shringford and Woodford Green, and indeed the Right Honourable Lady, the Member for Maidenhead. I served in government with the Right Honourable Lady for 5 years. I don't think we need to wait for the 30-year release of papers to say or to learn that relations between her and some in my party were not always easy in that time. Having said that, I equally don't think we need to wait for the release of 30-year papers to know that relations between herself and some in her own party, possibly in the Treasury and Number 10 in these years, were always easy, because of course relationships in government are not always easy. But, you know, I listened to her speech today, and I listened to the forensic dissection of those parts of this bill that impact on the bill, the act that she brought through in relation to modern slavery. And I found myself almost weeping with nostalgia for her time in the Home Office. The intellectual rigour and the political substance and the determination to do what was right by some of the most vulnerable people living amongst us. Because I remember when the Right Honourable Lady brought that bill, as it then was, to Parliament, to Cabinet, and I remember thinking at the time that what she was talking about was people who were, for all intents and purposes, invisible amongst our community. They were people who were living amongst us, about whom we knew nothing. And it would have been the easiest thing in the world for her and others to ignore them and simply to pass on, but she didn't. It was enormously to her credit, and I think she is absolutely right when she expresses concern that the provisions in this bill seek to drive caution horses through the legislation that she brought through. She's also absolutely right that we should have had appointed by now an independent anti-slavery commissioner. The Right Honourable Gentleman is right when he says that the effect of this legislation, if it is ever to be implemented, and given that we've only just completed the implementation of the Nationality and Borders Bill, it remains to be seen, it remains to be seen whether it will ever actually be implemented, will be to push these people, these vulnerable victims of slavery, back down into the shadows and away from public view and away from the protection that they most undoubtedly need and deserve. And the evidence, you know, again, and the lack of evidence runs like a silver thread through this bill. The lack of the impact assessments. You know, have these impact assessments been done? Are they ever going to be done? If they have been done, are they being published? You know, the Honourable Gentleman from the opposition front bench made much of this in his speech, and he was absolutely right to. I was tempted to intervene in him to say, hold on a second here, man. You shouldn't be going so fast. You should be allowing the Minister to come to his feet and to tell us the position. But he didn't. I suspect he's not going to do so again now. I have to say, there have been times when I have seen ministers on the Treasury bench look more uncomfortable than the Right Honourable Gentleman does today and did during the speeches of his Right Honourable friends, but I struggle right at the moment to think when that might have been. The particular points that I wish to focus on today, however, relate to the question of detention and, in particular, the detention of children. The detention of children is something that I thought we had seen the back of. And again, I pay tribute to the Right Honourable Lady, because although it was an initiative that was driven by my former colleague Sarah Tether when she was the Minister for Young Persons, she in the Home Office did a lot to support this. It was an absolute stain on our country that we kept children locked up in immigration removal centres like Dungavel in Scotland. I remember visiting Dungavel. It must have been about 2007, 2008. And I remember also, I have to say, successive Home Office ministers and immigration ministers then in the Labour government standing up at the dispatch box and saying that I was a bleeding heart Liberal and that this was just something that we had to live with and that there was nothing that could be done. When, of course, as we know, because we did it 5 years later, there were things that could be done and ultimately were done. But I think it tells you quite a lot. Yes, just in a second. I think it tells you quite a lot about the journey that the Conservative Party has been on from those years in 2011 and 2012 to today, that they feel it necessary to reintroduce detention for children.
Yeah.
You know, we've had 10 years without it now. And what have been the bad consequences? I don't see anybody. Nobody's saying that it has brought a massive increase or a spike or caused any particular problems. But now, for the sake of sheer political positioning, we are going to return to a situation where, again, children will be placed behind razor wire in places like Dungaville. The Minister's sitting there shaking his head. If he wants to intervene and tell me that I'm wrong about this, I'm more than happy to take his intervention.
Well, I'd be happy to, or answer it more fully later when I make my remarks. But it is undoubtedly true that we face a serious situation today where the number of unaccompanied minors coming into the country over the Channel has increased fourfold since 2019. And that places a great strain on our system. And we need ways to ensure that where those people are being age assessed, and may ultimately be decided not to be minors, that they are held in appropriate detained accommodation. And that is one of the issues that we're seeking to tackle with this part of the bill.
Well, I mean, can I just say to the Minister, I hope that tomorrow he gets a hold of Hansard, reads what he has just said, and as my mother used to say to me, takes a long, hard look at himself. Because, just in a second, the idea that that is a justification for locking up children is absolutely disgraceful. And, you know, for him to try to draw and to invent a causal link where none exists, again, is a consistent line of the way this government acts. It is the same way that they tried to draw the causal link between the Modern Slavery Act and those coming in small boats. It just does not exist. I will take the room.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman agreeing with what he's saying. On the treatment of children, the current proposal in the bill is that unaccompanied minors coming here claiming asylum will spend the balance of their childhood here, knowing that the day they become 18, the Home Secretary will have an obligation to remove them from the country. Isn't that an unconscionable way for any government to treat children?
Unconscionable is one of the more polite and measured terms that we could use about it. But, you know, I reflect on the fact that when I was visiting Dungaville, whenever it was, 2007, 2008, my own children were about 6 and 10 years old. And the thought that kept coming back to me when I saw that facility, and let me say parenthetically, the staff in Dungaville did an absolutely phenomenal job to mitigate the horrors of what they were dealing with. But at the end of the day, we were keeping children behind a razor wire lockdown institution, and that was downright inappropriate and unacceptable. And, you know, nobody will ever persuade me that we should treat any child differently from the way in which we would want to treat our own. Does the Honourable Lady from Worcester stop?
I mean, the fact that the Minister has just on the record said that it is okay to incarcerate minors, another word being a child, because you think some children may not be children, reflects why we need to clarify the safeguarding and welfare responsibilities of all public agencies who deal with these children. And everybody is a child until the age of 18 in international law. So will the member confirm that he also supports new clause 18 to give parity of those responsibilities and put beyond doubt the direct responsibility for the Secretary of State and the ministers to look after every child equally well in this country?
Yes, it'll come as no great surprise to the honourable lady that I do. And, you know, this brings me now really to thinking about what we do here, because there is a danger that those of us who follow the evidence, who actually care about what's going to happen if this dreadful piece of legislation ever were actually to be implemented, disappear down the rabbit hole of trying to improve it and amend it and mitigate it. And, you know, we've all tabled dozens, some of us hundreds of amendments. But this, I think, is a piece of the bill that has simply to be excised. So yes, when it comes to divisions, I would be seeking to divide the House in relation to Clause 11, stand part, because I think, frankly, this is a piece where that you know, there's no mitigation, there's no polishing of that. I avoid the vulgarity, but you all know what I'm talking about. There's no way that you can polish and improve on something that is so fundamentally removed from the way we would tolerate the treatment of our own children. You know, I was struck earlier when we were talking about returning people. Yesterday, I was privileged to meet a group of Hong Kongers who are amongst that privileged group of people who came here by a safe and legal route. They still have their problems, of course. Their journey didn't end when they arrived at Heathrow. They still have to deal with the trauma of leaving friends and family and others behind in circumstances where they would ordinarily have chosen not to do so. But I heard a quite remarkable story there from one person who didn't come through the safe and legal route because her arrival predated that visa scheme being opened up. And she told me, in fact, that her twin sister had been here but had left the country, and now she was being told that, in fact, she would need to leave because they had confused her biometrics with those of her twin sister.
My God.
That's the sort of ruthless efficiency of which the Home Office is capable. But, you know, are we seriously hearing now that we are going to start sending people back to Hong Kong because they happen to have come here before the start of the B&O visa session? Dame Rosie, I feel I've detained the House for long enough. I feel this is probably a matter of consensus amongst members. But when it comes to divisions, we on these benches will do everything that we can to improve this bill, but ultimately there are pieces of it that simply cannot be left to stand.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for coming to a right honourable gentleman for coming to a conclusion. What I am going to try to call people who didn't get called yesterday, as well as those who have amendments, but that will require a certain amount of brevity. David Simmons.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Dame Rosie. It seems a long-standing conundrum of the immigration debate that most of our constituents do express concern about the issue of immigration and its impact on our country, but at the same time tend to be very positive about their own personal experiences of people who've come to this country as migrants. I know, representing a very diverse constituency in North West London, that is the case, but in other parts of the country as well, where the experience people have is that people who come as immigrants are those who drive the bus, they're the people who work in the local shops, they're the people who work in their children's schools and maintain the NHS. And we're having this debate at a time when we must acknowledge that one of our biggest demographic challenges remains the fact that we have a declining working age population. And the ONS data very clearly shows that we have a significant challenge alongside much of the rest of the developed world in maintaining a workforce sufficient to support our population. It's been a very constructive debate so far, and I think in particular I'd highlight the comments of the member for Aberafon in respect of the need for a returns agreement. Professor Tom Brooks of Durham University recently did a very detailed study and highlighted that one of the biggest pull factors for those waiting to cross to the United Kingdom was the absence of a returns agreement with France or with the European Union. And I particularly pay tribute to the member for East Worthing and Shoreham for the work that he's already done with government in respect of safe and legal routes. As we heard during the evidence we took at the Joint Committee on Human Rights in the passage of the Nationality and Borders Act, the existence of a safe and legal alternative for those who wish to claim asylum in the UK is one of the defences open to the government in seeking to treat those who arrive here, for example, in a small boat, with a less advantageous process. But, Dame Rosie, I'd like to focus my contribution in particular around what I fear are some of the unintended consequences of a piece of legislation which we all support the objective of making sure that we end a situation where people are putting their lives at risk, who are facing death or serious harm in the English Channel as a consequence of seeking to come to the United Kingdom, that being the only place in which they can lodge an asylum claim in our country. And in particular, I'd like to focus on the way in which this bill interacts with some of the positive obligations on our public authorities that are created in other legislation, for example, the Children Act and all of the allied legislation, such as the Leaving Care Act, and, as the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead has outlined, the provisions contained in the Modern Slavery Act. My experience of this in local government, in particular, is highlighted by the Hillingdon judgment of 2003, which concerned the Children Act responsibilities of local authorities in respect of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. And what that judgment clarified was that the immigration status of a child is irrelevant to the local authority's obligations to provide support to that child both under the Children Act, when they're under 18, and as they enter adulthood through the Leaving Care Act and other legislation which we have passed in this House. So we know when we considered the status of children in care, we were very clear that we wanted them to enjoy support until they were at least 25 to make sure that they started out their lives in the most positive way. And having spent some time during my days with the Local Government Association in a room with officials from the Home Office and the Department for Education, it became very clear that the Home Office was aware, and has always been aware, that the challenge that this legislation sets up is that when a direction is issued to a local authority to say this child is subject to immigration control and therefore they need to go through this different process, the next step that is likely to follow is that that child's lawyers will take the local authority to judicial review, and the local authority will be found, as they have been umpteen times over the years, to be in breach of their Children Act obligations if they fail to pursue the best interests of the child and if they fail to provide the services which they are obliged to under that legislation. And by the same token, I have a concern, partly stemming from the evidence we took recently at the Joint Committee on Human Rights from the Salvation Army and others about modern slavery, that those organisations that have first responder duties, who come across someone in the course of policing or local authority housing or whatever it may be, who is possibly a victim of modern slavery, they have a duty, they have an obligation to make a referral to the National Referral Mechanism so that that person's needs and circumstances can be considered. And nothing in this bill as it currently stands removes that obligation. So similarly, we would expect to find potentially compensation having to be paid because those public authorities have failed in those duties, despite the fact that they were doing so at the direction of the Home Office in compliance with a piece of immigration legislation. And I'd strongly urge the government that we need to resolve this and ensure that we don't have a situation where the objective of the legislation, which most of us share, of bringing about an end of those small boat crossings and a more efficient system for supporting people who come to the UK to seek asylum and to remove those who have no right to be here, is not brought into disrepute by the fact that some of these provisions inevitably lead to an enormous tangle of judicial reviews where public bodies may be required to pay compensation for failing duties where those duties are in conflict with other legislation passed by this House. And in particular in respect of unaccompanied children. And we need to recall that the Children Act says that a local authority takes on responsibility of caring for an unaccompanied minor, not as would be the case if that child arose through being born in the UK and the subject of a care order, but they do so by operation of law. So that local authority does not have the discretion to decide whether it wishes to take that child into its care or not. By dint of the fact that that child is in that local authority's area, and is not accompanied by an adult with legal responsibility, parental responsibility for them, they are in the care of that local authority. And even if that comes to light subsequently, when that child is an adult and a care leaver, they are still subject to that legislation. And that is a matter which has been established a number of times through judicial review. Now, the Home Office has no legal capacity to care for a child. So even a child who is in immigration detention pending removal by the Home Office will still be in the care of the local authority under the terms of the 1989 Children Act. So once again, I think we need to make sure we have absolutely clear sight of how those duties and responsibilities will be discharged. For example, will detention centres for children be regulated and inspected by Ofsted? I give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I recognise his long expertise on this issue. Does he recognise, though, the challenge of what we've seen over the last year in the treatment of both unaccompanied and accompanied children is that it is impossible for local authorities to undertake that safeguarding role, the duties in the Children's Act, without the direct involvement of the Home Office, which is discharging its duties in terms of commissioning providers, for example, who do not then have clear safeguarding responsibilities. The decision to do that lies with the Home Office. The Home Office wrote contracts that did not include safeguarding provision for these children. And so unless we are clear that everybody involved in the care for these children from start to finish has a responsibility for their welfare, including the Secretary of State, as new clause 18 does, that gap will remain. And in that gap, we have seen some horrific examples of what happens to these children, not just in terms of their access to education, but sexual assault and also other serious offences.
Thank you. Dame Rose, I mean, the member for Walthamstow, I think, very clearly highlights the fact that there is a degree sometimes of grey area on this point, and I can completely understand the position of the Home Office in that in those early days, where there is literally nowhere else for that child to go to have a roof over their head, sometimes in that emergency situation, the accommodation and support that's provided does not meet the standards that apply. But ensuring, as our laws require, that we very swiftly move to a situation where it does, seems to be a reasonable expectation, and certainly one which will be upheld by the courts. And I think the point also draws attention to the situation of children who are in transit through the United Kingdom, who come to be unaccompanied children because the adults with whom they are travelling are themselves arrested or found to have no direct responsibility for the child with which they're travelling. And as I know the member Hayes and Harlington will be aware over the years at Heathrow Airport, significant numbers of children who are unaccompanied, who come into the care of a local authority not because they are seeking asylum, but because, for example, they are being trafficked into the sex trade in the continent from another country by way of the United Kingdom. And again, we need to ensure that appropriate care and support is provided for those children and young people, and they are not simply placed into a process which is focused on immigration control when the circumstances by which they come into the United Kingdom are where they are being trafficked for other nefarious purposes. Now, all of these issues are clearly fixable, and I'm confident that the government, once cited on them, will be able to bring about their resolution. Dame Rose, I'd just like to finish with a note in respect of the issue of notwithstanding clauses, which I know was much debated yesterday. One of the challenges I find in respect of that element of this debate is, of course, there are a number of elements of this legislation, like the Children Act, like the Modern Slavery Act, where it would be possible for the government to say that notwithstanding those provisions, they expect this Home Office process to be followed. And clearly those are all matters that are within the legislation of the United Kingdom that is passed by this sovereign parliament. But it seems to me there is a risk if we seek to introduce notwithstanding clauses to matters which are the subject of international law. And of course, any of us who've been the subject or the recipient of legal advice at any time in our working lives will be aware, if we were to be offered a contract that said the other party has decided that notwithstanding what it says in the contract, they don't have to follow it if they choose not to after the event, that we would not regard that as in any way sound. And therefore, it seems to me there is a significant risk that if we seek to apply notwithstanding clauses, that we get ourselves once again into a legal and reputational tangle that would be more broadly addressed by looking at whether those international conventions are still fit for purpose today. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful, Dame Rosie. He'll understand that I have raised, or been a signatory to one of these amendments, and obviously it's to make it very clear that our concern is around these Rule 39 interim measure orders, which, yes, are not legally binding, were also not part of any convention signed back in the 1950s, but of course are far too often taken into account by UK domestic courts when it comes to the deportation or removal of individuals. So you can understand, therefore, why members like myself will have signed such an amendment in order to make it very clear to UK courts that these non-legally binding interim measures should not be taken into account.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. I entirely understand, I think, what the member for Stoke-on-Trent North Kidsgrove Talk was seeking to achieve through the introduction of those notwithstanding clauses. We know, and we heard a great deal about this in the evidence of the Joint Committee on Human Rights of the Nationality and Borders Act, on the issue of the margin of appreciation, the idea that perhaps the courts have gone further in interpreting the meaning of some of those conventions than was the case originally. And often that is under pressure from parliamentarians, including British parliamentarians, who have argued at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe that supervises its operations, that some of these laws needed to go further to take account of modern circumstances. So the way in which to address those is not to say that we somehow seek to set aside the obligations which we freely signed up to, but rather to go and have that wider debate with our international partners, and if necessary to say, we wish to see an end to this process in order to make sure that what we feel we originally intended to achieve is what is achieved by the legislation today. I give way.
I'm very grateful for giving way. Just to clarify the purpose of the notwithstanding amendment, it's not to say that we are not going to comply with international obligations. It's to say that while these negotiations are going on, as he says, that's what happens when a judgment is made by the court against a government. While that negotiation is going on, the policy shall proceed. It's to stop the idea that the judgment of the court would have direct effect and effectively stop ground the flights, which is what we're talking about, which is what happened after that interim order. So whether it's an interim order or a substantive judgment, the point is that that order should not immediately have direct effect to stop the policy. Does he accept that that's an appropriate way to proceed?
Dame Rosie, again, I think that's an extremely good point. And I think it was one of the frustrations many of us who had some involvement with, in particular the ECHR in the past, will have felt at that point, because we recognise that interim orders are not legally binding when they are issued. However, the basis, as I understand it, of that interim order was that our own UK courts had not completed their consideration of whether the policy was lawful or not. And therefore, the European Court of Human Rights was saying, whilst you have still not yourselves decided whether this is lawful, it is not appropriate to proceed against somebody in a way that would leave them without a remedy. So it seems to me there is a way of resolving this, but the route to resolve it is through colleagues in particular at the Parliamentary Assembly who have the ability to bring about a significant change in that. So let me just finish, Dame Rosie, with a point which I have called for before, which I'm going to suggest again that the government looks at, and that is that we extend the process which we currently use in respect of our resettlement schemes, where we have the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees administering a process where we tell them how many people we think as a country we can accommodate and who it is that we feel best able to support in consultation with local authorities. And those people then travel to the UK knowing full well from the point they leave to the point they arrive how they're going to be accommodated and supported. A number of people determined by this Parliament, their circumstances vetted in advance before they arrive, permission issued by the government of the United Kingdom in control of our borders. And it is my argument, Dame Rosie, that if we want to stop the boats, we want to have a new asylum system that really gives us control of our borders, then we need an asylum visa system that operates in this way, that is robust, effective, and ensures that this Parliament, our government, is genuinely in control of our borders.
Once again, I would urge a certain amount of brevity, as we're not doing brilliantly at the minute on being able to get everybody. John McDonnell.
Thank you, Rosie. I'll be as brief as I can. There's much that I absolutely loathe in this bill, but I want to concentrate on children's detention as well. I support amendments in my own name, 71, 143, 145, 144, 220, 222, 223, 221, and new clause 18 as well. The reason I want to speak on this is because I'm not sure how many members have actually had experience of having children locked up in their constituency in the way that the member for Orkney and Shetland has, and the same with my own constituency. And I was a house father of a small unit children's home for a period of years near Heathrow as well. And I think it's important that members fully understand and appreciate the consequences of their actions in supporting this legislation. In my constituency, I've got 2 detention centres, Palmersworth and Colnbrook. Prior to 2012, children and their families were detained in Harmersworth in particular. They were locked in, they were imprisoned. The last report from Her Majesty's Inspector of Prisons described the setting in Harmersworth as bleak and prison-like, and it is. The experience of the regime is harsh. We've had suicides, and we had another death in Colnbrook last Sunday. That's been referred to. In Harmersworth, with riots, the place has been burnt down twice. When the children were there, like the member for Orkney and Shetland, I visited. And I'll tell you the story of one of my visits at Harmersworth, when the children were detained. In Harmersworth, we had a small classroom to deal with children, and they were primary and secondary age, and it was heartrending. On one occasion I visited, they'd had a poetry lesson, and they chose to write a poem on subjects of their choice. One of the young girls wrote us on the subject of freedom. She wrote, "Freedom is the sand outside the gate." It broke my heart seeing these children locked up in that way. All the experts I've spoken to, the teachers, the child psychologists, the doctors, they all reported the impact it was having in traumatising these children, often scarring them for life. We've also demonstrated time and time again from the various research reports of the children's experiences that they actually suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Their experiences in detention were exacerbated, obviously, and piled on top of what many had already experienced in their country of origin, which forced them and their families to flee, and also their experiences on the journey here and what they've gone through. In one Children's Society report at the time, the expression was used, state-sponsored cruelty. No, certainly.
I'm grateful to him for giving me, because this is so important. You know, there are so few of us now who remember what it was actually like. When children are coming here, they are thrown into association with some of the worst people imaginable. The people that I saw in Dungavel, some of them absolutely needed to be in detention, but the idea of holding them in the same facility as children just took that inhumanity to another level.
Exactly. In the children's home I was a house father of, we dealt with some of the children that had been coming from detention, and we understood the traumas that they'd gone through. Before 2010, just to remind the House, many of us, on a cross-party basis, Conservative, Labour, Liberals and others, campaigned to end child detention because the numbers were increasing year on year. Once you establish the principle, it's interesting how the numbers increased. At one point, there was an estimate in Yarlswood of 1,000 children and families. The campaigns made this an issue in the run-up to the general election of 2010, and many of us signed a commitment to make this country a place of sanctuary. And thank God what happened was people of this country woke up to what we were doing to children and the way children were being treated. Children's Society's reports evidence the individual experiences of the children as well as the research. We made that sanctuary pledge. Citizens UK, some people will remember, and other religious bodies and community groups and trade unions all came together in one mass campaign, and we had a huge breakthrough after the election. David Cameron was convinced and supported by, yes, Nick Clegg, and yes, she's not in her place at the moment, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead. And after over a decade ago, we ended with unanimity in this House the routine detention of children. No more children were imprisoned in Harmersworth in my constituency or any other detention centre or prison-like facilities. And then we took that pledge and we enacted it in legislation, cross-party support in 2014. There were some exceptions, obviously, and I regretted some of those, but I can understand some reasons why there was a small number of pre-departure accommodations provided, but no child was left in a detention centre. This bill, I'm afraid, whatever the Minister has said, it removes those protections. It removes those protections we arrived at, cross-party, unanimously, over a decade ago. So my plea to this House is just please do not take us back to those barbaric days.
Yep.
The lives of children are devastated, and the estimate is 8,000 children face detention as a result of this legislation under the proposals in this bill. It will create lasting, almost irrecoverable damage to those children, and I just appeal in all humanity for the House to reject these proposals.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you very much, Dame Rosie. And I rise to speak for the amendments in my name, Amendments 135, which intends to block courts from ordering individuals to be returned to the UK once removed, and Amendment 136, which intended to restrict the use of hotels. And of course, had my name to other amendments which were debated yesterday that I'm proud to support. And I want to first of all, Dame Rosie, thank the Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Newark, for his assurances he gave yesterday evening at the dispatch box to meaningful engagement over the Easter recess to find a way forward on the amendments that I have signed or in my name. And I look forward to working with him and the colleagues like my honourable friend, the member for Devizes, for Middlesbrough and South East Cleveland, Stone and South Holland and the Deepings. And I will therefore not be pushing any of my amendments to a vote this evening. It is absolutely critical that this policy is delivered. That's because in Stoke-on-Trent we know better than anyone when it comes to generosity, having now 1,279 asylum seekers or illegal economic migrants within our great city, having long-term been a member of the voluntary asylum dispersal scheme, and having now 30% of that population purely in hotels in inappropriate places, directly opposite our railway station, right by levelling up projects, undermining the work to regenerate and level up the great city of Stoke-on-Trent. It is abhorrent that this has been going on, and for far too long Stoke-on-Trent has been at the forefront when it comes to stepping up and delivering. In fact, was the 5th largest contributor to the asylum dispersal scheme and was voted the kindest city in the United Kingdom only last year. So we as a city will do our fair share. But it is inappropriate that we continue to see over 40,000 people illegally choose, through smuggling gangs, bring thousands of pounds in those smugglers' hands, already when they're in safe mainland France, to come across on small boats, needlessly risking their own lives and making sure that obviously they undermine our UK visa system, undermining the rights of our borders, undermining therefore the democracy and sovereignty of this House. And it is absolutely essential that we do everything we can, because when people voted 73% to leave the European Union, they want to take back control of their laws and their borders. And they will be out. People in Stoke-on-Trent, North Kingsgrove were outraged when they see only yesterday that the Council of Europe's Commissioner for Human Rights interfering in this place, giving their opinion from Strasbourg and Brussels, demanding that we vote this legislation down. It is yet again foreign dignitaries and foreign judges trying to interfere with the democratic rights and processes of our great country, and it is simply not acceptable to see that happen. And it is why it is so important that the member for Devizes' amendment is taken as seriously, and I would like to see it fully supported, because ultimately we must make sure that we deliver on this important legislation. But I will, of course, Dame Rosie, get to the purpose of my amendments, and I'll happily take an intervention right to the end, Dame Rosie, if I promise to keep within the 10-minute limit that you asked from me. Amendment 135 is about the block of returns, and if we're going to make sure that we have offshoring of illegal migrants to take place, we cannot see people returned to our United Kingdom, because it will simply undermine the Rwanda policy and other, I hope, well-leading schemes that we will agree with, other safe third countries, as well as, and I support the opposition in wanting to see safe illegal routes and see returns agreements. And like many people, I was outraged that we gave £500 million of UK taxpayers' money without getting a returns agreement with France directly. So I fully endorse what we want to see there. But it is absolutely essential that we therefore make sure that in law it is made clear that if someone does try to make a last-minute claim to an upper tribunal, that even if they are removed, that they have no right to return. They may indeed win damages in court, but that right to return is not granted, because if it is granted, it will simply undermine. The imagery will be shocking. It will be used by smugglers across mainland Europe as an advert for what could happen if people were lucky. And of course, with hotels, it is very essential as well that we deliver in this important policy space, because rightly the British public are livid to see £6 million a day of their hard-earned British taxpayers' money going to house people in hotels, totally unacceptable in places like, I say, Stoke-on-Trent, where we have a thriving hospitality and tourism sector, undermined, therefore, by the use of these hotels, people losing their jobs, people losing, at certain hotels, the ability to go to the swimming baths where they took their children to learn how to swim, being unable to go to the gym for the access to the facilities that was there, because sadly this abhorrent trade has carried on. In Staffordshire as a whole, it's now 9 hotels that have been taken up, and it's not something that any of us in this House want to see, and I hope therefore this will get widespread support. And I know the Minister, and I thank him for his engagement and the fact that there will be plans coming forward soon to announce alternative bases or places that can be used to move people out of hotels. And I was delighted that when I had my petition presented to the floor of this House and gathered over 2,000 signatures to end Serco's abuse of Stoke-on-Trent, that we saw, therefore, that continued movement from the Minister and the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary to find suitable accommodation for the short term, whilst we are implementing, I hope very soon, the policy to get people deported and removed to safe third countries such as Rwanda. I did, Madam Deputy Speaker, promise the Honourable Lady intervention. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and as he gathers his breath, he made a very strong case there that he was concerned about the work of the European Court of Human Rights making judgments about overbearing governments and trying to stand up for citizens. I wonder, therefore, does he also deplore the recent judgment made by the European Court of Human Rights, another Rule 39 interim measure in the case of Pinner versus Russia and Aslan versus Russia and Ukraine, which was concerning British nationals who were members of the armed forces in Ukraine who'd surrendered to Russian forces and been sentenced to death. So the European Court of Human Rights got stuck in to stand up for British citizens. But I presume on his logic there, he would oppose them doing that because he doesn't like the role of these bodies standing up for citizens being oppressed by governments.
The European Court of Human Rights, Madam Speaker, when we signed the convention, as we did back in 1950, these Rule 39 interim measures were not something that were part of the treaty that we signed. And it's important to remember this is a treaty, and whilst we signed up and have treaty obligations to oblige to, that should not ever trump the sovereignty of this Parliament and not trump the sovereignty of what happens in this place, because we are democratically elected parliamentarians who speak on behalf of our constituents. Well, on this side of the House we do anyway, and it's so important to understand why, therefore, we deliver the policy. And when the Honourable Lady talks about the European Court of Human Rights, let's not forget that in the last 10 years, 47% of ECHR judgments haven't been complied with. In Spain, it's at 61%, and in Germany, it's at 37%. The UK, I believe, was at 18%. So we're actually better upholding our ECHR obligations than most of our mainland European countries, which I know the Honourable Lady is a huge fan of and would love to see us return to the European Union, as she so avidly campaigned for and continues to privately, I'm sure, make the case for with the internal parliamentary Labour Party. And I commend her for that bravery to take that brave stance. But of course, the people of Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Talk simply said no, go away, bye-bye Labour for hopefully decades to come after 70 years of failure, neglect and underinvestment in our great area. But Madam Deputy Speaker, Dame Rosie, back to the discussion here today. It's important to understand that when we are talking about these blocks, and I want to thank Professor Richard Eakins of Oxford University and for his work with Sir Stephen Law's KC in helping myself and other colleagues with the policy exchange to be able to put forward the work that we have done today. Because let's not forget that when we talk about these hotels, it is simply not appropriate, as I say, when people are losing their jobs. It's damaging the hospitality sector, it's damaging the tourism sector of our towns, of our cities, undermining confidence in the public of our ability to deliver on this policy. And there are disused army bases that could be used. I personally have no issue with porter cabins or tents being used at all. This is still perfectly acceptable accommodation that can be used in a short-term interim measure as long as we deliver on the policy that we have said to do, which is to make sure after 28 days people are to be removed to a safe third country such as Rwanda, a country that is perfectly safe and has so far welcomed the fact that the UK government has been so successful in UK domestic courts to explain our world-leading policy is something that we should be celebrating, because ultimately this shows that this government does understand. And despite the shadow minister implementing the fact that this government is worried about whether or not it's compliant. Well, the fact that it's winning court battles on other legislation that was deemed to be on the line, I would suggest shows that this government has confidence that it will be on that side again. And ultimately, the Honourable Gentleman talks about a Labour plan, one that I'm still searching for, other than processing people more quickly, which means we still continue to accept 7 out of 10. 70% of 45,000 would be completely unacceptable to people of our United Kingdom. It would absolutely drive more people into making sure that they are able to, smugglers are able to advertise the opportunity, the 70% success rate of coming over here. And that's why many amendments laid before with the Labour Party today I'm unable to support, because obviously with the only exception being that intrigued me, Madam Speaker, was a new clause, I forgot the number of it, but the new clause where it talks about engagement with local authorities, but the assurances that the Minister gave at the dispatch box yesterday to one of my honourable friends who laid a similar amendment gave me the confidence to believe that I won't be able to join them in the lobby today. But I'm delighted that we had someone like Councillor Abby Brown who was brave enough to force this government to make sure that all local authorities will be part of the asylum dispersal scheme, no longer voluntarily opting in, having threatened to obviously legally withdraw from that earlier. So, Dame Rizzo, thank you for your time. Sorry for the 1 minute over.
Hal Williams.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. And I would have liked to say it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, but unfortunately I can't. I rise to speak to my own clause, clause 29, standing in my name and the name of Right Honourable and Honourable friends. And can I say firstly that I share the wish of people across the House to see the end of small boats crossing the Channel. But this particular bill actually is an affront to the values of my own party and so many people in Wales and across the UK. It's at odds with the objectives and the spirits of international human rights treaties, of which the UK is a signatory, and it's also contrary to the wishes of the Welsh Government for Wales to be a nation of sanctuary. This bill is contrary to the democratically expressed will of the people of Wales, and had we our own way, it would not apply in my country. That is why my party has tabled new clause 29, which would require firstly that the UK and Welsh governments to jointly produce guidance setting out how these measures under this Act would be exercised in a way which is consistent with the Welsh Government's commitment to Wales being a nation of sanctuary, and secondly, that no such guidance could be published unless it had been approved by Senedd Cymru. Indeed, the Welsh Government has already written to the UK Government to say that they believe legislative consent will most likely be needed for this bill, as it will encroach on Welsh devolved law. This is just one example. There are provisions to allow for the transfer of children from local authority responsibility to that of the Home Office. This may well lead to children being cared for in Wales on turning 18 being summarily deported. This would undermine the aims of Welsh legislation such as the Social Services and Wellbeing Act, Wales Act of 2014, which sets out the responsibilities of local authorities towards unaccompanied asylum-seeking children in Wales. We also have a particular concern about Clause 12, which allows the Secretary of State to detain refugees and asylum seekers essentially indefinitely. The government has made it clear that they will be looking to use military camps as one source of accommodation. Now, there is real evidence as to the danger of detaining refugees en masse in this way. We saw that with the use of the Penally camp in Pembrokeshire, where a substandard and run-down site was used to house hundreds of asylum seekers over the winter of 2020. There were appalling conditions for them, huge concern locally, and it was a lightning rod for the very worst of the extreme right, travelling to Penally from afar to demonstrate and causing huge disruption. Is the government really heedless of this danger, as heedless as the Minister is of my speech, apparently? At this point, I just make one small point. I'll pay tribute to the people of Llanilltid Fawr, also known as Llanfrit Major, who last weekend turned out in the hundreds to assert our welcome for refugees in Wales and our abhorrence at the hard right. Last weekend, the people of Llanilltid Fawr peacefully saw off the pathetic rabble of about 20 right-wing strangers burst in, ostensibly to protest against housing Ukrainian refugees locally. And Chair, the people of Llynillyd Fawr and the people of Wales are proud to live in the Gwlad of Lloches, a country of refuge, and I applaud their peaceful demonstration to reject the vicious and unrepresentative few who seek to hijack the issue for their own supposedly political ends. Chair, contrary to the title of this bill, nobody is illegal. Claiming asylum is an international human right. Desperate people arriving in the UK by whatever means they can, because there are no safe routes, should not be criminalised. There is much more I could say, but for now, I assure the House and people listening at home and watching at home that my party will be opposing this vicious, unfair and damaging bill again in the division lobbies tonight.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, thank you, Dame Rosie. There have been several calumnies which have found their form in contributions from the benches opposite during the course of our consideration of this bill so far. And perhaps principal amongst them is that there is no factual basis which has provoked this legislation. That is simply not so. Since 2018, some 85,000 people have entered Britain illegally, 45,000 of them in 2022 alone, 75% roughly, I think it's actually just under 74%, are men under 40. Nearly 9 out of 10 of those arising are male, 18% are Albanian, and Albanians make up 10%, by the way, of the foreign prisoner population. That's 2,000 of them. And 100% have travelled through safe countries in which they could have claimed asylum in order to get here. Accommodating these people is costing the British taxpayer £3 billion per year, and that is why we need urgent action to deal with the crossing of the Channel, but more fundamentally still to reform our asylum system, to make it fit for purpose, and to cut immigration, not just illegal immigration. By the way, I say to the Minister on the front bench, because we will need to turn to legal immigration too during the course of this Parliament. As well, I'm not. Forgive me, and I've got a great respect for the honourable gentleman, but I promised Dame Rosie that I will be brief. And if I take interventions, I know that won't be true, and I will break my promise, and she'll never forgive me. And worse still, she won't call me again. I won't, so I forgive me.
That was good, Alison. That was funny.
So I want to tweak some of the amendments in my name, which I hope will help the government in that endeavour. The amendments tabled by, in my name and in the name of the Honourable Member for Stoke-Trent North and Stone and other constituencies too, are designed to improve the bill. They're not designed to frustrate the government's efforts. Indeed, they are framed in order to make the bill work. For the bill must work. The British people are at the end of their tether, tired of a liberal establishment which is blinded by its own prejudices, which seems oblivious of the needs of working-class Britons, but ever more indulgent towards economic migrants or anyone else that comes from abroad, for that matter. And the British people demand and deserve something better than that. They deserve a government that takes their concerns seriously. And just in case there's any doubt about those concerns, I refer members of the House to the work of Professor Matthew Goodwin, who has studied these matters, the Professor of Politics at the University of Kent, who revealed that an immense number of voters in so-called red wall constituencies. You remember, Dame Rosie, those are the seats that Labour hopes to win back, by the way, but they won't because they're in the hands of very able Conservative members of Parliament, many of whom take the similar view to me about this bill, including my honourable friend who spoke a few moments ago from Stoke-Trent North. Interestingly, in those constituencies, 59% of people think that we should withdraw the right of asylum seekers and illegal migrants who cross the Channel illegally in small boats to appeal against their deportation. That number jumps to 3/4 of 2019 Conservative voters and 39% of Labour voters in those constituencies. A large majority, 6 in 10, support, quote, stopping migrants in small boats from illegally crossing the Channel using any means necessary. Benjamin Disraeli said justice is truth in action, and what my Amendment 283 is designed to do is to restore justice to our asylum system by affirming the truth. Little epitomises the anger felt by my constituents and many others about the unfairness of the system than those economic migrants with no right to be here legally who arrive in Dover claiming to be younger than they are in order to game our asylum rules. As the Right Honourable Member for Whittam pointed out when she was Home Secretary, 2/3 of age dispute cases have found the individual claim to be a child is actually over the age of 18, and sometimes considerably over. This is a widespread problem. Amendment 283 which is a scientific age assessment which will ensure those under 18 who need to seek shelter here can do so, as well as finding out those over 18 who lie to cheat our rules. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is in keeping with practices used in Europe by countries which verify ages of those crossing their borders. The scientific age assessment used in many European countries for these purposes include dental and wrist x-rays used in France, Finland and Norway, CT scans or MRI imaging used in Sweden, Denmark and elsewhere. I'd be amazed, to be frank, if anyone who believes in the integrity of our asylum system would oppose such an amendment. And I hope that the Minister, when he sums up, will confirm that the Government intend indeed to adopt it. Without such a change, we cannot properly break the business model of people smugglers. These vile traffickers will simply tell people whose lives they are risking to lie about their age in order to prevent them being removed. Turning to Amendments 129 and 130 in my name, both strengthen the bill by ensuring that those who have no right to be here are swiftly removed. At present, the language of the bill promises to deport. However, in law, deportation is a distinct legal process from removal. Deportation is reserved for those who, quote, are a risk to the public good, typically foreign national offenders. By contrast, removal is the legal term for a process by which certain people may be removed from the UK, usually because they breach immigration rules, by remaining here illegally, but they don't necessarily pose a public risk or danger by so doing. I hope, again, the Minister will enter into discussion with me about how we can improve the bill in that way by making it more effective. I know, too, that the Minister will look at those amendments which aim to toughen the bill further in terms of language. The Amendment 135, in the name of the member for Stoke-on-Trent, is vital as it would block courts from ordering individuals removed to return to the UK. So if those removed to Rwanda are allowed to return following legal challenges, the deterrent gain from successfully sending them there will be diluted or lost altogether. It's essential that those who want to join the small boats and the smugglers who organise their dangerous journeys know that the deterrent is credible. Amendment 132 would ensure that other provisions of human rights are disapplied. And honourable members and right honourables will know my view on the Human Rights Act. I would repeal it. They will know my view on the Convention. I would leave it. But that is not what we're saying today, not what we're debating, and not what these amendments seek to do. They simply aim to ensure the government's policy found form in this bill, and I hope soon to be an act, is not once again mired by appeals to foreign potentates who will foreign potentates and powers who will frustrate the will of the government, this House, and more fundamentally, the British people. I won't comment on Amendments 139 and 140 in the name of the Honourable Member for Worthing and Shoreham, except to say that they are arguably well-intentioned, but not necessarily so. A report last year, as the Honourable Member for Worthing and Shoreham must know, showed that nearly 2/3 of asylum seekers suspected of lying when they were unaccompanied children were found to be over 18. Of course, care matters, sentiment matters, but we must exercise sense to avoid being naive about this subject. I won't, for the sake of brevity, Dame Rosie, say much more, except to conclude in this way. The British people want to deal with the boats. They want to restore order to our borders. They believe in the integrity of a system which determines whether someone is a genuine seeker of asylum, in fear of persecution, in profound need, or someone who is an economic migrant gaming the system with the age. And by the way, just a quick word about judicial activism. It's a well-established concept, and I advise the Honourable Gentleman to read about it in more detail since he hasn't seemed to have heard of it. That's what the British people want. That's what this bill will do. And we must, I say to the Minister, avoid listening to the bleats and cries of a bourgeois liberal establishment who will go out of their way to stop the government doing what is just and is right. I look forward to further engagement with him, and on that basis, assuming that he says something sufficiently generous, indeed slightly more than that, I'd like to feel flattering, I will be withdrawing the amendments that stand in my name.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow a knight of the realm lecturing all of us on being in touch with the people and class warfare. What a lesson, what a dystopian vision he paints of this country. Let me confine myself to the 3 amendments in my name, because I said very clearly, and I'll say again, he does not speak for the majority in this country, actually, in his callous disregard of people seeking sanctuary and in his callous disregard for the actual evidence or facts, and I want to come on to that. But let's start with Amendment 293, which I believe reflects the challenge that he sets, and indeed the challenge that the member from Stoke set when he complained about people with visas. He must be disappointed then that a bill that's called the Illegal Migration Bill does nothing about people overstaying their visas who are committing a clearly illegal offence. If this bill actually were about things that were illegal in our asylum system, it would tackle those visa overstayers. It says nothing about those people who actually people traffic. There's no further sanctions, no efforts in this legislation to actually help catch the people in those organised crime gangs. Indeed, may I possibly realise why there isn't, given his absolute objection to a European court standing up for British citizens who are facing the death penalty. He couldn't even possibly say that was a good thing to stop people being sent to death for standing up to Putin. But this bill says nothing about the liaison with Europe that we would need to be able to catch those people. So I've tabled Amendment 293 because this House, this chamber, should not be running the government's election campaign. And it should not be passing legislation which is not actually about anything illegal, because it is not illegal to seek asylum. And we will keep saying that and keep reminding the British public of that, and that therefore this legislation is just about the Conservative Party getting its leaflets done on the cheap by getting them done in this House. So Amendment 293 is to remove the word illegal from the bill of the title, because this bill doesn't cover illegal behaviour and indeed doesn't cover the illegal elements of our asylum system that we should be dealing with, and I'm sure members opposite would want to deal with. Secondly, Amendment 138 is about safe routes. Now, we had the discussion about this yesterday, and the Minister challenged me, was outraged that I would suggest that there were not safe and legal routes, because after all, if we're having a bill about illegal behaviour, quid pro sum, there needs to be a legal system in order to underpin that. And the Minister particularly claimed to me that there were 6,000 people from Iran who had claimed asylum here, and that was reflecting a safe and legal route. It was in direct response to my question. And that matters for Amendment 138, because Amendment 138 is about, well, if a safe and legal route exists, surely that should be part of the decision-making process as to whether we give somebody asylum. So it very simply sets out that when somebody seeks asylum, you can reject their claim if you can show the safe and legal route they should have taken to come here, and to look at the figures. But let's look at the figures for what the Minister claimed on the record. He said the UK has taken more than 6,000 Iranians directly for asylum purposes. actually, when we look at the Home Office's figures, their own Home Office figures on people who have actually been granted asylum under a safe and legal route from Iran since 2015, it's 59, not 6,000. 6,000 refers to the number of people who've had a family reunion. Family reunion is not a safe and legal route. And the fact that the Immigration Minister doesn't understand that, let's put it in layman's terms and maybe he'll get the answer on this. A safe and legal route is for somebody right now in Tehran standing up to that government, the people on the benches opposite, people want to stand with, being able to leave. It's not for somebody who had the wherewithal perhaps to marry somebody and then get that person to leave the country ahead of being able to be a democracy campaigner. If the Minister for Immigration himself doesn't understand that family reunion visas are not the same as a safe and legal route, what hope have we got for this legislation? What hope have we got that he's being open with Parliament about the numbers of people this government has helped? If he thinks it's a safe and legal route, he doesn't understand even what the Ukrainian system is, which he's supposed to be overseeing it. So Amendment 138 is about trying to say if a safe and legal route exists, it should be part of the decision-making process. It seems a relatively straightforward process, but given that the government doesn't know what a safe and legal route is to be able to implement one, I can understand why they might object it. Let me then turn to Amendment New Clause 18, which really ought to be a no-brainer if we are the decent, possibly liberal, but I would just say British and patriotic society that doesn't like to see children suffer for the decisions that their parents make. New Clause 18 is about the duties of safeguarding. Now, I can see that the Minister isn't going to look me in the eye on this because he and I have had several meetings about his failure to oversee the safeguarding of children, and they are indeed children in hotels, whether they are accompanied by their parents or carers or whether they are unaccompanied. Children who've experienced sexual assault because of the failures of safeguarding in the hotels in this country. Children who've not had education places. Children who've not had clothes on their back apart from those that they fled with to cope with the British weather. Children who have gone missing, hundreds of them who have not been found. The government will point to the Children's Act and say that this is all about local government. The safeguarding of these children cannot be done without the active involvement of the Home Office. And what we've seen to date shows that very clearly, because those children have gone missing, because those children have experienced sexual assault, because those children have not been in school, which I'm sure even the member from Stoke would agree would be a good thing for any child to be in school and learning. New Clause 18 says that we should treat every single child on you. I will happily give way to him as long as he will clarify on the record that his comments about me were mistaken. I'm sure he would not wish to malign somebody's good reputation, even if he did disagree with them.
Very grateful, Dame Rosie. I must say, I don't remember seeing the Honourable Lady on the streets of the West Midlands campaigning to vote Leave in the 2016 referendum, so I feel confident my comments about her being a pro-European is perfectly acceptable. In terms of the children comment, when the Minister came to the dispatch box before about the 200 missing children, 95% of those were 16 to 17 years old, an age in which traffickers and smugglers encourage people who think they can get away with looking at such an age are encouraged to do. 88% of those were Albanians. Why would any parent spend £4,500 to send their child illegally on a small rubber boat when it could go on an aeroplane for £30? And it's important to understand as well that the Minister made it clear that with those 200 there was no evidence that anyone had been kidnapped, that they left of their own accord.
The previous member, I'm sorry he's not in his place, who suggested that the Immigration Minister himself, when he was dismissing concerns about locking children up because he was suggesting that they probably weren't children because of the concerns about age verification, used a gentle phrase about his mother might say, have a long look in the mirror. I would suggest that the member from Stoke gives his head a wobble for what he's just said about children who have gone missing. 16 and 17-year-olds are children. 16 and 17-year-olds are children. He's chuntering from a sedentary position. If that child turns up, I hope to goodness that they all turn up safe and well, because if they don't, what this member has just said will come back to haunt him. Now, he can keep shouting all he likes, but the vast majority of the British public are horrified by the idea that 200 children plus have gone missing from hotels that the Home Office were supposed to be overseeing. The Manston Centre is due to have a public inquiry. The government has accepted that because of Article 3 breaches of concerns about basically how we were treating pregnant women, young children coming into the Manston Centre. But as yet, that investigation has not happened. To be able to inform this legislation, Clause 11 extends detention for families and pregnant women. Clause 14 removes the duty to consult the Independent Family Returns Panel about the treatment of children. Children under the age of 18. We accept that in law. And we have provisions in law around, for example, the use of bed and breakfast that have not been mirrored in how we have treated children to date who've come in through this system. I can hear why from the member from Stoke for his callous disregard. But I go back to that simple principle. Whatever you think of the parents of these children, whatever you think of the parents of these children, punishing children by agreeing in law to have second-class citizenship, which is what this legislation will do to refugee children. Well, the Minister's shaking his head. There's a very simple answer, because all new Clause 18 does is commit to parity. It says we should treat every single child on UK soil with the same concerns, that we could safeguard every single child. I'll happily give way, and then I do want to finish up because I promised Dame Rosie that I would be brief, but I'll happily give way if safeguarding.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and everyone wants children to be safe. Nobody, I think, wants a child in a hotel, and fundamentally nobody wants a child to make a very dangerous crossing in a small boat. The safest place for a child is not to make that crossing. So there are safe and legal routes, and that's what we should try and focus on, rather than encouraging people smugglers to take children on the channel. That's the worst thing for a child. Does the Honourable Lady agree with that? Nobody
is encouraging the smugglers, and in the heat that's being generated in this room, I think it is very important that we recognise across the House nobody supports the smugglers. Equally, there aren't the safe and legal routes, and the example of Iran proves that very clearly, and the fact that the Minister doesn't seem to understand that either is what's troubling to me. So we're left with a situation where if a child does come here, what happens to them? What new Clause 18 does is extend the parity of how we treat other children. For example, the rules around bed and breakfast, and where we would put a child in with a single adult, for example, where we don't with a bed and breakfast. And in his constituency, if he were to find that, he would probably rightly challenge his local authority about it. Why are we saying that because a child has refugees as parents, it doesn't matter how they are treated, which is what this legislation will do? So all new Clause 18 is looking for is parity. Now, the member from Stoke may disregard those children, but I wager there are other members on the side who do recognise that when it comes to children, we have responsibilities and we have obligations. And I hope the Minister, in summing up, will just say on the record, yes, absolutely, the same standards of safeguarding, and the Home Office, having failed to put safeguarding in the contracts, it absolutely failed to mention them because I had to FOI the contract from his department to be able to check it, and I did check it because the Minister doesn't do his own homework, so somebody else has to, and it very clearly does not mention it. And it's not a fantasy. What is a fantasy are the figures that the Home Secretary and indeed the Minister just came up with in terms of safe and legal routes from Iran. And perhaps he might want to reflect on that and indeed what the Statistics Authority has said about the Home Office's relationship with the truth when it comes to the numbers and asylum. I want to finish my statement simply by urging the governments just to say on the record, if I am wrong, correct me then, say that every single child in this country will be covered by safeguarding and that the Home Office itself will take a direct safeguarding duty for these children. It wouldn't be that difficult. I'm not going to give way. He's made his feelings clear, even if he's taken the Shelley's grandmother approach to communicating any sense about them. What matters now is that this government speaks up for every single child, because if we don't, I promise you there are people in this House who will continue to do no matter how much barracking we get, because every child matters.
Ben Bradley.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. Pleasure to serve under your chairmanship today. To echo what my friend from the South Islands and Deeping said earlier in the statistics he provided about how strongly people feel about this issue, 35% of all policy inquiries to my office last week related to this issue of illegal migration and small boats. People often ask me, you're in the very middle of the country in Mansfield, why do people care? It is a simple matter of fairness. It's a massive government commitment, one of the Prime Minister's key pledges to the people of this country to tackle this issue of small boats. The people of Mansfield are generous, but they believe in the rules. They believe in law and order. They're happy to help those people who follow the rules. But when they are struggling and they see people arriving or who are facing genuine safeguarding issues, genuine issues of their personal safety, and they see others coming from a safe country of France jumping the queue, they feel the unfairness of that. When they are sat on housing waiting lists and unable to get a home, but somebody who has no legal right to be here is able to get accommodation, they feel that unfairness. It's very easy for us in this room, none of whom I would imagine rely heavily on our public services, to say that there's no negative impact to all of this. But in reality, if you are on that housing waiting list and unable to get a permanent home for yourself and your family, if you're struggling to access primary care, if you're told you can't get the help you need, if you're sacked from your job at a hotel because it's become a migrant accommodation, if you're seeing public funds intended to support people in this country who are struggling diverted to support people who have no legal right to be in this country, then of course you feel the unfairness. And to suggest that that is not a problem is to deny the experience of many of my constituents and many people around the country who feel that very, very strongly. I will give way.
Very grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way, Dame Rosie. The Honourable Lady from Walthamstow was talking about safeguarding. As someone who's a local authority leader, will he agree with me that we all have a duty in itself to safeguard the young people of our country against people who we do not have any documentation to prove the age they have claimed upon arriving on the shores of this United Kingdom illegally, and therefore until age verification can be guaranteed, we have to make sure that those alleged children, and alleged until we can prove it, are not mixing with actually genuine birth certificate holding UK residents who we know are under the age of 18.
Thank him for his intervention. He's right, I do have that role, and it does present significant safeguarding risks. It does present significant resourcing challenges. The Honourable Lady from Walthamstow said earlier, everyone should have a right to education. I don't know where she thinks these school places just emerged from, because you can't plan for hundreds of school places when people arrive, 40,000 in 1 year. I've got British children in my county unable to access a school place near to their home because of the sheer volume of genuine asylum seekers who've come from through genuine routes who are accessing those places instead. I will give way.
Dame Rosie, the RAMP project, which funds a researcher in my office, has done a lot of work on this issue. I think, I'll ask my honourable friend, does he acknowledge that where there is a young person who is of statutory school age, it is an absolute legal obligation on a local authority to ensure that they have that education? And if they fail to do so, then that child is eligible for compensation, which is paid out of the dedicated school grant that's affecting the budgets of all schools in that area. So does he agree with me that it is absolutely vital that in this bill we clarify exactly what the position is of child asylum seekers, so we know whether they are within that Children Act legislation or whether they somehow fall outside it?
I fully take on board his point from earlier on, and thank you for that intervention, about who holds responsibility for applying these duties and how these mix together. And that's a complex issue and one that I can't answer today, but he's absolutely right that we need to make sure that we do safeguard and support children and that we offer them all the support that we can, of course, but recognising that we have a duty to, as I've said, British citizens and British children to supply those school places, and it can't be right, as I've said to the honourable member opposite from Walthamstow, to suggest that all of a sudden these schools and these places and these opportunities will just appear because they don't. I've given way twice already. I'm really conscious of time. One last time.
Just very briefly, just very valid points he's making about the important role that local authorities play. Will he therefore be supporting our new clause 27 when we put it to the vote this evening, that it should be a legal requirement for the Home Office to consult with local authorities before making any arrangements on accommodation for asylum seekers?
Thank you for that intervention, and this was a challenge that I raised in the House myself last year. I've since had many conversations with the department and feel very reassured actually recently that communication has been far better, and I feel much more confident now that relationship is better, but it certainly was a challenge at the start of this, so I'm grateful to my honourable friend the Minister for having dealt with that. We're going to make some progress, Dame Rosie, because I know you're keen to crack on. I wanted to touch on a couple of the amendments that are listed today and perhaps demonstrate some of the challenges in this system. There are a number in here that are effectively trying to prevent deportation or removals at all costs, blocking the entire premise of us being able to control our borders. And in doing that, in preventing us from controlling our borders or removing people with no right to be here, it dissolves, in effect, our national self-determination, our national identity. It degrades our ability to decide for ourselves. I think Ronald Reagan said that if you can't control your borders, you're not a nation or not a nation state. And it takes away some of those significant powers that we should absolutely have and hold in this country. I use examples such as Amendment 138 that says you can't remove unless there was a safe and legal route. You mentioned that, honourable friend, member opposite mentioned that earlier. What it seems to say to me is that if there isn't a safe and legal route, then you have carte blanche to arrive here through whatever means that you suggest or that you would like. There can't be a safe and legal route for everybody around the world who could or be eligible to come here. That's 100 million displaced people around the world. You have to somewhere draw a line that says what is reasonable for us as a country to actually be able to resource. Local authorities tasked with looking after a lot of the people who come. There is limited resource, there is limited capacity to do that. In order to be fair both to asylum seekers and people in genuine need and to UK citizens who rely on public services, you have to draw a line. So it can't possibly be right to implement a clause like that will prevent us from removing basically everyone. If you clause Amendment 121, you can't remove until you've exhausted 1 million appeals through every court in the land forever and ever, and will actively encourage the kinds of scenes that we've seen in recent years where people are lodging late appeals and dragging people off of flights. Again, we won't be able to enact any of this if you try to implement those kinds of amendments. It defeats the entire object of the bill, and perhaps that's what members opposite are trying to achieve in bringing them forward. It's absolutely right that we need to prevent the exploitation of children. And I think my right honourable friend from South London's Deepings is right to say that age verification is an important part of that. Important as it is to ensure that we implement a system that is rightly tough on the rules for adults. If you want to implement a system that also seeks to safeguard children, you have to be able to effectively decide who children are and to show that the system isn't being exploited in that way. If you're going to have those duties to safeguard young people, inevitably, if you say and you put on the face of the bill that we are going to have a system for children that says you will have rights to all sorts of the same as a British child, that you would, members no longer in his place, but you wouldn't remove people at 18. If you write that on the face of the bill and effectively say you'll be able to come and live here as effectively a British citizen with a right to stay forever, then more and more children will arrive on small boats, and we will be actively encouraging children or people traffickers to put more vulnerable unaccompanied children on boats and push them off into the sea. And that would be a horrendous outcome if we were to make that clear to people in this business, sadly, who are exploiting vulnerable young people. But finally, in terms of the amendments, Dame Rosie, my constituents voted one of the highest proportions to leave of anywhere in the country. 71% voted to leave the EU. They voted for self-determination. They voted to remove the control and the overriding decision-making of European institutions. I think amendments 131 and 132, in the name of my honourable friend from Devizes and my honourable friend from Middlesbrough South, seek to ensure that the rules around this are decided and implemented and applied here in the UK, notwithstanding the views of those who are in Strasbourg on removal flights, or because of provisions in the ECHR that might now overreach or might be open to exploitation. Whilst we work this out and whilst we get to a place where we have a functioning asylum system, I think most of my constituents would fundamentally expect that at the very least we should be able to make our own rules and decisions here in the United Kingdom, and that we should be able to determine the compliance with those rules here in the United Kingdom. I think that plays a huge part in the reasons and the methods behind people choosing to leave those European institutions. Finally, Dame Rosie, I just wanted to say that my constituents in Mansfield absolutely expect to see numbers of people crossing the channel illegally fall dramatically. They absolutely expect to see people moved out of hotels and into secure accommodation. And they absolutely expect to see removals, flights leaving this country and taking people with no legal right to be here to somewhere else. I know I've said this before, but I ask the Minister again to do everything in his power and for the Home Secretary to do everything in her power to make sure that we can keep that promise to the British people.
Stephen Farry.
Thank you very much, Dame Rosie. And in following the honourable member for Mansfield, I think it's important to point out the dangers of framing this as a them versus us competition for scarce resources. And indeed this notion that there's 100 million people in the world who are all wishing to come to the UK. The answer to the first question is, of course, to invest in resources for everyone across the UK, and also to have some degree of perspective that whilst there may well be 100 million people in the world who are refugees or internally displaced, only a small fraction of those are seeking to come to the UK. Even in the context where we expand the range of safe and legal routes, most want to stay close to their original homes, with someday the intention of returning there. I very much want to focus particularly on one issue, which is Amendment 70 in my name, but also to offer support to other amendments from this side of the House. But in talking to Amendment 70, I have to say I am somewhat self-conscious and indeed humbled that it is a very specific niche issue in the context of what is an overall bill which I feel is lacking in compassion, lacking in humanity to people who are fleeing war and persecution. There's a breach of international law in terms of the Refugee Convention and the European Convention on Human Rights, and is in denial of the lack of viable, safe and legal routes into the UK. Nonetheless, it is important that I do place these particular concerns on record. And once again, we have a situation where Home Office legislation fails to take into account the realities of the common travel area, and in particular movements on the island of Ireland. Whilst there is an open border with no routine immigration checks, UK immigration law nevertheless does continue to apply, and people who cross into the UK, particularly on the island of Ireland, still remain at risk of immigration enforcement and indeed in legal jeopardy if they are in breach of any particular immigration rules. So under Clause 2 of the bill as is presently framed, someone who enters the UK via Northern Ireland now risks potential detention, deportation to a third country or their home country, and even a ban on ever returning. I do welcome the Home Office's recent guidance on the electronic travel authorisation, insofar as it gives an exemption for third country nationals living in the Republic of Ireland who don't require a visa to enter the UK to come into the UK without the need for the ETA. That is sensible and pragmatic, but it doesn't go far enough. And there are two categories of people that I wish to highlight in connection to this bill. And the Clause 2 in this bill significantly raises the jeopardy for people who aren't covered by that exemption in terms of the ETA. The first one I want to focus on is those residents of Ireland who currently do require a visa to enter the UK, including obviously Northern Ireland. Now, the visa itself isn't the issue in terms of this particular debate, but the change in their legal jeopardy very much is. So let me give you a couple of examples. We could see a woman from Kenya who's living legally in, say for example, County Donegal, and crosses the border, a simple bridge across the border from Lifford to Strabane to do the weekly shopping, and somehow ends up interacting with the state authorities and is therefore comes to the light of the immigration control. Potentially she could end up in a situation where she is deported not just back to her home in Ireland, but actually deported all the way back to Kenya. Or we could have a Nigerian man who's simply travelling between 2 points in the Republic of Ireland, between Clonus and Cavan Town, and as people may well know, that road famously crosses the border in Northern Ireland in County Fermanagh about 6 times. That person has no intention of doing any business in the UK, but unfortunately has a traffic accident and comes to the attention of the state. Under this clause, as currently drafted, he too could be deported not just back to his home in Ireland, but all the way back to Nigeria. Secondly, let's look at the issue in terms of tourism. At present, Northern Ireland is marketed internationally as part of a single entity in terms of the island of Ireland. That is an outworking of the Good Friday Agreement. Furthermore, most international visitors to Northern Ireland first arrive in the Republic of Ireland primarily through Dublin Airport and then travel northwards. It is currently intended that those individuals would require an ETA in order to access the United Kingdom. There is a separate discussion that I do want to have with the Home Office around that current requirement for tourism in terms of the impact on the tourist sector. But in terms of today, I want to focus on the immigration aspects. There are, of course, safeguards in terms of anyone entering the UK via a seaport or an airport that will essentially capture and ensure that they do have the requisite papers. But that isn't going to be the case in terms of what is an open land border in Ireland. So we do have the potential for potentially many thousands of tourists innocently and unwittingly coming to Northern Ireland without an electronic travel authorisation and therefore being placed in legal jeopardy, even if they have the intention not to stay in the UK because they're simply tourists. But under this bill, as it's currently drafted, they too are at risk of detention, deportation, and also a ban on never coming back to the UK again. Is that seriously the message that we want to send to the rest of the world in terms of UK tourism? Yes?
Grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Would he not also, I agree fundamentally with the point that he is making, and the government should note that this is an argument which finds unanimity across the political parties of Northern Ireland, and that of itself should speak volumes to the government. Yeah.
Yes, I'm very grateful for the Chair of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee for that intervention, and he is quite right. This is something that across the political spectrum in Northern Ireland we are taking a pragmatic approach to, because we are very sensitive to the importance of tourism to our economy. There are very particular concerns about the need for an ETA in terms of tourist movements, and beyond that today we're just highlighting that there is also the issue of enhanced legal jeopardy for someone who travels without that documentation and their potential risks. Also, Dame Rosie, I just want to briefly make a few other points in relation to the implications for Northern Ireland. Also to say that there is the potential for this bill to run contrary to the requirements of Article 2 of the Northern Ireland Protocol, now renamed the Windsor Framework, alongside the wider issue in terms of its adherence to the European Convention on Human Rights. I'm not sure that the government have done proper due diligence in that particular regard. This relates to the non-diminution of rights, and of course asylum seekers are as much part of the community in Northern Ireland as anyone else. And finally, I also want to place on record my concerns that the bill potentially allows the Secretary of State to make modern slavery regulations which apply to devolved regions and nations, and they encroach upon devolved matters, and those powers will be struck without the consent of those devolved authorities, including Northern Ireland, where we don't currently have a functioning executive and assembly. Thank you very much.
Janet Davey.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak in favour of amendments 148, 285, 288 and 292 and the new clause 18, 21, 22, 27, 28 and 30. And this is because my constituents and I are deeply concerned about so many aspects of this bill. Specifically on clause 2 and 4, the UNHCR has stated the bill would deny protection to many asylum seekers in need of safety and protection, and even deny them the opportunity to put forward their case. Now, over the years, I've worked with refugees and asylum seekers, unaccompanied minors, children and families, and the stories I've heard about them travelling to the UK are brutal and gruesome at the hands of people smugglers. They are always left deeply traumatised. I've heard of stories of male children being raped. I've heard stories of a young person travelling with his brother and being separated along the journey, and then never seeing him again and being worried and concerned that actually maybe he never even survived the journey. I've heard stories of a husband who was handed his child and saw his wife being repeatedly gang raped. These are terrifying incidents. I've heard of stories where guns have been placed to children's and adults' heads. These people are terrified, and they have endured unimaginable conditions on their journey to the UK. Yet when we hear about refugees and asylum seekers from the government and the opposite side of the bench, their experiences of crossing the channel to flee persecution is never mentioned. or even rarely ever mentioned, and I find that utterly shameful. This government has demonised these people and children, and they're forgetting that they're human, just like all of us across this chamber. Refugees that come by boat or in lorries do so because of the lack of safe routes to the UK, and they're completely vulnerable and at the mercy of the people smugglers. It is the people smugglers and criminal gangs that the government should be focusing all their efforts on to stop this illegal and criminal act. And that is why I'm backing new Clause 22 to enshrine in law a new National Crime Agency unit to crack down on people smugglers and gangs. As the MP for Lewisham East, I've talked a lot in this chamber about my pride and joy that Lewisham Council was the first in the country to become a borough of sanctuary. Local authorities are heavily involved in the housing of asylum seekers, and that is why I urge colleagues to vote for new Clause 27. This will force the Home Secretary to consult with local authorities when opening up asylum accommodation and hotels in their area. We have a hostel and asylum accommodation in my constituency, and I am appalled when I have been there to speak to some of my constituents about the conditions that they are having to live in. They're not able to cook for their families, not able to cook for themselves, not able to choose, make choices that families would want to. And what they do want to do is to provide for their families, to have their visas, to be able to work, and to have a home and to care. But what I am finding is that so many people that are in this country, that are asylum seekers or refugees, are beginning to suffer from mental health problems because of the endured process of how long this is taken, and the government is allowing them to remain in these unsatisfactory conditions. But at the national level, the small boat failure exists due to the Tory government's incompetence. Because it was this government's deal to leave the European Union without a returns agreement in place, which has led to a huge increase in the number of dangerous crossings and a backlog in asylum cases. I'm not sure why the backlog hasn't been resolved. Obviously, the government does not have the appetite to really push forward to make this happen. And I'm further outraged that this bill breaches Refugee Convention and gives the Home Secretary power to remove unaccompanied children. My honourable friend from Walthamstow has spoken about new Clause 18 eloquently, and I absolutely support the reasons why she has mentioned that, and her persistence in making sure that children are treated equally and fairly, and continue to ensure that children are of the government's paramount concern. The government is risking the welfare and safeguarding of vulnerable children. That is absolutely clear. And therefore, I back Amendment 148, which removes the Home Secretary's power to remove unaccompanied children. And I trust many honourable members from across the House will do so as well. Most people want strong border security and a caring and effective asylum system. But at the moment, we have neither. And this bill does little to achieve this. Labour has a plan to prevent dangerous channel crossings and to reduce the asylum and refugee backlog. In order to improve this shameful piece of legislation, we must pass all the amendments I have raised in my speech. And lastly, I want to mention the work of Together with Refugees. They are a coalition of over 550 national and local organisations calling for an effective, fairer and humane approach to supporting refugees. I urge the government to listen to them.
Joanna Cherry.
You, Dame Rosie. I rise to speak to Amendments 121 and 123 to 127, which are tabled in my name, and also in support of Amendment 1, tabled in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Aberavon, who speaks for the official opposition, to which I've added my name. And I've tabled these amendments as Chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights. I'm not going to push them to a vote because the committee has only just commenced our legal scrutiny of this bill. That's not because we're dilatory in any way, but because it's been bounced on us at such short notice. We've got very little time to undertake that scrutiny, but we hope to report before the bill has finished its passage through the House of Lords, and at that point I hope we'll be able to recommend some detailed amendments with the backing of the whole committee. Dame Rosie, I did wonder whether it was worth my while spending hours in the chamber this afternoon waiting to speak in detail to any of these amendments. as after 6 hours of debate yesterday, the Minister made no attempt whatsoever to address any of the detailed points raised by opposition amendments. Now, we don't expect the Minister to agree with us, but we expect him to at least do us the courtesy of addressing what we have bothered to say, not just on behalf of our constituents, but also on behalf of civic society and so on. That's how democratic scrutiny works. There's no point in members opposite banging on about the sovereignty of this Parliament when the government ignore most or all of the substantive points raised by the opposition during legislative scrutiny. Dame Rosie, that's not how a bill committee is supposed to work, and I would appeal to the Minister to remember his duties not just to the government and his political party, but also to this Parliament and to the constitution of this so-called parliamentary democracy, because the way we are legislating in this House at the moment is an absolute disgrace, Dame Rosie. A bill committee is supposed to be line-by-line scrutiny. This is a fairly lengthy bill which raises huge issues in respect of our international legal obligations and also huge moral issues. But we've not conducted anything like line-by-line scrutiny. And if I'm supposed to keep my comments to 10 minutes, I'll barely scrape the surface of the amendments that I've tabled, and have not just been dreamt out of thin air. They're informed by detailed legal scrutiny of the bill by those lawyers advising my committee, and also many of the amendments are informed by the existing unanimous report of the Joint Committee on Human Rights on the Bill of Rights. So, you know, this bill sneaks in some of the things that were going to be in the Bill of Rights. And yesterday, as I say, I spent quite a long time addressing in some detail the legal reasons under reference to the Convention and case law of the European Court of Human Rights, the reason why it would breach the Convention for the government to ignore interim orders of the court. And I also explained how very rarely interim orders are passed in respect of the United Kingdom. And the Minister just completely and crassly ignored every single point I sought to make. And frankly, his behaviour, I'll take an intervention in a minute, the behaviour in failing to address any of the opposition amendments makes a mockery of this Parliament, and it makes a mockery of all their singing and dancing and fuss about the sovereignty of this Parliament. So I'll take an intervention.
Grateful to the Honourable and Learned Lady for giving way. Yesterday, my honourable friend, the member for Stone, set out a very compelling argument about the sovereignty of this place. But I share her concern that I think that speaks to an earlier time of how laws were made, where it was done in a far more leisurely way, where this place made far fewer laws, and it took its time. There was and there were no programme motions. People could take as long as they wished to. So I take her point entirely. And doesn't that speak to the importance of scrutiny in the other place, but also some oversight of the courts, so that if there is error in our lawmaking, the courts can point it out and we can rectify as and when necessary. So I fundamentally agree with the point which he makes with regards to the importance of court oversight.
Order, before the Honourable Lady responds. Just to say, I gave some guidance, as she knows. It is not possible to impose a time limit. My guidance was to try to get as many people in as possible. Joanna Cherry.
Making that clear, Dame Rosie, just to answer the honourable gentleman's points. Yes, I do think in a civilised, balanced, modern democracy where we have proper separation of powers, the role of the courts is very important. But the role of this chamber is very important. I'm not too bothered about the other place. It's not elected. It doesn't represent people. I got elected, went to the trouble of getting elected 3 times to represent my constituents. What I have to say about this bill is an awful lot more important than what some unelected peer has to say. And I say that with all due respect to many of the peers who I think do a fantastic job in trying to fill in the holes of the absolutely appalling way in which this government seeks to pilot legislation through this Parliament. Yes, I'll take another intervention.
I'm very grateful to give her. I fear I wasn't clear because I was trying to support the Honourable and Learned Lady in what she was saying. In that I referenced the other place as, of course, in a bicameral system, that the second House provides time to reflect and then obviously give us their views, which we can then consider again. But the fundamental point with which I thought or hoped helpfully agreeing with the Honourable and Learned Lady, was the point that she makes, as do others, of the importance of being able to have court oversight, because we are inclined to rush our legislation in this place. And therefore, if we do get things wrong, we are only human after all, it is important to have space for the courts to reflect, to hear evidence, and to advise and guide.
Yeah. I know he was trying to assist me, but I agree with him that court scrutiny is important. Of course I do, I'm a lawyer. But I'm not going to let the government off the hook on the absolute woeful scrutiny that goes on week in, week out in this place. I'm totally in favour of a bicameral system. When Scotland eventually becomes independent, which I hope will be during my lifetime, I would like to see a bicameral system in Scotland, because I like to see checks and balances. And I don't like governments who throw their weight about and don't allow proper legislative scrutiny. And that's what that's my point. That's why I'm spending some time on this just now, because the way this is being conducted is frankly a disgrace. It really is a disgrace. Right.
I'm very grateful the Honourable Lady is raising these points, because as the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, we were very keen to carry out some pre-legislative scrutiny on this bill to assist the House when it came before us. That wasn't possible because it had to be rushed through, it seems. So we've had no opportunity to have evidence sessions or to do any of the work that would really help the government. It seems to me, why are the government so frightened of proper scrutiny of this bill, which we all recognise is so important?
I can tell her why they're so afraid of proper scrutiny, because proper line-by-line scrutiny of this bill will illustrate that it breaches our international obligations under the ECHR, it breaches our obligations under the Refugee Convention, it breaches our obligations under the Council of Europe Action Against Trafficking, and that's just to mention 3. There's also the International Convention on the Rights of the Child, and I could go on and I could go on. That's why they don't want the scrutiny. And what really infuriated me yesterday was that when some of us were actually trying to make arguments that were based on evidence and the law, the Minister was far more interested in parroting the populist slogans coming from his back benches, which really had no basis in law and no basis in evidence, than addressing the amendments we are trying to make. So I am going to spend a bit of time talking about the amendments I've lodged, because I think they're quite important. Not because, just because I think they're important, but because I think they reflect issues that have been widely raised in briefings by the, even just speaking about home-based organisations, briefings by the Equality and Human Rights Commission, the Scottish Human Rights Commission, the Law Societies of England and Wales, the Law Society of Scotland. I can absolutely assure the members opposite, the Law Society of Scotland is not a bastion of lefty lawyers. I wish it was, but it isn't. So anyway, let's just start with Amendment 1, which is an amendment to Clause 1. And the purpose of that amendment is to prevent Section 3 of the Human Rights Act from being disapplied in respect of this bill. Because if that happens, it means that the courts will be prevented from interpreting this legislation to avoid human rights incompatibilities in provisions, unless those provisions are ambiguous. And what will happen then is that the court will be far more likely to issue declarations of incompatibility instead, which, and I notice that the Minister, despite everything I've said, is now conducting a lengthy and casual conversation with the chap sitting beside him, rather than... This is just not how we should be conducting ourselves in this place. In my previous job, if I sat and held a conversation with the barrister or the advocate sitting beside me when the other advocate was speaking, and we'd have got a telling off from the judge, I just think it's nothing to do with me. It's just wholly disrespectful to the process of parliamentary scrutiny. This is really important. The Human Rights Act was passed by this Parliament. All of the responses to the government's consultation on the Bill of Rights and all of the responses, or the vast majority of the responses to my committee's consultation on the Bill of Rights, showed that people thought Section 3 was working really well, and that Section 3 of the Human Rights Act does not undermine parliamentary sovereignty, because it can only be brought into play where provisions are ambiguous. Yet despite all of that evidence and despite all of that scrutiny, the government is wanting to go ahead with disapplying Section 3 of the Human Rights Act to this bill. And what I want to know by tabling this amendment is I want to know the basis for that. How can the government be so confident that their view, which is in direct opposition to the responses to their own consultation, the weight of them and the responses to my committee's consultation, how can they be so confident that their view is right? I think we all know the answer. They're not confident that their view is right. They just want to drive it through on a wave of populist rhetoric. The next amendment I want to speak to is Amendment 123, which is designed to seek to ensure that the United Kingdom will comply with its obligations under Article 31 of the Refugee Convention. Now, insofar as the government actually hasn't explicitly addressed the compatibility of the bill with the Refugee Convention in the documents which accompany the bill, but I understand that the government's argument is that protections under the Refugee Convention only apply to those who fall within the group who cannot be penalised under Article 31. That is to say, those who come directly to the United Kingdom. And this is the phrase the government relies upon to justify its interpretation that asylum seekers should claim asylum in the first safe country they reach. And that's reflected in the third condition set out in Clause 2, which says a person is not taken to have come directly to the UK from a country where their life or liberty were threatened if in coming from such a country they've passed through or stopped in another country outside the UK where their life and liberty was not so threatened. And in practice, that would exclude any asylum seeker who travels to the UK by any means other than a direct mode of transport from the persecuting state. Now, that is clearly not the intention of the Refugee Convention. The government's definition of coming directly, set out in Clause 2.5, is inconsistent with the interpretation of Article 31 in the Refugee Convention set out by experts assembled by the UNHCR in 2001, who concluded, following analysis of the Travaux Préparatoires, that the drafters of the Refugee Convention only intended that immunity from penalty should not apply to refugees who found asylum or were settled temporarily or permanently in another country. And the government's position is also inconsistent with the similar interpretations of Article 31 made by the English High Court in the case of Adimi and others against CPS and the Secretary of State for the Home Department, and that their interpretation was discussed by the House of Lords by no less than Lord Bingham, who said, in another case of ASFAW, which confirmed that a short stopover in another country on the way to claiming asylum in the UK does not preclude reliance on Article 31 of the Refugee Convention. So there is binding authority from the highest court in England that the government's interpretation of Article 31 of the Refugee Convention is wrong. It's also noteworthy, Dame Rosie, that the interpretation of coming directly in this bill is much stricter than the interpretation set out in the Nationality and Borders Act 2022, which states that individuals will not be considered to have come directly only if they stopped in another country and could not reasonably have been expected to claim asylum there. So it is worthy of comment that the government has substantially altered its understanding of the legal meaning of a well-established international treaty in the space of a year, on the basis that I think they're trying to say there's some sort of evolving interpretation. But if actually you look at the interpretations both by our domestic courts and in the convention, the government are wrong, and the interpretation I've set out is correct. Another amendment I want to speak to, Dame Rosie, is Amendment 124, and that would remove the prohibition for the first 28 days of detention on the grant of immigration bail by the first-tier tribunal and the ouster of judicial review detention. I'm not going to go into the details of that because it's actually quite complicated, but I think the government's contention that to fall back on habeas corpus would fulfil our Article 5 commitments under the ECHR. I think that's highly dubious, and I really hope that they will, Minister perhaps, or his boss, the Home Secretary, will come before my committee so that we can discuss these things in a bit more detail than we are able to do today. And then again, Amendments 125 to 127 These are designed to ensure that the disapplication of modern slavery provisions extend only in accordance with the Council of Europe's Convention on Action Against Trafficking. And that's been spoken to in some detail already by a couple of honourable members, right honourable members opposite. So again, I'm not going to take up more time talking about that. But I just want to end with one or two other comments. During the debate, several honourable members have spoken about the plight of women in Iran and Afghanistan. And I'm not really quite sure how the government thinks a woman who's fleeing the persecution of women in Iran or Afghanistan can come legally to this country, particularly in the Iranian case. And I'd be really interested to hear what the answer to that is, because it concerns me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the third condition, Dame Rosie, it concerns me that the third condition in clause 2 of this bill is that in entering or arriving, as mentioned in subsection 2, the person didn't come directly to the UK from a country in which the person's life and liberty were threatened by reason of their race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or political opinion. I just wonder why sex is missing from that list. Because some of the most serious persecution going on in the world today is against women on the grounds of their sex. I've mentioned Afghanistan, I've mentioned Iran. We also know about the weaponisation of rape against women in war zones. People talk about Ukraine, but it's happening in Africa all the time. Now, I know the honourable gentleman, the member for Aberavon, has an amendment 2 to add the word gender to that list, but I think the word should be sex. Gender is a social construct. These women are not being persecuted on the basis of a social construct. They're being persecuted on the basis of their sex. And I think something where I and the Minister can agree is that the United Kingdom should be very alive in its global outreach to protect women's rights. So I would ask the government to consider adding sex to that list. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow Central, also said that we should be adding sexual orientation to that list. And I completely agree with her on that because of what's happened in Uganda in particular. But there are many other countries in the world where it is not legal to be gay. It's not legal to be gay in Iran. They still hang people from cranes in Iran for being gay. So I think we need to think about that. Now, the Minister may very well say to me that membership of a particular social group, I think, is traditionally interpreted to include LGBT people and trans people, but not to include sex. So I think we need to add sex to this list, and we need to be clear that it includes LGBT people as well. And I think I'll just leave that there for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. I rise in support of new clause 22 and 27 proposed by the Shadow Front Bench. Just before my election last year, the Nationality and Borders Act became law. The government claimed it would resolve the asylum backlog, with the then Home Secretary promising a long-term plan that seeks to address the challenge of illegal migration head-on. Well, here we are, nearly a year on, with no real progress in tackling this crisis. In fact, things have only got worse. I strongly welcome new clause 22, which would enshrine the Home Secretary's accountability in law. It would require her to regularly report on how her department is eliminating the huge backlog in cases. This should not be a controversial amendment. The initial decision backlog has increased by 60% compared to 2021, rising to a record high of 160,000. And shockingly, fewer than 1% of last year's claims from those arriving on small boats have been decided. You wouldn't think so from the Home Secretary's rhetoric, with asylum delays getting even longer and the Home Office taking 10,000 fewer decisions a year than in 2015. This has led to a record number of asylum seekers being housed in long-term hotels and contingency accommodation. And that brings me on to new clause 27. 37,000 people now reside in hotels at a staggering cost to the taxpayer of £5 million each and every day. And decisions are still being made to use more. Local authorities, who have already faced significant funding cuts under successive Conservative governments, are having these proposals forced on them without any say. This is the story of my own Wakefield constituency. There are currently 2 hotels used to accommodate asylum seekers, with plans for a 3rd. New Clause 27 would finally tackle this issue, placing a legal requirement on the Home Office to consult with local authorities when considering new sites. Increasingly cash-strapped councils are having to step in to provide intensive support for vulnerable asylum seekers. They can't plan to do that if there's no interaction with the Home Office. There is no doubt that the asylum system is in chaos, and that this is a mess of the Conservative government's making. And Tory MPs who vote against this tonight will make this situation even worse for our councils. We need new Clause 22 and 27 for some much-needed accountability because of this government's woeful track record, promising to speed up claims, but delivering the opposite, promising to end the use of hotels, but instead seeing their use soar, and promising to return those deemed inadmissible, but only returning 21 people. We can't accept yet another bill promising to do one thing, but in practice doing the opposite. That's why I will be supporting new clauses 22 and 27 today for accountability and transparency.
Layla Moran.
Rosie, it will surprise no one to know that the Liberal Democrats will be eventually voting against this bill. And this really does feel, at committee stage, like we are just polishing the absurd, frankly. We don't want to be doing this. We don't want to be talking about this. That's not the same as saying we don't want to solve these problems. And actually, I would like to start by trying to take, if I can, a little bit of the heat out of it, because I think the suggestion that people on this side of the House don't want to tackle the small boats problem is just categorically not true. There is no one on this side of the House that I've heard say that they would agree that a criminal should be allowed to stay here. There is no one here defending the traffickers. There is no one here trying to actually not support the Home Office in deporting people who deserve to be deported. And in fact, what we are saying is that they should be doing it better and faster. So I think we should just start by recognising that. And I think we should also recognise that, this bill is partly about the local elections, isn't it? The questions around why are they so scared of scrutiny, I don't think they are. I think they actually just want to get this out as quickly as possible, because if it's not out now, then we know it's not going to make the printers for the local election leaflets that are then going to drop in the next few weeks. And I'm sorry to be cynical, but that I think is what's happening here. Because the problem is, the big issues that need to be tackled here are enormous. And I do wish that the government would actually grapple with these. I mean, the biggest driver of this, and there was something, I found myself agreeing with the Home Secretary, felt uncomfortable. But she did say something that I agreed with, which is that actually the first issue here is there are big global factors that are pushing people around the world. There is climate change. There is also instability across the world, more than we had 20 years ago. And a combination of these two things are the cause for global migration. The vast majority of these people are not seeking to leave their regions. Many of them don't speak languages. They don't want to leave. The vast majority of refugees aren't even in Europe. They are in next-door countries. Just look at what's happened most recently in the disaster zones in Syria and in Turkey. It's surrounding areas where they want to be. And then there's this tiny number that are coming over here in small boats. And boy, do we not want that to happen. There is no one here who wants to do that. So let's start with that point. I would put to them, though, that doing things like reducing our aid spend from 0.7 to 0.5 doesn't help. I would put to them that going backwards in any way on any of our commitments to climate change is not going to help that aim. And I would also put to them that they are also partly responsible for part of this. This is to do with Home Office inefficiency, which, as we've seen over the last 5 years, this has started, they want to blame the pandemic. It's not just about the pandemic. This started before that point. It's gotten worse and worse and worse. The pandemic made it even worse. But this is fundamentally, and they need to accept that that is part of the problem. There is a managerial aspect here that needs addressing. But I want to focus my remarks on something very local, and I just want to start and put on the record my thanks to the Minister for meeting with me about my concerns around Campsfield House, which was a detention centre in Kidlington, which in 2017 the local community campaigned to close for very many years. It was shut down. partly to do with in fact, entirely to do with a government plan to reduce the size of the detention estate, and now the plan is to reopen it. And I'll get to some of the key points around that in a moment, but the main thing I think we need to just keep remembering here is that these are people inside these detention centres. And I don't feel that personally I can convey what they feel myself as well as they can. And so I want to tell Alan's story, who was a refugee from Uganda who came to the UK and stayed in Campsfield, but in his own words. And he said, "I was imprisoned in Campsfield for 9 months, and though I did not know how long I would be held, one of the hardest parts of detention is the uncertainty of not knowing how long you will be there. While you are there, you are not treated like a human. Conditions at Campsfield were at times inhumane, with people resorting to hunger strikes, self-harm, and tragically even suicide. You are given a number and referred to by that number rather than your name. When you meet people from outside of the centre, you are perceived and treated as if you are a risk to society, a dangerous criminal, when all you were trying to do was reach safety and build a life. When I was at Campsfield, I saw many people struggling to cope with depression and a system designed to break people down. My way of coping was to join a legal reading group where we taught ourselves immigration law and supported each other in our appeals against detention. I was eventually released from Campsfield in February 2015 when my legal battle was successful. I was granted refugee status later that year, and I've since returned to being a carer in the community, and my daughter is now at university. Treated like a criminal, referred to like by a number, and that is the reality that I worry we are going back to. Now, I've had assurances from the Minister it's not going to be like that, but I've yet to see anything concrete in the plans for Campsfield that say it's not. And those horrible things that happen to those individuals, that ekes out into the community. Every time we have a suicide, it's in the Oxford Mail. My local constituents write to me worried about it. So whilst people may not be concerned about it right now, the proliferation of detention in this way is going to have a negative impact on my community. And it's also got an impact on third sector, and it's also got an impact on my own constituency casework. And I will take on those cases because Oxford is proud to be a city of sanctuary, and I am an MP who will help them regardless, because I think that's our job.
Hear, hear.
But it's not going to solve the problem, because if you take everyone who crossed the Channel who was detained for more than 28 days, that's 9,161 people. Campsfield is going to house 400. They've also got Haslar and Gosport, so that's another 600. So that's 1,000. But the numbers also, in terms of how much it's going to cost, is quite eye-watering. Campsfield is £170 million. And I would put it to the Minister that surely this money is better spent on 700 Home Office caseworkers to process claims and make a dent in that backlog. I welcome the fact that the government's already started to do this. I don't understand why it took so long, but let's do more. Let's employ even more, because that is the answer to this. And then my other question is, if you are going to have 1,000 more in detention, what is now our new baseline detention rate? What is the plan for the number of people that we think we are going to be having here, and what are we trying to do? Because surely what we want to do is to have as many people processed and deported as quickly as possible. I'm with the Minister when he wants to find the criminals. I'm with the government when they want to work out who shouldn't be here and send them back. But I'm so worried that that's not what's going to happen, because we have indefinite detention in this country. We are the only country in Europe that has that. And my experience, having been an MP for an area with a detention centre, is that we don't keep to those 28 days that we should. We don't keep it even to a number of months. There were some that were there for 5 years. And I have no faith, I'm afraid, in this government to be able to deliver an efficient asylum system that's going to help them. So actually, let's focus on what they can actually do and get right. Let's stop the political posturing. Let's stop forgetting that these are real human beings. I genuinely think with the child detention point, we are on the wrong side of history here. It was a stain that it ever happened. It's a stain that it happens now. The fact that 1/3 actually are children should be enough for the Minister to turn around and say to himself, actually we're going to do a do no harm principle. We're going to assume that everyone's a child until they're proven not, because I don't want a single child held in detention, and I'm rather shocked that this government doesn't feel the same.
Here. Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. And could I just apologise for not being in the debate this afternoon? The liaison committee was meeting with the Prime Minister, so I had to go along to that for a period. And I also just wanted to start by following up on the points made by the Chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights. In yesterday's committee proceedings, children and the issue of child refugees was raised by members across this House over 40 times. And many members raised their deep concern about the way in this bill child refugees will be treated. Now, I've got a great deal of respect for the Minister, but unfortunately the Minister, in his very short closing speech yesterday, it just lasted 13 minutes, did not mention children once. And I also noted there were 70 amendments tabled yesterday. Now, at the rate of 70 amendments going into 13 minutes, that's about 10 seconds per amendment. And I really would just agree with the Honourable Lady about the lack of scrutiny, which is of huge concern on this bill. Considering it's so important, and as I said earlier on, the offer of pre-legislative scrutiny by the Home Affairs Select Committee, which wasn't taken up by the government, the lack of evidence sessions, and now the large sweep of amendments proposed by members of this House, the rushed process by which it's being introduced, and the lack of any impact assessment. So I hope this evening we will get a much more detailed and productive response from the Minister when he rises to speak. Now, I've tabled 10 amendments to this part of the bill, which fall under one essential umbrella, and that's around protection for refugee children. All of these amendments have the full support of the Children's Commissioner and summarise from the Home Affairs Select Committee recommendations in our Small Boats report, which we published last year. To start with Amendment 295, the government have excluded unaccompanied children from the removal provisions outlined in the bill. And we know that children will often have made very difficult and perilous journeys, probably at the hands of traffickers or smugglers. However, the bill obliges the Home Secretary to remove these unaccompanied children from the United Kingdom when they turn 18. Now, in the year ending September 2022, the UK received 5,152 applications for asylum from unaccompanied children. Many of them came from Sudan, a country facing political instability following years of civil war, and where child marriage is rife for girls as young as 10. Now, under this bill, for example, a 13-year-old Sudanese girl could claim asylum in the UK, be placed in the care of a local authority and be fostered, spend 5 years at school, make friends, learn English, get an education, build a life, become a member of society, only to face removal on her 18th birthday. If this was allowed to happen, the Home Office would be removing a young woman who's built her life here and may perhaps only know this country as home. And very importantly, it also dramatically increases the risk of children fleeing the system and disappearing before their 18th birthday in the knowledge that they face certain removal. Now, this amendment that I'm proposing does not grant automatic right for these children to remain in the United Kingdom. It simply removes their mandatory removal when they become adults. So each case can be decided on an individual basis. Next, I just want to turn to Amendment 299 and Amendment 301. The Children's Commissioner has raised concerns that under Clause 3, the Home Secretary will still have powers to remove unaccompanied children. The explanatory note sets out that this power will only be used in exceptional circumstances, but there is no further detail on the face of the bill as to what that means. I've tabled Amendment 299 to establish the right of an unaccompanied child who makes a protection claim, including as a victim of slavery and human trafficking, as set out in Section 69 of the Nationality and Borders Act, to have their claim considered before potential removal. I've also added my name to Amendment 121 tabled by the Honourable and Learned Member for Edinburgh South West, which strengthens this position further. Though Clause 5, subsection 4A gives some way to protecting such a person by stopping their removal if they make a protection claim or human rights claim, it is also dependent on subsection 4B, which relies on the Secretary of State considering this to be an exceptional circumstance. I understand that such a power is likely to be used with regards to unaccompanied children from a country listed in new section 80AA1 of the Nationality, Immigration and Asylum Act 2002 and clause 50 of this bill. Now, without my amendment, the Home Secretary, for example, would decide the right of a 14-year-old unaccompanied asylum-seeking child from Albania to remain in the UK. Over recent months, there has been the growing view that Albanian boys aren't in need of protection on arrival to the UK, but they are in fact exceptionally vulnerable, often trafficked here without proper protection and pushed into forced labour or criminality. Again, having the threat of removal over these children's heads is a guaranteed way to ensure that those who arrive here unaccompanied will try to go it alone, run away from care, slip out of the system and into the arms of traffickers and abuse. Therefore, Amendment 301 goes further by removing the power of the Secretary of State to make arrangements for the removal of an unaccompanied child. Now, the Home Affairs Select Committee report into Channel Crossings last year raised grave concerns about the Home Office's record of safeguarding children. From failures identifying vulnerable children through screening and assessments to failures of communication when transferring safeguarding responsibilities from one agency to another. There is also the disastrous and unforgivable failure of children going missing on the watch of the Home Office. I'm really concerned that the Home Office are simply not up to the job of keeping children safe and secure. And that is why I asked the Minister to reconsider clauses 15 and 16, which set out how the Home Office would accommodate a child and be given safeguarding responsibilities that currently sits with the local authority. These clauses are incredibly thin for such an essential issue as safeguarding children, and they make no provision on what the state of the accommodation that will be provided will be. Will the accommodation be regulated? Which body will inspect them? How will decisions be made? What support will be available for these children? The Children's Commissioner has made clear that she does not believe that the Home Office is the right body to oversee the safeguarding of children, and I completely agree. This is also why I've supported Amendments 143, 144 and 145, tabled by the Honourable Member for East Worthing and Shoreham, ensuring that our current statutory time and location restrictions on the detention of unaccompanied children and children with families are not disregarded. I also want to speak about Clause 14, which would remove the role of the Independent Family Returns Panel in the removal process. The Independent Family Returns Panel plays a vital role in safeguarding families and children from harm while awaiting removal and by ensuring that they are returned to a country that is safe. Now, this was introduced actually by the coalition government to end the detention of children and provide advice on the welfare and safeguarding aspects of removal arrangements made for families. The duty to remove provisions proposed in the bill mean that the IFRP overseeing the handling of families at port is actually going to become essential. If the government is going to take us back a decade in safeguarding measures, please think again and put some mitigations in place, and please remove clause 14. Now, on the specific issue of removal provisions in the bill regarding children and their families, I've tabled amendments 304 and 306. Under clause 30, a person who has ever met the 4 conditions relating to removal for the UK would forever be ineligible for any route to British citizenship. It seems to me it's completely wrong that this applies to children who, by the nature of their age, are not making these decisions or journeys by themselves. It cannot be fair or reasonable that an 8-year-old child brought to the UK illegally by their parents should be ruled as ineligible for citizenship for life. This is, I think, illiberal and unjust, and to hold a child responsible for the acts of their parents seems to me fundamentally wrong. Again, accepting this amendment will not bestow any rights on a child to claim British citizenship, but it will ensure that nobody's rights are removed because of the actions of their parents. Turning to Amendment 306, this would solidify the rights of a family unit to be considered as a whole, rather than individuals treated separately by the Home Office when satisfying the removal provisions within Clause 5. This amendment would make it explicitly clear on the face of the bill that family members arriving in the United Kingdom would only be removed if it is safe for all family members to be removed to the same country. This would mean that a father or husband is not removed to a country listed in respect of being safe for men in the schedule if it was not safe for all members of the family unit, including a wife and daughters. I want to turn now to my amendments which build on the recommendations in the Home Affairs Select Committee report on small boats, which was obviously reached on a cross-party basis. Our report found specific and serious concerns about child protection in that report, including in the practice of placing unaccompanied asylum-seeking children in hotels, which has led, we know, to hundreds of children disappearing. Currently, a child's asylum application will take on average 550 days. That's 100 days longer than an adult. And the issue of age verification and assessment is a very live one, with cases of children often being mistaken for adults. We therefore recommended that the government commission an independent review of children's experiences of the asylum system, including the examination of the support needs for young asylum seekers, including failed asylum seekers and refugees up to the age of 25. Now, I know the government are committed to securing the welfare of unaccompanied children and young adults in the asylum system, and so I look forward to the Minister responding, hopefully positively, to new Clause 14. The committee's report included many witness testimonies on the significant lack of support to vulnerable children who are left to navigate the asylum system alone, often with language and cultural barriers. And it must be terrifying and a scarring experience for many of those children and young adults. So new Clause 15 introduces a provision for each child to be provided with an independent child trafficking guardian. These are provisions that are already in place in Northern Ireland and Scotland and would ensure greater consistency across the whole of the country and deliver independent legal guardianship to all separated children here in the UK. And the Children's Commissioner fully supports this amendment based on that Home Affairs Select Committee recommendation, and again, I hope the Minister will do so too. Now, acknowledging the productive work that the government is doing with the French authorities, I also asked the Minister to look at new Clause 16, which would integrate the Select Committee's recommendation to consider a programme of trained child protection workers to work directly with vulnerable child migrants on the French coast. New Clause 33 is my next amendment, which I think is incredibly simple. It will firmly establish the right of any child to claim asylum. I agree completely with the Children's Commissioner's view that children should continue to be allowed to claim asylum, however they have arrived here. No vulnerable child should be turned away because of where they were born, because of decisions made by their parents, or because of the actions of traffickers or smugglers. Take, for example, the case of an Iranian boy who's been trafficked to the UK alone. He believed his family had been killed. He had no concept of what England was. He had no English language, but he'd been trafficked here by criminals. Under this unamended bill, the child would not be eligible to apply for leave to remain in the UK. Now, I acknowledge the government want to stop the criminal gangs behind the small boats, but they must not do so by refusing to deal with cases like this. A child can never and should never be used as a battering ram to punish criminals. It's just not right. Now, establishing a safe and legal route for refugee children, akin to the Dubs Amendment or fulfilling the rights children had under the Dublin Agreement, would go a long way to ensuring that they do not fall into the hands of traffickers. Therefore, I've tabled new Clause 32 on refugee family reunion for unaccompanied children, in line with the Home Affairs Select Committee's recommendations in both 2018 and 2022. This amendment establishes safe passage for unaccompanied refugee children to be reunited with a family member who has already been granted leave to enter and remain in the United Kingdom, just as they had before the UK left the EU. Without a safe and legal route to be reunited with their loved ones, children with families in the UK who could have otherwise offered them a home and an opportunity for a normal life will likely turn to traffickers and people smugglers. And we cannot leave unaccompanied or separated children alone in camps or in other countries where they have no support system, vulnerable to abuse, trafficking, criminality and worse. So the bill in its current form, I think, does nothing to protect refugee children. The Minister yesterday, as I started off by saying, did not mention children, and yet there are children out there who we can help, who we must help, whose voices are missing from this bill. So I do hope the Minister will take a look closely at my amendments and ensure the rights of refugee children are firmly protected.
Tim Lawton.
Thank you, Sir Roger. And can I first of all declare my interest in the Register as Chairman of the Safeguarding Board of Children's Group. It's a pleasure to follow the Chair and fellow member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, and I agree with many of the observations she makes, particularly on the recommendations which have come out of various Home Affairs Select Committee reports, but also on the specific conundrum that she mentioned, where children, perhaps even babies, who are brought here beyond their own power, clearly, as if they're very young, with parents falling foul of the regulations that are due to come in because they've entered illegally, will have a black spot on them effectively for life through making of their own. And what would happen, Sir Roger, if that baby, when he or she grew up, was then to marry a UK citizen, effectively not able to come to the country of origin of their spouse? These are not completely hypothetical scenarios. They are very real problems that could occur. We should not, I was almost about to use the phrase, throw out the baby with the bathwater, because there are some unintended consequences which could seriously harm a young person's prospects going forward for a crime which it had no part in effectively committing. I want to speak for a rather shorter time than yesterday, because I just want to focus on two aspects of children. And that's to do with children being effectively still capable of being deported as children, and also issues around detention, which I think are very problematic here. Now, in doing that, I think there is a problem with effectively trying to adultify children in this bill. I acknowledge there is a difficult situation regarding families, and I have concerns about the treatment of families, but I've also seen, as the chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee has, where people smugglers are using children to match them up with supposed relatives to come across. And the case we saw, in fact, the day we were last in Dover, where the supposed uncle and the child didn't even speak the same language. So we have got to be cognizant of the fact that these criminals will use children in order to try and help the passage of other people who are paying them large quantities of money. I'm also absolutely in favour of a much more robust and efficient age verification system. It is a safeguarding issue. We have had instances of people claiming to be children who later turn out to be adults actually attending school alongside school-age children in positions of responsibility alongside children. This is an important safeguarding issue. Many other European countries already have age verification techniques which will involve various medical interventions as well. And we need to look seriously at that if we are to get this one right. But again, it is a sensitive issue. I also have a good deal of sympathy with the concerns over modern-day slavery legislation, as my right honourable friend for Maidenhead mentioned earlier, and my honourable friend for Chinkford as well. And I hope the Minister will be looking carefully at how we can preserve the principles of that, whilst clamping down on some potential abuses that have been happening. So I just want to concentrate on my amendments, those in my name and names of Right Honourable friends, amendments 139 to 145, and they focus on clauses 2, 3, 7 and 11, which is about... I'd be delighted to.
I'm very grateful. Just in terms of the very good points that he made yesterday, can I just confirm from him how happy he was with the Minister's confirmation yesterday that safe and legal routes would, if necessary, be brought forward with our intention being, quote, to open them next year, and that by launching the local authority consultation on the safe and legal routes at the same time, does that give him and those of us who supported his amendment the reassurance that he needed on that score?
If I do too much back jobbing to yesterday's business here, I'm sure you'll call me out of order. But I will tell my honourable friend some intensive discussions went on with the relevant bodies to get assurances, but on the basis that I need to see some fairly convincing and robust action in the next few weeks before we get to report stage. Otherwise, we will be revisiting those amendments and new clauses with a vengeance at that stage. I've given the benefit of the doubt to the government at this stage, so I hope we can work constructively to achieve actually what I think the Prime Minister wants to achieve, what he's put on record he wants to achieve, but some of us want to see more of an urgency and some clear undertakings attached to it on the face of the bill. That was yesterday's business. Today's business, I'm not intending at this stage to force to a vote, but I do want to have some assurances from the Minister, because if we don't get those, these are very important principles dealing with very vulnerable children, and I want to see some really concrete action when it comes to report stage on this. Because frankly, if it doesn't, as with my case for the safe and legal routes yesterday, it makes the bill much less able to defend and will be much more vulnerable to being pulled apart in another place and by lawyers as well. So I want this bill to go through, but I want it to be a balanced bill that can work and won't fall at the first hurdle effectively. So those clauses I'm concerned with are those that place the duty on the Home Secretary to remove people, how they impact on children and the details around removal procedures, but also on the power of detention, and where we must absolutely make sure that we don't, as I use this word, adultify children, and they must be subject to the same safeguarding considerations for any other child legally already in the United Kingdom who's taken into custody or subject to some form of restriction on his or her liberty. It's first, I think, also worth repeating, as has been raised by several people, that no child rights impact assessment has been undertaken on this bill. And I think that is of concern, and I think it will benefit the government if it were to be able to back it up with that sort of analysis. I also have concerns, and we need justification for the removal of the duty to consult with independent family returns panels as well. And those are the sorts of reasons why many children's organisations, and indeed the Children's Commissioner, has been very vociferous on their concerns over various aspects of this bill. Now, there's also the issue of the Home Office taking over responsibility of accommodating unaccompanied children, and the Children's Commissioner has pronounced on that quite firmly, and she said in her report, it is entirely unclear how these powers would sit alongside local authorities' duties under Section 17 of the Children Act 1989 to safeguard any child in their area and take them into their care under Section 20 if the criteria for doing so are met. The bill has the potential to make it harder for local authorities to fulfil their duties in the Children Act 1989 in relation to ensuring stability for children as their corporate parent and to protect and support child victims of trafficking and exploitation. So the 1989 Children Act is clear. Local authorities in England have a legal duty to safeguard and promote the welfare of children within their area who are in need, which begins as soon as the child is found in the local authority area. And this Act applies to all children equally in the United Kingdom, regardless of their nationality, their origins, their ethnicity, or their immigration status. And this has been a grey area, as we found on the Home Affairs Select Committee when we've interviewed ministers before, and where it's gone wrong over the placing of children arriving through Dover in certain hotels, and there have been cases where the Home Office has not actually informed the local authority, which is the legal body in place of the parent, that they've actually placed children there. And there's some confusion amongst Home Office officials as to whether it's the Home Office who has prime responsibility or the local authority, between whether they are refugees coming here irregularly through Dover or those coming on a resettlement scheme through the Afghan scheme, for example. And we just need greater clarity in all of that. And I'm afraid with the changes here, it does not aid clarity. I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend. I think he, in his point that he makes about the interaction with the Children Act and indeed Home Office responsibility, this is where we get to the nub of the problem. I think the characterisation of this debate has become extremely unfortunate when we are talking about issues like detention, which I'm sure the government in practice doesn't actually mean. And this is really an issue of safeguarding first and foremost, and identifying genuine cases which require all the safeguarding measures that are underpinned by the Children's Act. Does he agree with me? It's a shame, to say the least, that we aren't focusing upon children in that context rather than in the context of detention, internment, whatever you want to call it. That language is not helpful.
Well, I'll come on to detention in a minute, but I can entirely agree with the principle of the point my right honourable friend is making, that whatever you think about our immigration and asylum system, a child in this country should be treated in no different way, however he or she arrived in this country, as somebody who was born here and is in the care of parents or whatever. And there are times in this bill where it's unclear that that is actually the case. So all these terms need to be subject to the child welfare prioritisation in the Children Act of 1989, and also have regard to the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child in 1989, where under Article 3, subsection 1, the best interest of the child must always be a primary consideration, and that has been upheld in UK legislation, not least in the 2009 Border, Citizen and Immigration Act. So in giving the Home Secretary the power to remove unaccompanied children when they reach the age of 18, or potentially before, as it stands, this bill could see a child arriving alone in the UK, aged 10, for example, fleeing war and persecution, being allowed to integrate into UK society, develop friendships and attend school, only then to be forcibly removed from the UK as soon as they turn 18. And there are concerns that a child approaching 18, a 17-and-3/4-year-old, could be encouraged to go under the radar and go underground for fear of that knock on the door when they reach 18. And we need to treat this sensitively, otherwise we are creating a greater problem and putting some of those children at greater risk than they might have been. A decade ago, Sir Roger, the majority of unaccompanied children were granted temporary leave to remain until they turned 18 rather than refugee status. And we know that the fear of removal forced many of those children to go underground and go missing at extreme risk of exploitation. So my amendments, Sir Roger, Amendment 139, it inserts a fifth condition in the bill which needs to be met on the duty for the Home Secretary to remove someone from the United Kingdom. Amendment 140 details that the additional fifth consideration is that the person to be removed is either over 18 or a minor in the care of an adult, typically a family member, and this would have the effect of ensuring that the bill does not capture unaccompanied children. And then Amendments 141 and 142 are consequential amendments, rewording of due to the rewording of Clause 3 and Clause 7 to remove subsections 1 to 4 and the anomalies in 1 or 2, which still gives the Home Secretary unrestricted powers. Now, the Minister... I'm not sure if the front bench wants to listen to this, Sir. It's a little difficult to try and make a speech with people having conversations right in front of me. Amendments 104... so ministers claim that there are exceptional circumstances only in which children would be removed from the United Kingdom. And there have been examples that those exceptional circumstances would be to reunite a child with a family overseas. OK, well, a child to be reunited with a family overseas can leave the UK of his own or her own accord, or subject to a ruling of a judge in the same way as would release a child from care into adoption, for example. So I don't see that as a necessary exceptional circumstance. So if the government is really convinced that there are exceptional circumstances where this needs to be laid, there needs to be more detail on the bill, or at least explanation in the explanatory notes, because there are none. And as it stands at the moment, the Home Secretary has the power to remove any child at her whim for reasons not specified in this bill. And that is a concern. Now, if the government have good reason for that, we deserve an explanation of what those reasons are, and it's for this House to judge on how credible and necessary those reasons actually amount to. Now, the effect of those amendments is that those children who arrive in the UK on their own and seek asylum would continue to have their asylum claims heard here, rather than being left in limbo until the time they reach 18, when they would, under this bill, face detention and then removal. These amendments don't mean that every child who arrives here on their own will go on to get permission to stay. Instead, it means that the Home Office must process their claims and, crucially, treat them as children rather than punish them. Dealing now, Sir Roger, with amendments 143 to 145 on the issue of detentions. Now, the amendments, along with these amendments that I've already described, also maintain the safeguards that were put in place under Conservative-led governments to protect children from the harms of immigration detention. In 2009, more than 1,000 children were detained in immigration removal centres, but following changes led by the then Home Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, over the next decade, the average was 132 children per year. What's more, those children could not be detained for longer than 24 hours if they were unaccompanied, or 72 hours if they with their family members, extendable to a week if a minister agreed it was necessary. We then legislated for these limits in the Immigration Act 2014 under a Conservative-led government, and Amendments 143 and 145 ensure that these safeguards continue to apply. I'm not asking for a change in the law, I'm just asking for the safeguards that were deemed to be very sensible and necessary back in 2014 still apply to the same sort of vulnerable children. They would then prevent unaccompanied children from being locked up for more than 24 hours. Amendment 145 would make sure that children who are with their family members continue only to be allowed to be detained for a week at the very most, and when they are, that it should be in specific pre-departure accommodation rather than anywhere the Home Secretary may wish, as the bill actually envisages. So under the bill, Clause 11 gives the Home Secretary very wide powers to detain anyone covered by the four conditions in Clause 2, which, without my earlier amendment, still includes unaccompanied children. Now, there's no time limit for how long a child can be detained. It amounts to, effectively, indefinite detention of children of any age, anywhere, that the Home Secretary considers appropriate. Under Clause 12, the Home Secretary will have a significantly expanded power to decide what a reasonable length of detention actually is. So it's all subject to the definition of what is reasonably necessary. And it also severely restricts court scrutiny of whether this is actually reasonable or not. Now, surely, Sir Roger, this cannot be right for children. I'm not seeking here to challenge the increased restrictions on adults, but particularly after all the controversy on how we detain children age appropriately who are already in this country, in the UK, surely we are not going to throw all that out of the window by adultifying migrant children and some very vulnerable children at that. There's also a practical consideration, Sir Roger. If everyone who crossed the Channel last year had been detained for 28 days, then on the 4th of September 2022, no fewer than 9,161 people, including children, would have been detained. This amounts to 4 times the current detention capacity available in the United Kingdom. So where physically does the government intend to place them, and especially those minors who need to be in age-appropriate accommodation? I'm also concerned as to how the 4 Hardiel-Singh principles from 1983 apply to this part of the bill. Those principles that a person may only be detained for a period that is reasonable in all the circumstances, and if it becomes apparent that the Home Secretary will not be able to effect removal or deportation within a reasonable period, she should not seek to exercise the power of detention. So the government has to make up its mind on what grounds it thinks it needs to detain children. And I again understand the sensitivities. There may be those claiming to be children who later turn out not to, who may abscond. But it needs to have a clear idea of what it's going to do in a short space of time in order to justify that detention when they actually arrive. And we don't have that level of detail or clarity in the bill, and so it's entirely incumbent on the Minister to give assurances to this House that children are not going to be disadvantaged in that way. So finally, Sir Roger, the amendments 143 and 145 would mean that the amendment would remove the provision which enables a person of any age to be detained in any place that the Secretary of State considers appropriate, and would reapply the existing statutory time and location restrictions on the detention of unaccompanied children. It was good enough in 2014. I don't think circumstances have changed for the way we should regard and treat vulnerable children that we need to change the law in this bill. And the Amendment 145 would remove the provisions which disapply the existing statutory time and location restrictions on the detention of children on their families. I don't think this is unreasonable, Sir Roger, but if the government wants to take issue with me, then it's incumbent on the government to say why it wants to make these changes. I've gone along with most of what's in the rest of the bill. I've given the government the benefit of the doubt on what it's going to do and the detail it's going to provide and the timing of safe and legal routes. But we need some serious assurances by report stage and hopefully some good signage by the Minister when he gets onto his feet shortly, that the sort of protections which children have been entitled to, and we are proud to give them those safeguards and have done in the past, why the law needs to be changed in the way that the government is now proposing to do. I think all of us want to do the right thing by vulnerable children. I think most of us would like to see safe and legal routes, as I referred to yesterday, that involve something equivalent to a Dubs 2 scheme, where genuinely unaccompanied minors in places of danger are brought to safety in the UK and given safe haven in the United Kingdom. I want to continue in that tradition. I want to make sure we are offering that safe passage and safe haven to the right, genuinely vulnerable children, and I don't want them to be penalised in the way that potentially they could be by the wording of this bill. I'm happy to take assurances, but if I don't get those assurances, by the time we get to report stage, I think I won't be alone in wanting to push various amendments to try and force some of those assurances onto the face of the bill.
Tahir Ali.
Sir Roger, thank you so very much. I stand today on behalf of the hundreds of emails and letters that I've received from my constituents. Also on behalf of children at St Dunstan's Catholic Primary School, which is a school of sanctuary. This bill marks a new low for this government in its continued attempts to treat asylum seekers with cruelty and contempt. As the TUC have made it clear, if this bill passes, it will effectively amount to an asylum ban. This bill is an attempt by this government to turn its back on most vulnerable people who are fleeing war and persecution around the world. And if passed, it will tarnish the reputation of the UK for decades to come. Under Clause 11, the Home Secretary will be given powers to detain children, whether accompanied or not, based on her own conclusions for however long she deems necessary. What right does the Home Secretary have to judge the most vulnerable groups' situations and why they have arrived in this country illegally? Why does she get the right to make decisions whilst diminishing court jurisdiction and going against laws of welfare and safeguarding? because that's exactly all this deplorable bill will accomplish by promoting not only failure but danger. What it is also clear is that the bill will only worsen an already intolerable situation. This government shouldn't need reminding that asylum seekers crossing over to the UK illegally are often victims of human traffickers who profit from the exploitation of asylum seekers and who are responsible for the deaths of countless innocent people who have died crossing the Channel. And what exactly does this bill do to help bring these human traffickers to justice? Nothing. In fact, far worse than nothing. This bill disqualifies victims of human trafficking and modern slavery from the protections and services offered by the Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings. Instead, victims will be threatened with deportation. It is obvious in such circumstances that victims will simply not come forward and human traffickers will get away with the continued exploitation of vulnerable people. By removing these protections and essentially criminalising victims of human trafficking, this bill will push more and more asylum seekers into the informal economy, where employers will take advantage of their lack of legal status and no recourse to labour market inspectorates. Again, those who profit from human misery and exploitation will go untouched by this bill, whilst their victims are made to suffer. This bill breaches international law, promotes human rights abuses, has serious implications for the safety of the most vulnerable groups in society, including children, and places an unacceptable amount of power in the hands of someone who has demonstrated that they are incapable of making appropriate decisions. It is for these reasons that I am resolutely opposed to this bill, as are my constituents in Birmingham Hall Green, as are the children in St Dunstan's Catholic Primary School. It will do lasting damage to the conscience and international reputation of our country. This bill must be stopped before it creates an irreversible damage to hundreds and thousands of people who are seeking nothing more than an opportunity to live free from harm.
Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Sir Roger. Can I maybe just start by congratulating Humza Yousaf on becoming Scotland's new First Minister and wish him every success in taking Scotland forward to independence. He, of course, comes from a heritage beyond these shores, and that should be a matter of celebration and pride. Sir Roger, once again, the amendments before us today show that this bill pleases nobody. Opposition members, on a cross-party basis, are trying to restore some basic elements of humanity and decency to the process and make sure that the UK actually continues to have something that resembles an asylum system. But it seems that for many Tory backbenchers, the bill doesn't go far enough, and Tory extremists want to make it even more punitive. And we see that, for example, in Amendment 136 for the member from Stoke-on-Trent North, who's no longer in his place. Attempting to ban the use of hotels for temporary accommodation is simply gesture politics. It's probably unworkable, it's certainly impractical, and it's likely to further increase, not reduce, the costs to the taxpayer. I wonder how often he and many others who've spoken today have actually met with asylum seekers who are staying in such hotels, who incidentally I'm happy to consider as constituents of mine who have a voice that needs to be represented in this place. Too many of the Tory backbenchers speak of them as some amorphous, as my honourable friend from Glasgow Central said, some sort of amorphous, dehumanised blob, and I think that's completely inappropriate. The asylum seekers that I've met through the Maryhill Integration Network and elsewhere don't want to live in hotels. They want to be able to work and contribute to society. The way to get asylum seekers out of hotels is to give them the right to work, the right to earn a living, which is another fundamental human right, by the way, and let them pay for their own accommodation, let them pay tax into the system. And at the end of their asylum process, if their claim is rejected, well then there will always have been processes for removal and return. But if their claims are accepted, then further down the road, they will be much further down the road of community integration and at far less cost to the taxpayer. Instead, this bill and the Honourable Member's amendment is going to channel yet more money into the hands of outsourcing companies like MERS and Serco, and many of us will continue to hear stories in our constituency surgeries about substandard and unsuitable accommodation being paid for by taxpayers. Sir Roger, today's groupings of clauses and amendments really get to the heart of what the government says that this bill is trying to achieve. Although actually many of us suspect what the government is actually trying to achieve is a fight, firstly with the House of Lords, then with the Supreme Court, and then with the European Court of Human Rights. But much of that was covered yesterday. But Clause 2 provides sweeping powers and duties that add up to what the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has described as a ban on asylum. During the passage of the Nationality and Borders Act, many of us asked, how can the United Kingdom, which is surrounded by water, ever be the first safe country of arrival for an undocumented migrant? My honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh South West, touched on this. How can anyone travelling from Iran or Eritrea or Sudan or practically anywhere else on the globe be expected to meet the third condition in Clause 2, Section 4 about not passing through a safe third country? Maybe there is some inventive way of doing this. Maybe the Minister can tell us. He's paid so much attention to the debate. The member for East Worthing really shouldn't have been surprised that he was having conversations on the bench, because he spent most of the debate looking at his phone. I don't know if there's been an update to Angry Birds or Candy Crush, or maybe it's just a particularly difficult Wordle today. But nevertheless, what are the inventive ways? What are the inventive ways for people reaching this country without passing through a safe third country? If someone pushes off from the coast of Eritrea and navigates the Horn of Africa and sails round the Cape of Good Hope and makes it up the North and South Atlantic Ocean without straying into anybody else's territorial waters and then lands on the south coast of England, will they perhaps be allowed to claim asylum under this clause? But in fact, will there even be a way of knowing? Because they're not even allowed to make a claim. When will they even get the chance to prove that that was the journey that they undertook? And that's why the SNP has tabled amendments 186 to 196 to mitigate these ridiculous restrictions. And I pay tribute to my honourable friend from Glasgow Central for humanising them in the way that she did, to offer protection to people who are under the age of 18, to people already determined as refugees under the terms of the Refugee Convention, to people who face discrimination because of their sexual orientation, to people who are victims of torture, people who have been trafficked or face slavery, people who have HIV or AIDS, and indeed people who come from Ukraine or from Afghanistan. And given the outrage that we've heard from sections of the Conservative benches today about the treatment of asylum seekers from Afghanistan, I hope the government will be prepared to accept our Amendment 189 or face the prospect of its members joining us in the lobby in support of it later on. I asked the Minister yesterday, and he didn't bother to respond. In fact, again, I'm not sure he was listening. If these powers, if the threat of immediate deportation is supposed to have a deterrent effect, where is the evidence? Why hasn't the Nationality and Borders Act had that impact? And shouldn't it already have started to work? Because the powers in Clause 2, under Section 3, backdate the bill to the 7th of March when the bill was introduced. So surely there should already be a slowdown in the number of arrivals. But if there is a reduction in arrivals from Albania, it's because of a separate arrangement that the government has come to. The reality is that this clause and these powers will not have a deterrent effect. Freedom from torture identifies 4 principal reasons for their clients undertaking perilous journeys to reach these shores. To join a family or community that could offer security and support. Because of familiarity with the language, culture and institutions of the UK, that the UK government spends thousands, probably millions of pounds promoting abroad. Britain is great, come and get a Chevening scholarship, come to the United Kingdom, except actually when you try to apply to, you can't unless you've got an awful lot of money. Apparently one of the reasons is in the hope of reaching a place where human rights are respected, which is considerably ironic given the bill that's in front of us and the clauses we're debating today. And then because of a lack of safety in the countries that they were passing through. And there's very little that the government can actually do to address any of these pull factors through legislation. And several stakeholders make the point that many people arriving here have little or no familiarity with the asylum rules. So the punitive measures, particularly the powers in Clause 2, will do nothing to change that. The amendments that I've tabled, 174 and 175, relate more specifically to the debate that we heard yesterday about the clauses around safe and legal routes. But what they would do is make sure that this House has a meaningful say on what cap or target for entrance under safe and legal routes should be. The current proposal for a statutory instrument drafted by ministers with no room for amendment is really no say at all. Brexit was supposed to be about parliamentary sovereignty, about this place taking back control over decision-making. So why Conservative backbenchers are so keen to hand over powers to the executive is really not clear at all. And I also welcome new clause 29, tabled by my right honourable friend, the member for Differ Meirionid. The commitment of Welsh ministers and Senator Cymru to making their country a nation of sanctuary is hugely encouraging, and she is right to seek to make sure that the clauses in this bill recognise and do not interfere with that commitment. And perhaps nation of sanctuary status is something that our new First Minister and his team will consider for Scotland, because of course we already aspire to those ideals, even if not using that formal term. But I wonder, Sir Roger, just in conclusion, it's worth reflecting that Greek philosophers figured out in about 500 BC that the world was round. But this doesn't seem to have quite sunk in the far reaches of the Tory backbenches. We can't just keep pushing people away in the expectation that they might fall off a cliff at the edge of a flat earth. If you keep pushing people round the globe, eventually they will come back to you. Migration is a global reality. It's part of human nature. Over the centuries, people had to flee these islands because their crops were devastated by blight, or because they were forced from their land to make way from sheep. So it's just as well that America and Canada and Australia weren't implementing hostile immigration environment policies back then. And it's just as well that now we have global treaties and conventions to protect human rights and regulate how refugees and asylum seekers are treated by countries of arrival. But not for this government. The exceptionalist attitude displayed by some Tories that first led to Brexit now, and we see that in amendments that have been tabled, that exceptionalist attitude now stretches beyond the European Union and the Council of Europe to key United Nations frameworks that have sought to keep everyone on this planet safe since the end of the Second World War. Well, Sir Roger, that might be their ambition, but it's not the ambition of people in Glasgow North, and it's not the ambition of people across Scotland. And if the government continues down the road that it's going, then the international agreement that we will be withdrawing from is the Treaty of Union 1707. Thank you, Sir Roger.
Beth Winter.
Diolch yn fawr, Chair. Having studied and listening to the entire debate today has only strengthened my resolve that we must oppose this rotten bill in its entirety. It is inhumane, it is immoral, and it demonises and scapegoats the most vulnerable, desperate people who are fleeing violence, terror, poverty, and we should be welcoming them with open arms. And as others already said, I have to express my concern at some of the inflammatory, inaccurate comments by some of the members opposite this afternoon. And I also want to reiterate concerns expressed about the lack of scrutiny. 10-12 hours to be considering in excess of 130 amendments. Totally unacceptable. Notwithstanding my belief that the bill should be thrown out in its entirety, I want to set out some of my concerns about clauses and to speak in support of a number of amendments before the House today. The clauses before us today create a duty to remove, make asylum seeker claims inadmissible, ban appeals by those being held, and make detention the norm. As others already said, the bill does breach international law, the Refugee Convention, and I am particularly concerned at the government's willingness to conflict with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. In the UNHCR's commentary on the bill, they said, and I quote, "The legislation, if passed, would amount to an asylum ban, extinguishing the right to seek refuge protection in the United Kingdom for those who arrive irregularly, no matter how genuine and compelling their claim may be, and with no consideration of their individual circumstances." In detail and in relation to the clauses under the duty to make arrangements for removal, Clause 2 aims to place a blanket duty with limited exceptions on the Home Secretary to remove people who have entered or arrived in the UK illegally. But the Refugee Council have highlighted that half of the people who crossed the Channel last year came from just 5 countries with high asylum grant rates. And the UNHCR said the bill creates real and foreseeable risks of direct and indirect persecution for people subject to the removal duty, saying, and I quote, "Nothing in the bill makes removal dependent on the receiving country having an effective asylum procedure or agreeing to admit a person to it." And this is why I support the spirit of my friend the Shadow Minister's Amendment 17 to Clause 6, which would add an explicit requirement for the Secretary of State to have regard to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. And this is something I would recommend the Home Secretary to do with regards all aspects of the bill. Now, under the theme of inadmissibility of claims and duty to remove, I completely oppose the Clause 4 requirement to treat protection claims from persons subject to the asylum ban as inadmissible with no right to appeal. That must be opposed. And I therefore support Amendment 121 tabled by the member for Edinburgh South West. On detention and bail, Clause 11 to 14 and unaccompanied children, Clauses 15 to 20, Detention Action have argued that the bill dramatically increases the number of people in detention and the length of time they would be detained, and that the Home Secretary is likely to hold people in detention for extremely long periods, far beyond the minimum 28 days the bill makes mandatory. I am concerned at the introduction of wide new powers for detaining persons, and the recent discussion has shifted to placing asylum seekers in camps on former military sites, presumably to better facilitate their removal. The accounts of conditions, as others have already said, at Manston in Kent last autumn, and also in my country of Wales and Penally, stay with me. The overcrowding, the lack of facilities and the spread of disease. Absolutely appalling. Detention camps are not the solution and are not the approach that we'd expect of a civilised country. Yeah. I'm also concerned the proposals contained in this bill will have severe consequences for the welfare of extremely vulnerable children, and others this side of the chamber have very eloquently and movingly relayed individual stories of children who've experienced absolutely horrific circumstances. And as others have said, hundreds have gone missing, as the Refugee and Migrant Children's Consortium say. There are many amendments on detention and on child asylum seekers I wish to express my support for, including my friend, the member for Hayes and Harlington, the member for Aberavon, the members for Edinburgh South West and East Worthing and Shoreham, and new clauses in the name of Orkney and of Walthamstow. Between them would result in an improvement in access to immigration bail, restore limits on detention timeframes and increase the role for external scrutiny on the rights and well-being of children. However, Chair, while I hope and would support a number of amendments tonight, for me and many others, the bill in its entirety is unsupportable. The bill has come about because the government is facing a growing backlash to its low pay and poverty agenda. It is a tool to try and distract, demonise and divide people, and is seeking to isolate a group of vulnerable people to divert their anger on. We won't allow that to happen. There is... Yes, we'll wait.
I'm a friend for giving way. She's making a really excellent speech. I've had an email just now from one of my constituents who works in the health service, and she's spoken to me about the immense contribution that have been made by people who've come to this country fleeing persecution, have been granted asylum and are now working in the National Health Service. Would my honourable friend agree with me? It's a really important point. I've also had, of course, people writing to me about, how damaging this bill is to the reputation of this country as a safe haven and for the values that we stand up for.
I fully agree. And people...
One moment, please. Order. Order. I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable lady. Thank you. I'd like the House to behave like that all the time. It really is most discourteous for conversations to be taking place on the backbenches, particularly from people who've not been in the chamber for much of the debate. Some of us want to hear what members have to say.
That's Chair. I appreciate your intervention there. So in conclusion, I just want to emphasise that there is an alternative, as is evident from the number of extremely progressive and positive amendments. We need to clear the backlog, we need to expand safe routes, and I think the amendment tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield, in cooperation with Caerphilly Calais and PCS Union, on safe passage routes was an excellent amendment. And we have to be welcoming people, vulnerable people, to what I would describe a nation of sanctuary. And I just want to finish by reflecting on the words of the First Minister of Wales. And I'm going to quote him. And he said about a week or two ago, "The basic belief that in our brief lives we owe a duty of care to family and friends, but also to strangers. That simple belief, at the heart of it, there is our ambition to be a nation of sanctuary, to provide a warm welcome to families forced out of their homes, all of those who seek sanctuary, from wherever and however they may come to our shores. Care, compassion, respect, dignity, humanity, inclusivity and kindness. Those are the values that I hold dear to me, and those are the values and principles that we should be seeking to uphold. This bill does not do this at all. We must reject it. Thank you very much.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you very much indeed, Sir Roger. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, and I very much share both her concerns with the bill and indeed with the process that we've undergone for scrutinising that. But I want to try and make 3 short points in my speech, Sir Roger. And the first, and I think the most important one, is to try and encourage a little bit more interest in the clauses in this bill which relate to citizenship. So that's clauses 30 to 36. And I think they were touched upon by the Chair of the Select Committee and also by the former Attorney General, but I think they really are incredibly important and really quite alarming. And it might seem slightly odd, Sir Roger, that it's an SNP MP who is rushing to the rescue of the concept of British citizenship. But citizenship is vitally important. It's a source of stability and it's a source of other rights. And deprivation of citizenship, or, as in this bill, blocking people from citizenship, is something that should be looked at very closely and very seriously. And I think I just want to highlight one particular subclause in this which really sets all the alarm bells ringing. So this is clause 30, which is headed persons prevented from obtaining British citizenship. And the 4th subclause of that says, a person P falls within this subsection if P was born in the United Kingdom on or after the 7th of March 2023, and either of P's parents have ever, whether before or after P's birth, met the 4 conditions in section 2. That is an unbelievably broad clause. That means children, and indeed some adults, will face being blocked from accessing the rights to British citizenship, not because of their own actions, but because of the actions of their parents, potentially even decades ago. That, to me, is absolutely ludicrous overreach, even if you are in the space of accepting the government's premise of deterrence. This could, in many cases, be children born here, and when one of the parents actually becomes settled, still, or one of the parents could become a British citizen, and still this child born in Britain is deprived of their own British citizenship. Or that child could be born here and spend the first 10 years of their life here, and they're to be deprived of their British citizenship just because of the actions of one of their parents, potentially many years ago. It could be a child brought here at a young age and whose entire life has been built here. Surely, even to the bill's most ardent supporters, depriving kids of British citizenship because what one of their parents did is a step too far. That is absolutely wild, Sir Roger, but that is precisely what clause 30 to 36 does in this bill, and it should be looked at again. The second brief point I want to make, Sir Roger, is just about the detention clauses. And like lots of honourable members have said today, fewer safeguards and protections with more detention is another tragic and it's a backward step. Other colleagues have set out most of the key concerns. I just want to repeat the point made at second reading. My honourable friend for Edinburgh South West made it today, that any idea that the writ of habeas corpus or petition to the nobile officium in Scotland makes all of this fine is absolutely preposterous. These are much more limited procedures for challenging detention, confined to questions of authority to detain rather than errors in decision making. They are also infinitely less accessible and speedy compared with a bail application to the tribunal, and that's especially so of vulnerable people. This is a set of clauses designed to stop people who should be freed from detention actually being able to secure their release from detention and nothing else. The third and final point I wanted to make, Sir Roger, relates to Clause 4 and the permanent state of inadmissibility of claims. And that, to me, is the problem really at the heart of this bill. It's a permanent ban on making certain claims, in which our Amendment 294 seeks to address. Permanent inadmissibility means that over time, thousands of refugees and others who qualify for protection will be left in limbo, because the government won't have the capacity to remove them all to Rwanda, but it also, because of this bill, quite simply isn't allowed to process and recognise their claims here. These refugees will end up spending year after year after year in hotels or in dismal former military barracks without any hope of being able to move on. But the penny that doesn't also seem to have dropped right across the House is it also means that many who are not refugees are also going to be left in limbo in the United Kingdom. Because again, the government is not going to have the capacity to remove them all to Rwanda, but also, because of this very bill, the government will not be able to remove them to their home countries. Because if you don't process their asylum claims, you cannot, with a few exceptions, remove the person to their home country. And that is recognised in Clause 5. So thousands of these people will also be left in limbo forever. In fact, this bill almost creates a perverse incentive. If you're an overstayer, I think one of the honourable member was speaking about overstayers, probably the best bet that you have is to actually make an asylum claim and then be left in this permanent state of limbo. It's an absolutely mad bill. It doesn't make any sense at all. That, I suspect, is why we haven't seen the impact assessment, because it will reveal most of this. So this is not a bill that's going to solve any backlog at all. The backlog, in actual fact, is going to balloon. More people will be jammed into hotels and military barracks, not fewer. The backlog is essentially just going to be given a different name, inadmissibility. That is what this bill achieves and nothing more. A different backlog, incredible cruelty. That is what this bill is all about, and that's all it's ever going to achieve if it gets passed.
Yeah. Minister Robert Jenrick. Point of order.
Point of order. I seek your guidance, Sir Roger. As this bill is reaching the closing minutes of committee stage, and last Thursday, in Business Question, the Leader of the House said in answer to my question as to the whereabouts of the government's impact assessment of this bill, and I quote, "I have spoken to the Home Office about the impact assessment. It is quite right that we publish it before committee stage." Now, as the Right Honourable Lady has previously asserted her strong support for Parliament to have these impact assessments in order for colleagues on all sides to scrutinise any government properly, Sir Roger, and I know her to be a woman of her word, I am baffled. I'm sure it couldn't possibly be that the government has found the impact to be the £3 billion to the taxpayer that the Refugee Council has found out. So, could you tell me, Sir Roger, of any mechanism that I can employ, even in these closing minutes, to enable or encourage or merely exhort the Minister to publish the government's impact assessments even now? Thank you, Sir Roger.
The Shadow Leader of the House has been in the House long enough to know that it is the responsibility of the government to publish or not publish government papers. It's not the responsibility of the Chair. However, she asked me a question, but she has placed her point on the record, and I'm about to call the Minister of State to reply. He's heard what the Right Honourable Lady has said. Robert Jenrick.
Well, thank you, Sir Roger. And it has been a wide-ranging and interesting debate today, and I'm grateful to all the honourable and right honourable members for their contributions. I won't detain the committee by dwelling on the government amendments in this group, as they're all essentially technical in nature, but I will instead set out to respond to as many of the amendments and new clauses that have been debated as possible. I would just, in opening, take issue with those who said that the government provided insufficient time to debate. I would note that both today and yesterday, the debate has concluded almost an hour before the allocated time. Firstly, as she has the lead amendment, I want to start with some overarching remarks in response to the number of amendments made in the name of the Honourable Member for Glasgow Central. I'll pick up on some of the detailed points raised by some of these amendments a little later in my speech, but I would say that the Honourable Member has a choice. Either we can legislate as the government proposes, for a coherent and robust scheme that places an unambiguous duty on the Home Secretary to make arrangements for the removal of all those who entered the UK illegally on or after the 7th of March, with only a single and temporary exception for most unaccompanied children. Or we can put into statute a scheme so writhen with holes and exceptions and get-out clauses as to make the whole bill unworkable. Now, we know which of those the Honourable Lady wants, but we on this side of the House want to stop the boats, and that is what this bill sets out to achieve. I'd be pleased to give way to the right honourable.
I wonder if my right honourable friend could clarify one point. He has just used the phrase, either the government acts to stop all people, to deal with all people who have come here illegally. That is not what this bill does. It has caveats. It only deals with those who've come here illegally through a third safe country. Could he just clarify that point?
Yeah, the right honourable lady is correct in that the bill doesn't seek to change the arrangements for those who come here directly and claim asylum from a place of danger, which is an important point and a principle of our long-standing asylum obligations. But for those who pass through safe countries, such as France, which, let's be honest, is the reason why we're here today, because last year 45,000 people crossed the Channel in small boats from a place of safety with a fully functioning asylum system, for those individuals with certain carefully thought through mechanisms to protect those who would be placed in serious or irreversible harm should they be taken to a safe third country. For those people, this scheme applies, and it is essential that we pass this scheme as it is, rather than as the leaky sieve that the Honourable Lady wishes, so that she can undermine the intent of this policy. I'll happily give way to her.
He says that people should come here directly. Can he tell me how many direct flights there are to Heathrow from Yemen, from Afghanistan, or from Syria?
Minister. Well, people do come here directly from places of danger, and we do have. She's incorrect, because we do have long-standing arrangements for those people who transit through other countries in order to come here. So she's wrong in her point that she's raising. But the wider issue, which she and I have debated on many occasions, is that what we've heard continuously from her and her colleagues is a kind of humanitarian NIMBYism from the SNP, where they come to this chamber to say how concerned they are for those in danger around the world, and yet they take disproportionately fewer of those very people into their care in Scotland. Now, let me turn to the serious questions. Let me turn to the serious questions that have been raised about children today. And let me begin by saying that we approach these issues with the seriousness that they deserve, and from the point of view that we should provide, that the UK should provide a caring, compassionate approach to any minor who steps foot on these shores. And these are not easy choices, but the challenge we face today is that a very large number of minors are coming to the United Kingdom at the behest of human traffickers in some cases and people smugglers in others. And we have to deter that. We have to break the cycle of that business model. Since 2019, the number of unaccompanied minors coming to the UK has quadrupled. And that has meant that hundreds, in fact thousands, of unaccompanied minors have been placed in grave danger in dinghies and then brought to the UK, some to ultimately enter the black economy, others for even more pernicious reasons than that. And I've met those children. I've seen them at the Western Jetfoil, and I can tell you that there's no dignity in that situation. As a parent, That is one of the most appalling things you can see. Children in dinghies risking their lives. I want to stop that. The measures that we're bringing forward today intend to stop that. Now, we're going to do this in the most sensitive manner we can. And the powers that we're bringing forward under this bill do just that. The duty to make arrangements for removal does not apply to unaccompanied children until they become adults. There is a power, not a duty, to remove unaccompanied children. As a matter of policy, the power to remove will only be exercised in very limited circumstances, such as for the purposes of family reunion, or if they're nationals of a safe country identified in Clause 50 and can be safely returned to their home country. Now, it's very important to stress at this point that this power is already in law and is used on occasion when an unaccompanied child arrives and we're able to establish arrangements for their safe return. The illegal immigration bill, I will give way in a moment, if I may finish my point. The illegal immigration bill simply expands the countries deemed safe for that removal. I happily give way to the Honourable Lady.
Minister for giving way. The government has accepted, because of what happened at Manston, that it will be subject to an Article 3 investigation to see whether there are breaches of Article 3 of the Human Rights Act, basically the treatment of people in inhuman and degrading ways. The government at the moment is resisting that being an independent inquiry, but why not wait until that inquiry happens and learn the lessons of how you got into the mess at Manston before moving forward with this legislation, so we do not risk again seeing pregnant women and unaccompanied children in the dinghies and in the devastation that he just set out? Why press ahead without learning the lessons of his previous failures?
Well, I don't think anybody could dispute the seriousness with which I took the situation at Manston in the autumn, or the incomparably different situation we're in today. Manston today is a well-run facility led by a superb former Army officer, Lieutenant General Capps, and we are ensuring that that site is both decent and legal. But responsibility for the failures and situation at Manston in the autumn of last year doesn't rest with the government. It doesn't rest with the people who work at Manston. It rests with the people smugglers and the human traffickers. It was a direct result of thousands, tens of thousands of people coming into our country illegally in a short period of time. And I can tell the Honourable Lady that the same thing will happen again if we don't break the cycle and stop the boats. More people will come later this year. She knows that the estimates are that numbers could rise this year unless we take robust action. That's what this bill is setting out to achieve. If we take this action, fewer people will put themselves in danger, fewer children will be in this situation. That's what I want to see, and I think that's what the British public want to see as well. I'm happy to give way.
I'm very grateful for my right honourable friend for giving way. Could I, on unaccompanied children, could I just ask him to address the point I raised earlier in the debate in relation to Clause 16 and the power that's being given to the Secretary of State to remove a child from local authority care, where the Secretary of State doesn't have powers under the Children Act and responsibilities that follow, and what the reasons are behind that, if not in full now, but certainly before report stage.
Minister. Well, I thank the honourable gentleman my honourable friend for that comment. Firstly, as an important aside, and other issues he's raised previously, nothing in this bill disapplies the Children's Act. That continues to apply in all respects with regard to the children that we're dealing with in this situation. But to his particular point, we do take the power so that when we come in those very small number of judicious cases where we set out to remove a child, that we can take them from the care of the local authority into the responsibility of the Home Office for that short period before they're removed from the country. And the two examples that I've given, I'll happily give again. I know that the Honourable Member for Worthing and East and Shoreham is concerned on this point. The two examples I would give in which we would use this power are where we are seeking to return a young person to their relatives in another country. And I think it's incredibly important that we keep the ability to do so, because that does happen occasionally. It's obviously the right thing to do, that we could return somebody to their mother, their father, their uncle, the support network that they have in another country. Or where we are removing somebody who's arrived as an unaccompanied minor to another safe country, where we're confident that they will be met on arrival by social services and provided with all the support that one would expect. And that happens all of the time here when unaccompanied minors, I think the Right Honourable Gentleman mentioned from his experience as a local Member of Parliament around Heathrow, that this does happen regularly, and it's important that we continue to have that, because we shouldn't be bringing people into local authority care for a long period in the UK when we can safely return them home either to their relatives or to their home country where they can be safeguarded appropriately. I'll happily give way.
In his summing up, he will respond to the Shadow Leader of the House. Where is the impact assessment of this bill?
Well, the impact assessment will be published in due course, but let me continue with the points I was making, with particularly returning to the question that was raised on a number of occasions around our policy for a detention of minors. And again, let me say, of course, as a parent, we take this incredibly seriously. We don't want to detain children. We have to apply the highest moral standards when we take this decision. But the circumstances in which we would use this power are where you have an unaccompanied minor, where there is an age assessment dispute. And it's easy to dismiss that, but this is happening all the time. And my honourable friend, the member for Mansfield, was correct to raise the points in his experience as a local authority leader in this regard. And we do have a very large number of these disputes. Between 2016 and December of last year, there were 7,900 asylum cases where age was disputed and subsequently resolved, of which almost half, 49%, were found to be adults. It would be wrong for the government to place those people where there is a live age assessment dispute into the same accommodation as those minors who are clearly children and create safeguarding risks for them. I am not willing to do that. I want to ensure that those children are properly protected. And when I visited recently our facilities at Western Jetfly and asked a member of staff there what the oldest person that they had encountered who had posed as a minor was, they said that person was 41. 41 years of age. Does anyone in this House seriously want to see a 41-year-old man placed with their children? I don't want to see that, and that is the circumstance in which we're going to take and use these very judicious powers. Now, if I can turn to just before I close on this point, my right honourable friend, the member for South Holland and the Deepings, have raised a number of important points in his amendment with respect to mandatory scientific age assessments. And I can say to him that not only are those valid points, but the government is carefully considering how we proceed in this regard. The UK is one of the very few European countries that doesn't currently employ scientific methods of age assessment. In January, the Age Estimation Science Advisory Committee published their report on the issue. The Home Secretary and I are carefully considering its recommendations, and I hope to be in a position to say more on the issue at report stage. Turning to the amendment that was referenced by my honourable friend from Stoke North, and in different ways by other members across the House, regarding the frustration that he feels and the British public feel about the number of asylum seekers currently accommodated in hotels. It is absolutely right that we clear the hotels as soon as possible. The government shares the frustration of the general public. It's for that reason that the Home Secretary and I have set out intensively to seek more sustainable answers to this situation, and we'll be saying more on that in the coming days. I'll give way one last time, but I'd like to bring my remarks to a close as soon as possible.
I have constituents who have been waiting for 20 months in a hotel for the Home Office to conduct a substantive interview. 16 months, 18 months, 2 years, 40 months. Would he process these people and then they would have no need to be in hotels?
Well, we are doing that. That is the plan that the Prime Minister set out in December, on which we're already making good progress. But I'd say two further things to the Honourable Lady. The only way to reduce the number of people in the system is to stop the boats. It's to stop the boats. No system, even the most efficient system in the world, could cope with 45,000 people breaking into our country against our laws and then seeking asylum. And the other point I would make is that she knows that the way to get people out of hotels is for all parts of the United Kingdom to step up and provide the accommodation that is required, and her SNP colleagues consistently decline to do that. Now, my right honourable friend, the member for Kenilworth, raised, I thought, a very thoughtful and important point in his amendment 283 relating to the citizenship provisions in the bill, and I note his concerns, and we're going to reflect on those and revert to him. I look forward to engaging with him. But I would make this point, that there is a route to entering the United Kingdom, even if at some prior stage one had entered illegally and been caught by the provisions of the bill. And we specifically put that in to ensure that we continue to meet our international law obligations. He's right to say that there is a different route and standard with respect to achieving citizenship. And the reason we did that was because we believe that British citizenship is a special privilege, and that it is not something that should be given lightly, but that if someone breaks into our country and breaches our laws, there should be a higher standard to be applied before one gains citizenship of our country. Now, I'm not going to give away another time. I'm not going to give way to the Honourable Lady. Let me turn.
Order. To order. 27 members have taken part in this debate this afternoon. There are rather more members present who are speaking but who didn't take part in the debate. The 27 who were here participating, I'm aware of that, have a right to hear what the Minister has to say. It would be good if they could do it without interruption. And that means without interruption from either side of the House. Minister.
Well, thank you, Sir Roger. The Honourable Lady doesn't like the bill. She's going to vote against the bill, and she doesn't want to stop the boats. She's tabled a whole raft of amendments with her colleagues, and we all know what the purpose of those amendments really are.
Sir, is it in order, Sir Roger, for the Minister to so misrepresent my position? The amendments I tabled as Chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, not on behalf of the Scottish National Party. And the point I wish to make is he has not answered a single point raised by anyone who spoke on this side of the House. It's a farce, a farce.
Order. That is an observation, not a point of order. The Honourable Lady is fully aware that members are responsible for their own remarks on the record. They have to take responsibility for that. Minister.
Yeah. Well, Sir Roger, it's an observation, but it's also incorrect, because I've already spoken about the many questions around children that have been raised. And before I wind up my remarks, I want to just raise or address the issues that have been raised regarding modern slavery by my right honourable friend for Maidenhead and my right friend for Chingford and Woodford Green. All of us in government look forward to engaging with them and learning from their unrivalled expertise and experience in this field as we ensure that the bill meets the standards that we want it to do. I would just say that a number of honourable and right honourable members said that there wasn't an evidential basis for taking action with regard to modern slavery. I don't think that's fair. And let me just raise a few points of clarification. When the Modern Slavery Act in 2015 was passed, the impact assessment envisaged 3,500 referrals a year, but last year there were 17,000 referrals. The most referred nationality in 2022 was citizens of Albania, a safe and developed European country, a NATO ally, and above all, a signatory of the European Convention Against Trafficking. I'm not going to give way on this occasion. In 2021, 73% of people who arrived on small boats and were detained for removal put forward a modern slavery claim. I'll be pleased to give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way and for repeating the figures that have been set out previously. The fact that the number of referrals to the NRM has increased does not mean there is abuse of the system. It means actually that we may just be recognising more people who are in slavery in our country. And of the 73%, that was 294 people. And also, of those who have had their cases looked at by the NRM, nearly 90% are found to be correct cases of slavery.
Well, I don't with great respect to the right honourable lady, I don't think it's correct to denigrate the concern that 73% of those people who arrived on small boats and were detained for removal put forward a modern slavery claim because were we to implement the scheme in this bill, and it's absolutely essential that we do, I think that figure suggests that a very large number would claim modern slavery, and that would make it almost impossible for us to proceed with this scheme. The evidence, I'm afraid, I'm not going to give way because I'm going to bring my remarks to a close. I'm going to bring my remarks to a close, I'm afraid. I'm going to bring my remarks to a close because I think I spoke long enough. But well, I will give way.
Can I gently suggest to my right honourable friend that the whole purpose of raising this issue was not to bandy the figures, but there is a real disregard, I think, for some of the real figures here. My right honourable friend is quite right to say they are concerned that there would be an exponential rise as an alternative to coming across illegally. Bear in mind, these people are trafficked. That's the key difference. All we're asking them to do is to look carefully at this and not take the power until they can see and show the evidence of that. After all, the Borders Bill is still yet to see the impact. So all I'm asking him is gently, please just accept that they will think about that before they come back and report.
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful to the right amendment, and as I've said to him previously, I do look forward to listening and engaging with him and like-minded colleagues. We do come to this, however, from a serious concern that there is mounting evidence of abuse of this system, and we want to ensure that the scheme that we bring forward works and that it does the job. I'm not going to give way because I'm going to bring my remarks to a close. Sir Roger, can I... Well, I'll happily give way then, because I'm certainly not scared of the honourable lady.
I would like to know from the Immigration Minister in front of me, if he says that there is mounting evidence, could he tell me which one of the agencies? Was it the Border Force? Was it the NCA? Is it local authorities? Which of the agencies that actually makes the referrals for modern slavery is in charge of the most fraudulent referrals? Is it one that the Home Office manages or somebody else?
Minister. I gave way to the honourable lady against my better judgment, but that's not the point. That is not the point. It's not the point. The point is that 3/4 of those people who are on the verge of being removed from this country are claiming modern slavery. And that, I'm afraid, is wrong, and we need to bring it to a close. Thank you. With that, Sir Roger, I fear I've run out of time, and I look forward to engaging with colleagues across the House, and in particular those that I've referenced this evening. And with that, I will conclude my remarks and encourage colleagues across the House to continue, as they have before, to support this incredibly important piece of legislation.
Does the honourable lady wish to withdraw?
Sir Roger, if you will allow, because I understand you can speak twice in this committee stage. It is utterly disgraceful what we have heard from the Minister. He has not presented any evidence whatsoever to back up his claims, to back up this legislation. We have no evidence. There is no evidence. He has not presented any evidence. He has not presented even so much as an impact assessment of this legislation. Yet he and his members opposite are about to come out here and vote against all of our worthy amendments without a shred of evidence to support it. He did not give the evidence. With the greatest of respect to the Minister, the honourable member for Birmingham Yardley asked for evidence and he was unable or unwilling, which is it, unable or unwilling, to present that evidence to this House. So this House will vote to demonise, to stigmatise, to remove victims of modern slavery and trafficking from this country on the basis of no evidence whatsoever. This House is... I will give way.
In addition to the lack of evidence put forward by the Minister, will my honourable friend agree with me that he has actually failed to put forward any analysis and has completely failed to engage with any of the legal analysis that I and others put forward in relation to the problems this bill poses for our obligations under the ECHR, under ECAT and under the Refugee Convention? Will she agree with me it's not just a case of no evidence, but also a case of no analysis, and that in fact it's downright ignorant and no way to conduct bill scrutiny?
Order. Just before we go any further, can I remind the House, this is a committee stage. In a committee stage, members are entitled to speak more than once. So the honourable lady is entirely in order in seeking to speak to the House again, and the House has until 8:20 to complete this debate.
8:12. So much, Sir Roger, for clarifying that, and I'm sure other honourable members may find this of interest as well. Because at this committee stage, usually a bill would go upstairs. It would be scrutinised line by line. Every one of the over 150 amendments that we have had to this bill would have been discussed, would have had the opportunity to be voted on, would have scrutinised the Minister in significant detail on each and every one of those amendments, and we would have had it properly discussed in this House. He would have had to work to get this bill through the House if it had gone upstairs to committee, rather than being discussed in this farce of a process this afternoon. What is also important to understand for those that are watching this at home is that no evidence has been taken on this bill. Usually, when we would go upstairs to a bill committee, we would be allowed to take evidence from experts in this field. And the experts in this field have done their absolute utmost, Sir Roger, to get that evidence to us. I am holding in front of me some of the evidence I have received from organisations, which I have tried to present in the many amendments that I have brought to this bill.
Sorry, I now do have to call the honourable lady to order, because she's making a general speech. She's well aware of the fact that there are a series of amendments that are under discussion, rather than a second reading general debate. So perhaps she'd now like to come back to the amendments under discussion.
I thank him very much, and I would be glad to go back to the topics of the bill. Because there is, at the back of this schedule, which may be of interest to members here, a list of 57 different countries. And in this list of 57 different countries, we have countries where people are known to be trafficked from into sex slavery in this country. The Republic of Albania is the first on this list, and we know, because the evidence, the actual evidence, supports it, that there are people being trafficked here, women being trafficked here to this country, to be held in facilities where they're raped repeatedly by men. Those women will not be able to go and ask for safety, because if they do so, they will be putting themselves at risk of being deported to Rwanda. And traffickers, as we know, will hold that over these women. It will be a threat. It is a traffickers' charter, this bill. This list of 57 countries at the back of this bill as well. I had a look through the Human Rights Watch country profiles on some of these countries, which the ministers deem are safe countries to which people can be removed. And I had a long conversation with Rainbow Sisters about this as well, about the difficulties that lesbian and bisexual women will find in being returned to these countries. Men also are mentioned in here, and it says within the bill, Gambia in respect of men, Ghana in respect of men, Kenya in respect of men, Liberia in respect of men, Malawi in respect of men, and Nigeria in respect of men. So men can't be removed to these countries, but in the cases of Gambia, Jamaica, Kenya, Liberia, Malawi, Mauritius, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone, which are in here, all of these countries outlaw same-sex relations. Shocking. All of these countries outlaw same-sex relations. But ministers are not going to ask when somebody arrives in a dinghy, or if somebody arrives on a plane, or however they arrive in this country. They're not going to ask anything about the circumstances of these people. They're quite simply going to put them on a plane and send them back, if they can. And if they can't, they will be in limbo in this country forever, because they have no means of removing them to. I will.
Very happy to give way, and I'm sure there are lots of members in the House that will be listening to what she's saying, and lots of people watching at home who will want to continue the line-by-line scrutiny of this bill in the time that is available by the order agreed to by the House. She mentions Malawi, for example. I'm very proud to chair the all-party parliamentary group on Malawi. But isn't this precisely the point, that the individual circumstance of any asylum seeker that comes here needs to be assessed? You can't arbitrarily make decisions about individuals because you don't know their individual cases. But what this bill, what the clauses in this bill do, and what the schedule that she's talking about does is...
Order. I know that this measure arouses strong opinions. But we do have a process in this House. We do have to stick to the amendments. There are no amendments to the schedule, and the honourable gentleman was not referring, so far as I can see, to any amendment. So can we please now confine, in the remaining stages of this session, our arguments to what is on the order paper and what is not on the order paper? Alison Thulis.
Yes, and certainly within that section, the Honourable Member would be referring to Amendment 191, which talks about there's a real risk of persecution or serious harm on the grounds of sexual orientation if removed in accordance with this section, which is clause 2, page 2, line 33, and we would like to insert that into the bill, because we think that this is important. We think that people's individual rights and risks ought to be assessed by this government. They are not being assessed by this government. They are not looking at individual risk. And it's interesting to me to find Nigeria on this list, because LGBTQ people being returned to Nigeria are at significant risk. Nigeria topped a danger index of countries for LGBT people, and men would face the death penalty by stoning, women would face whipping and imprisonment if they were found to be LGBT. So the very real risk that we are trying to prevent by our amendment to this section would be to prevent people being returned to these countries. And Jamaica, I know also, is number 18 on that same danger list, but it is listed here as a country that the Home Secretary is perfectly happy to return LGBT people to an uncertain future where they would be outlawed from living their life and expressing the rights that they have. So, Roger, there are many aspects, many amendments of this bill that we could talk to, because they are all of this bill, an assault on human rights. We believe that the human rights should belong to everybody, Sir Roger. It shouldn't be that the Home Secretary gets to deny them to a group of people just because of how they happened to arrive in this country, because we know that there are many people that will flee very dangerous circumstances, who will try to reunite with family members who are already here. It might be the very last person you know in your family that is alive. You could have seen the rest of your family killed in front of you and have an uncle here in the UK. But if you cannot get here by any other safer legal routes to that uncle, to that last remaining family member, as is referred to in our amendments, then how possibly will you be able to live your life? We are sentencing people to a life in limbo, a life that they will no longer be able to live. And the government has not thought through the full consequences of this bill. What will happen to these people that are forever left in limbo? I want to mention also Amendment 246 within here as well, because this is our amendment that says that you can only put these things forward with the consent of the Welsh Senate, with the Scottish Parliament or the Northern Ireland Assembly, because the government will not get legislative consent for these measures. And I have a letter signed by a significant number of members of the Scottish Parliament as well, Sir Roger, who do not give consent for this, who do not accept this bill, who do not think this bill is something that they want to see. It is an affront to our human rights in Scotland, Sir Roger. It is not the kind of country that we wish to build. And I was very proud indeed to see Humza Yousaf as our new First Minister in Scotland. Humza's family came here.
Order. Let's try again. I'm sorry, the new First Minister of Scotland, however honourable he may be, is not part of this legislation. Now, will the honourable lady please stick to the amendments that are on the order paper? Otherwise, I shall have to ask her to take her place.
It's certainly pertinent to the amendments we have put here, because he came here, because Humza's grandparents came here as immigrants. Under this bill, they would not be able to find their way here in the same way as his family found their way here. And that is true of many people in this country who came here and have made, some of them have ended up as legislators in this place and are drawing the ladder up behind them. Humza has made it incredibly clear that how grateful he is that he has this opportunity, that his grandparents could not have imagined that when they came to the UK with very little, with no money in their pocket, that they could work their way up through society, and that their grandson could aspire to achieve the highest position in Scotland, to be the First Minister of Scotland. So instead of demonising immigrants, instead of demonising the people that come to this country, instead of saying to people like Mo Farah that they would not get to come here in future, instead of doing that, we should listen to the experience of people who have come here, who have made their lives here. We should thank those people for what they have contributed. We should thank them for doing us the honour of choosing to come to this country and making their home and making their life here. Because when we don't recognise that contribution, when ministers pull the ladder up behind them, when they prevent people from coming here, it makes this country poorer. Not just economically, of course.
Honourable friend, for giving way. Isn't that the importance of Amendment 189, which is her amendment and which is the lead amendment that we're discussing today? She said that she humanised each of the amendments that she's tabled, and she gave them different names. She said perhaps 189 should be called Tobias's amendment because it's to specifically exempt Afghan asylum seekers. And shouldn't every Conservative member who got up today and expressed their outrage at the way that Afghan refugee and asylum seekers are being treated in this country, shouldn't they all be expected to join us in the lobby shortly? Well, in about half an hour's time when we reach the night, shouldn't they be expected to join us in the lobby in voting for Amendment 189?
They should indeed. And Amendment 189 recognises not just the plight of Afghans who are facing a terrible situation, but it also recognises the contribution of Afghans. It recognises the contribution of Afghans like Abdul Bastani, a councillor in Glasgow, who came here as a refugee and now represents the city of Glasgow. It also recognises the contribution of people like Sabir Zazai, the Chief Executive of the Scottish Refugee Council, who came here as a child in the back of a lorry. He would be demonised, he would be removed to Rwanda if he came here in similar circumstances under this bill. Of course.
Am I not right in thinking that Sabir Zazi has been awarded with an order or a merit of the British Empire. That's what asylum seekers can achieve in this country if they're allowed to flourish. That's what our amendment...
Order, order, order. Honourable members are in danger of abusing the House. I am being scrupulously fair and trying to ensure that everything that is said remains in order. The honourable gentleman was out of order. Now, would the honourable lady please conclude her remarks so that the Minister, if he wishes to, may respond, and we then move to the divisions.
Thank you very much. But with reference to Amendment 189 and the contribution of Afghans, Sabir Zazi tells a story of when he was given a letter from the Home Office, which he said you're a person liable to be detained and removed. More recently, at a celebration to mark his awarding of an OBE, he said he got a different letter, which said that he was being awarded this great honour of the British state. He said he was going to go and put those two letters on the wall next to one another, because it really shows that regardless of the circumstances by which you came to these islands, that there ought to be nothing that you can't achieve. There ought to be. But this bill before us pulls up the drawbridge. It makes this country smaller. It makes this country meaner. It makes this country crueler. And it means that for every Sabir Zazi, for every Abdul Bastani, for every person that the Honourable Member for Bournemouth East is outraged about, people can come here and make a contribution. They can live a dull, boring, ordinary life. They could be an OBE. They could be the First Minister of a country. But they have a contribution to make, and they deserve to get to make that contribution without the UK Government pulling up that drawbridge and saying that people are unwelcome. I'll absolutely take her intervention.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I was just on Amendment 189 about Afghan citizens. It really is striking the Veterans Minister this afternoon saying that there are no safe routes for Afghans to come to this country. Afghans who have protected many of us in terms of as citizens, but also in terms of our armed forces. And there are no safe routes for them to come to. Don't you think that that's an absolute disgrace, given the promises that were made to them in 2021?
Yes, I absolutely agree with her. And I sat through many phone calls with ministers at the time and with constituents at the time who were terrified for their family members. Many of them still don't know if they will get to safety at all, despite having applied through the process. They are waiting with an uncertain future in Afghanistan, where their lives are at threat, where their daughters can't go into education, where they're being pursued by the Taliban day in and day out. So the point of Afghans within this bill is particularly serious. But there are other nationalities as well that you could equally say Iraqis who help support British forces, other people from other countries where Britain has a footprint, because many people come here because of the footprint that Britain has had in the world, and we have a particular responsibility to those people. And as the Afghan interpreters have used the phrase in the exhibition that they gave, we are here because you were there. And that speaks also to the legacy of empire, the legacy of the English language, the legacy of Britain around the world. And that is why people seek to come here. And I believe very firmly that we have a duty and a responsibility to people around the world. This government reneges on that responsibility. That's what this bill is all about. And the real fear that I have is that, having seen Britain do this, that other countries will draw up the bridge, will pull up the drawbridge too, that they will renege on their international obligations because they say, well, if Britain can do it, other countries can do it too. If Britain won't stand up for human rights, why do we need to bother? If Britain doesn't stand up for the Refugee Convention, well, why should we? If Britain doesn't stand up for the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, why should we bother either? Let's get children back into slavery and be trafficked all over the place. Because this government is not protecting children here. That's why we have these amendments, because we seek to protect people who are being trafficked and exploited. This government by ignoring the amendments that we are putting forward, Sir Roger, seeks to refuse people that protection, that human dignity, those rights that they have under international obligations. And we have those rights. We have those rights because of the things that we have done in the past. We should no longer have to put up with this government. Scotland needs independence music. You can't trust this government to look after it.
Does the honourable gentleman wish to respond? Order! Does the honourable lady wish to withdraw her amendment? Order! Does the honourable lady wish to withdraw her amendment? 6. You wish to put it to the vote? Well, would the honourable lady like to make up her mind? Been moved. Does she wish to put it to a division? Good. Is it your pleasure that the amendment be withdrawn? Amendment by leave withdrawn. Amendment 189 has been chosen for a separate division. Alison Thulis to move the amendment formally.
Move formally.
Here.
The question is that Amendment 189 be made. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Division! Clear the lobby. Sorry, where's the other? Oh, yeah. Freedom has the microphone. The question is that Amendment 189 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Marion Fellows, Gavin Newland. Tellers for the noes, Julie Martin and Mike Wood.